To the Ageas Bowl, where after near 3 weeks of T20 cricket, we're back in championship mode. Division 1 county championship game here, starting this morning between Hampshire and Yorkshire. It is second against third, and we are minutes away from getting day one underway. Yorkshire have won the toss and are going to bat first. Now, your commentary team throughout day one. A little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. Also, Stanley Marissa is here. And right now, to take you through the first period of play and to take you up to the top of the hour, myself, Kevin James. And next to me from BBC Radio Yorkshire and all the Yorkshire stations, I think I've got that right, or maybe it's BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, I have got that right. It's Jonathan Doyage. How are you, Jonathan?
Good morning, Kev. Good morning, everyone. I am very well. Glad to be back covering some county championship cricket at a great venue like this. And with the sun, well, I'm just going to say the sun shining. We've just lost that for the moment. But yeah, great to be here.
Good to have you back as well. Yorkshire here last year, it was a draw, but we'll go through all that and other things that have happened between these two sides and will happen as we go through this game. But as I mentioned, Yorkshire have won the toss and are going to bat first. Should we go through the two teams, Jonathan? And I think as you're our very special guest, you should go first.
Very special. I like that, Kev. Okay, so Yorkshire will line up as follows. Adam Lyth and George Hill to open the batting together. We have Will Frayne going to bat at number 3. Harry Brook, who's been in tremendous form this season, is at 4. Matthew Waite playing his first team game of the season, let alone first class game of the season. It's a while since he's played first class cricket, but he's been entrusted with the number 5 role. Harry Duke at 6, Don Bess 7, Jordan Thompson 8, Matthew Revis, who's been really good this year, is at 9. Dominic Drakes is playing his one and only championship game of this little stint he's having with the club, and then Stephen Patterson, captain and as ever, is bringing up the rear in terms of the batting, but certainly not in any other way, shape or form.
That's for sure. Yeah, some interesting names amongst that. Dominic Drakes, I was reading up, he's the son of Vaspert Drakes. Yep,
who was obviously a very good player in his own right.
Yes.
Dominic Drakes, yeah, he gets the ball through, left arm, left arm over, I guess, much of the time. Tall, rangy figure, and they tell us that he can strike a good ball, although he did have a bit of a waft and a miss at quite a few on Wednesday night in the match that they lost against Lancashire in the Roses T20.
Yeah, he's been playing IPL as well, I think I'm right in saying, isn't he? He played for Gujarat, didn't
he? He was in the squad but didn't play again.
Did he not?
No.
Oh, right, okay. Right, so that's your Yorkshire line-up. As I say, it's second against third. Yorkshire come in here with just one win, actually. You've a lot of draws. You've had a lot of draws in your matches so far, haven't you?
We have. Probably the worst of the lot, the most tedious of the lot was the Roses match at Headingley, where Yorkshire thought they were in a position to possibly win the game on day 4 and then failed to take a wicket in the entire day.
Oof.
So there you go. Yeah, it's been that sort of a season, hasn't it? There's been a lot of talk about the pitches. There has been some very good batting. Harry Brook leading the way with that from Yorkshire's point of view, but there have been other good contributions too. But yeah, the pitches haven't helped in that respect, have they? And there's been a couple of matches, not a dissimilar situation to what we had here last year, if you recall, where neither you or I were in a fit state to commentate for one reason or another, but we managed to get through that match, and Yorkshire obviously finished 1 wicket short of winning that game here, and we talked about the declaration sort of ad infinitum for much of that final 4 sessions of the match. They should have gone earlier, I think we all know that, and I think they probably begrudgingly accepted that afterwards. And it was a sort of similar situation down at Northampton a few weeks ago, where they couldn't take sufficient wickets to put the opposition away when they'd got themselves into strong positions. The only game that Yorkshire have played in Championship cricket this season where they've kind of been on the back foot was that Lancs match. Everybody else, they've been dominant in the draws, or of course they won the first match of the lot down at Bristol.
Okay, so that's the Yorkshire history coming into this game, plus the side. You'll have to remember that we are talking almost a month back now with these sides. We're comparing who's in and who's out. Hampshire, of course, beat Somerset down at Taunton in 3 days. Absolutely fabulous win for that one. They've made effectively one change from that side. It's an enforced change. Mohammed Abbas is back in his native Pakistan, just taking a bit of a break. He'll be back later on, I'm told. But in comes Brad Wheel for his first championship game of the season. Now you'll know, Hampshire fans will know that he had a particularly good season last year, just hasn't been able to get into the championship side. So well done to him. He's in the side. So Hampshire line up like this: Felix Organ, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, the captain, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown the keeper, Aneirin Donald, Keith Barker, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Wheel. I'm surprised actually that there's no Joe Weatherly in that side. I know he didn't play down at Somerset, he was injured. He's been playing in the T20, although he missed one because he wasn't feeling too well, but he's in good form in the T20. And I guess there may be a reason why he's not playing, other than the fact that maybe he's just not selected. I don't know. I'm sure we'll find out a little later. So the Hampshire team are making their way out, and we have to get used to them being back in whites here, Jonathan. You just look out there and say, oh, they're in white. And very bright white tops the Hampshire team have too. Nice to see Keith Barker back. He's in good form with the ball for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott as well. They've been sitting out the T20s over the last few weeks. I've been seeing them bowl a little bit on the side of the square ahead of T20 matches, and one or two turning their arm over in the nets. But Keith Barker with 27 wickets this year so far in the championship has been as good as ever. In fact, probably better in some ways. Kyle Abbott with 19, but Abbas, they'll certainly miss his wickets today. He's got 26 so far in the championship. So the sunshine is back out, which is good. I think it's going to be one of those sort of days where the sunshine will shine for a while and then it will disappear behind one or two clouds, and then vice versa. But the day is set fair. We will get a full day's play in, I'm pretty sure, looking at the various, well, only one weather app. That's the only one weather app I've got on my phone, which isn't always reliable. I don't know about yours is saying, Jonathan, but I think we're okay. I think we'll be all right. So second versus third. Yorkshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. Adam Lythe and George Hill opening the batting for Yorkshire, and it's going to be Keith Barker from the pavilion end. Here we are back in 4-day championship action, and there'll be many people around the country that will be pleased that the T20 is being tossed aside for a week at least. Down the leg side, and that's taken by Brown. No run, is it? Oh, that
was a wide, surely.
Would it? That would have been a wide. That is for sure in T20 cricket, but not in this. So nice to be back. Nice, and of course we've got to get back into 4-day commentary mode as well, haven't we, Jonathan?
Yeah, not all that rushing around between each delivery.
No.
Pumping out the stats.
Sorry. Barker, left arm over to the left-hander Lythe. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. That looks very close. Not out. Did he get an inside edge onto that one?
Did look a good shout, didn't it?
Oh, didn't it?
Did look a very good shout.
Is Barker swinging it? Looking on the replay, I suppose you could argue. I think Lythe, the way he picked the bat up afterwards, may just be suggesting that he got a little tickle. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, and actually it was probably angled a bit more leg side-ish than I thought from seeing it.
Yeah. Well, the replay's gone, yeah. Several ways you can listen to us and watch us. Of course, we'll go through that after this ball. As Barker comes in, 3 slips wait. And Lythe's playing and missing outside the off stump. I think it's fair to say that Barker is getting a little movement already in this first over. You can listen to us via the BBC Cricket website. Just click through to the Listen Live pages. All the county championship matches taking place today, you can find them there. But of course, ours is there amongst them too. So we're on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. And we are also on the live picture feed, which is being fed through the Hampshire Cricket website and also through the Yorkshire Cricket website as well. As Lythe pushes forward, length ball there from Barker, and it goes up to mid-off to Fuller, no run.
Adam Lythe made a big 145 in the previous match that Yorkshire played in the Championship against Warwickshire up at Headingley, and there was something about that innings, one of the best I've ever seen him play, which said, you know, I'm out there and I'm here to stay. There was a bit of pressure on. Scored a couple of half centuries earlier in the season, but there was a bit of disquiet in terms of his form and whether he should be in the side.
34 years of age now. Adam Lythe, who pushes forward to another accurate Barker delivery, and again that's gone up to Fuller.
And I think one of the things with Adams' batting in recent seasons has been the ability to look like he's completely in the zone and then just have a flick at a delivery he didn't need to do, and you couldn't believe he'd played it. That knock, 145 in 330 balls, concentrated for 456 minutes. It shows you that the guy can still do it.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's been around, it feels like he's been around for a while. This is his 202nd first-class match. That's how long he's been around. That's chipped away in the air, but safe, past mid-wicket, and Felix Organ is running after that. And the ball may just beat him. Good contest. Oh, does well. Well, that's T20 fielding. Sure we'll be contrasting this with T20 for a little while until we get T20 totally out of our minds. And that is 2 runs, or is it 3 to Adam Lyth? I think that's 3. It is 3 without loss.
T total or T20?
Oi! Boom, boom.
Tell your mates I'm here all week.
Do I make that a milestone for Adam Lyth? Or have I got that wrong?
Go on.
I make it, he's passed 12,000 first-class runs.
He's done that.
Has he already done that? See, the trouble is sometimes when you look at various websites, they do tell you slightly different things.
No, you are right. You are right. He has. Yes, it's the milestone. The milestone I was getting confused with was his 200th first-class game a couple of matches ago,
right, yes,
which we spoke to him about.
Yes.
So there you go. Good little milestone as well for...
It's all right, isn't it?
It is 12,000 runs these days.
It's not bad. Thing is, if you get 11,500, when you retire, you say, well, I scored about 12,000. Now he's got 12,000, you can still only say, well, I scored 12,000 first-class runs.
So, first delivery of over number 2 from Kyle Abbott is angled across the left-hander, shoulders, arms. 3 slips in place. We have point, cover. Keith Barker just catching the ball with the big white floppy hat on at mid-off to the left-hander. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. The boundary rope is brought in a considerable way from the edge of the grass away to our left. Sorry, grass. As Abbott's in and wide of off stump. Lyth, shoulders, arms. It has been a glittering career as far as county cricket's concerned. Adam Lyth, the highest score of 251, which he made against Lancashire at Old Trafford some years ago. He's averaging 36.71, which is, quality player when opening the batting. With all that goes on with that ball early doors in a championship game.
Anything over 35, good player.
Yep. Slips are quite close together, aren't they, as Abbott's in again, number 87 on his back, and Lyth pushes into the offside, and Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that he gets into that zone that he did against Warwickshire. I think I'm right in saying that he'll be playing for a contract this year, you see, as well. I think it's the end of his deal, so there's that on the table, and it always helps, doesn't it, to score 1,000 plus as an opening batsman, if you can do that.
Gosh, yeah, well, that's a great effort these days.
Abbott in again, and driven by Adam Lyth up to mid-on, along the carpet, no run. Of course, Harry Brooks already passed that in all forms, and we ticked that off a few matches ago, so it just shows you how fantastically well he's been playing, and still you're scratching your head and wondering how he's not had an opportunity of actually playing for England. He's been in and around the squad, as they say. Here's Abbott again, leaving our commentary position behind. A lovely square drive by Lyth, which is going to be 4 runs. Out on the far side of the ground, Richard Kettleborough, I think, is the man with his back to us, making the signal. He's standing in this one along with Mike Burns. Simon Hinks, the match referee.
Oh, Hinksy, lovely. Yeah.
Don't forget, of course, we're talking about Yorkshire and draws. They have been short on bowling, and there's no two ways about that. When you consider Matthew Fisher has missed most of the games, Ben Code hasn't played any of them so far, and I believe he's still struggling with injury, as Abbott's in, and that's pushed into the offside by Adam Lyth to complete over number 2, with Yorkshire on 7 without loss, having won the toss and decided to take the first go on what looks a good pitch from this distance, and we are right up on the 3rd floor of the Hilton Hotel here at the Ageas Bowl. The strip is a little way across to our right. We're not straight on. There's a slight green tinge to it, but you'd be happy enough.
Yeah, it looks all right, doesn't it, so far? I mean, it's you want it to do a little bit, don't you? Expect it to do a little bit, but yeah, you're right. It's not white, that's for sure, but then it's not totally green. It's sort of green-ish. We're to the west side of the ground. Yeah, it's the right-hand side. To the left-hand side is the east. East is Portsmouth. You go down that way. To the west is New Forest, Bournemouth, that way. Obviously all in the distance. Here's Barker around the wicket, and that's forward George Hill, and that's half stopped in the gully, but actually not stopped well enough because that's still going for 4 down towards 3rd man. I think that might be an Aaron Donald there. That's gully.
Nice start then for George Hill, first ball.
Yep, 21-year-old George Hill. There are several ways you can get in touch with us. I'll go through ours, and I'm sure Jonathan will go through his ways. At Solent Sport on the tweets, or solentcricket@gmail.com. And for Jonathan,
it is.
Here's Barker round the wicket again to Hill, outside the off stump and left alone.
For me on Twitter, it's @Jonathan Doidge, and the email address, if you want to get in touch that way, is bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. There
we go. Now, Tom at Solent Sports says, is Abbas injured? No, he's just having a break. He is back in Pakistan. I believe that he's not around for this one and the game against Warwickshire in whenever that is, a couple of weeks' time or so. But he's back later on. So it's just these middle games that he's not around for. Here's Barker, Hill forward, pushing that out into the covers.
Martin Bloomfield has been in touch, says, morning JD, if England need a concussion replacement while batting and Harry Brook gets the call up while in the middle, are Yorkshire allowed a replacement, and who is it likely to be? There's a lot of ifs and buts in that one, Martin, but you'd say that if a player got called from a county game in the middle of his innings, you would think sense would prevail these days and you'd get a like-for-like replacement. I remember Ian Holland coming on here, didn't he?
Yes.
A couple of years ago.
Oh, good memory. Barker with sunshine coming out. Hill plays, I think, inside the line, even though it looks he's playing at that one.
In fact, that was the first game I covered here with you. That was early 2019. He came on because, who was it? Lewis McManus got hit on the head, yeah, by Dwan Olivier, yeah. Yes. A couple of times, didn't he? So he went off, concussion sub, and Ian Holland came on and was out first ball, wasn't he? If you remember.
Yes. That's right, yeah.
I don't remember much, but I'm quite pleased I remember that. I am still alive.
I'm pleased you remember, because I never would have done. Here's Barker again. He's got 3 slips. There's a man on the drive on the leg side now at the moment. There's Hill, I think, is playing inside those, even though it looks like he's playing defensively. I haven't seen a lot of him. I don't know if he does that a lot, Jonathan.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, so there we are. I think that's fair to say. Paul Williams at Solent Sports says, great to have red ball cricket back today, and as it is no work Sunday. Lucky man. He's in Portugal, by the way. Glad that it's 38 degrees and we can watch the whole day on the stream. Come on, Hampshire, says Paul. No work Sunday. We had a discussion a couple of games ago about no this. There was no Mow May, wasn't it? We were going through these gardening things. No Prune June and all that sort of stuff. That reminds me of that. That's flicked away down to fine leg, and that's picked up by Brad Wheel. And Yorkshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first, 12 without loss.
You would think, but going back to our correspondent Martin, you would think that if they did have a like-for-like replacement in mid-innings, that the person whose name would trip off the tongue in that respect would be Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who isn't playing here.
I was going to ask you about him. Is he? What's the story with him then?
He's just left out of the side, clearly, because he's been played T20. So he's been struggling with the aftermath of concussion. He was playing out in the PSL, and he described it as being sort of relatively innocuous at the time, but then it came on afterwards, and he's been close to playing and then didn't, and then played and then missed again. So yeah, clearly some side effects, but he says he's okay now, and he has played recently. Here's Kyle Abbott continuing in the Southampton sunshine. That's pushed up straight back past the bowler by George Hill. That's a beautiful piece of timing. At first it just looked like he might have knocked it straight along the deck back to Abbott in his follow through, but it beat the bowler, and kept on winning the race against the fielders. So 2 boundaries for George Hill already. He's faced just the 7 deliveries for 9 runs, 16 without loss. Yorkshire having won the toss. Here's Abbott again. Over the top bowling action. He's over pitched once more, and this time more firmly. Another beautiful shot by the young George Hill. Takes the ball very late. If you see him back for a while here, you'll definitely start picking that out right under the eye line. And he waited till the last possible second before timing that superbly. So 13 now to him and 20 without loss.
He's put Abbott under pressure already in this over. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. I think Abbott might just take just 2 or 3 overs or so to sort of really get back in the groove.
Here he is again, passing Kettleborough, and this time right over the top with an exemplary forward defensive push. Abbott's shirt hanging out. There'd be a few people back in the day who'd be saying, you don't look a proper player if you don't got your shirt hanging out, your socks pulled up. If
You've got to look right, haven't you?
Yeah.
As much as anything.
Well, school teacher used to say that. Look the part before you start playing the game, and the opposition will start to think, oh, these guys look professional. Here's Abbott again, and with an open face, Hill runs that out to point where there is no run. Andy Walker says, great to have county cricket back, JD. I enjoy the T20, but this is the real thing. Looking forward to watching and listening to you and Kev for the next 4 days. What test match?
That's very kind. What? I think it's only because New Zealand got a few runs that everybody's got bored of the test.
Abbott once again, those orange soles on the base of his boots, and he's in. And Hill this time, first little minor success for the bowler. Didn't play that convincingly, George Hill, out into the offside.
Just nipped back and bounced a bit as well, hit on the inside leg. Only his 16th first class match, George Hill, isn't he? So he's obviously creating a good impression.
Yeah, he was tried at the top of the order last year, got 70 at Northampton, and went back and got 150 this year. Quite like to roll up the Wantage Road pitch and take it round with him. Here's Abbott again. Oh, lovely shot by Hill for nothing, because that's a very good piece of fielding just in front of square leg. Diving to his right by
Fuller. Can't keep him out of the game these days, James Fuller. Batting, bowling, now fielding. Honestly, he's been an absolute revelation this year. He really has. Always had a reputation for, you know, just being so inconsistent that, you know, sometimes you wouldn't even select him. But this year, different player.
Reason for that?
I would put a lot of it down to Graham Welsh. Certainly on the bowling side. Came down here in the winter from Warwickshire, bowling coach. He was a Southern Brave, part of the coaching staff as well, so I think was looking to come down here on a more permanent basis. Lyth drives Barker, start of a new over, it goes out into the covers, and I think I think Graham Welsh can take most, if not all, of the credit for the turnaround in James Fuller. Having said that, he'll probably come on and bowl 5 overs for about 40, but you know what I mean. I mean, we're already, you know, we've had a significant chunk of the season already, so even to get to this point and be consistent, but I'm talking both batting and bowling as well, is a remarkable, I don't think that's overstating, remarkable turnaround. Here's Barker again from the pavilion end, left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lyth, and there is no run. So second against third, as we mentioned, in this county championship game in the Division 1. 2 teams, I think it's fair to say, Jonathan, that at the start of the season there was sort of Lancashire talked about, Surrey certainly. I think Surrey, and I've said this many times, I think anybody that finishes above Surrey this year is probably going to win it. And but certainly these 2 teams, Yorkshire and Hampshire, will probably all be in the mix near the end of the season. Again, a bit of bounce outside the off stump, but a little wider, and Lyth leaves that one alone.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And just a quick word with a few of the lads downstairs in the hotel last night. Don Bess was kind of saying, at this point, the middle couple of games of the season, because we've got some in July, haven't we? And then we've got that raft of 4 to finish things off when push really will come to shove. But the next few games, yes, if you can take an opportunity and win a match or 2, fantastic. But you don't want to lose any ground
Agreed.
is the main thing.
Agreed. Barker again to Lithe leaves that one alone, and that has bounced off a length, and Ben Brown, who's not the tallest, takes that around about chest height, maybe even neck height. Yeah, we're almost halfway through the championship season, 14 games of course, and all sides in Division 1 have played 6. Hampshire come into this game with 102 points, Yorkshire in third on 90, and they are behind Surrey, who currently lead on 105. How many times do you guys play Surrey this year? We only play them once, fortunately. We didn't play very well against them then. Here comes Barker. Bowls Lithe, just gets turned around a fraction, but pushes it up to mid-on.
Twice, we do play them twice. Yeah, we play them at Scarborough and we play them at the Oval the first time I worked there, actually, in September.
All right, lovely. We're up at Scarborough this year against you guys twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
It'll be good, actually. We need to get some socials sorted out there, Mr. James.
Nice. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Get the important things sussed.
Mate, well, I'm staying in Scarborough. Had a bit of luck. Initially I couldn't find a place to stay within about 30 miles. As Lithe pushes forward, and that goes out to backward of point. And that's fielded by Donald. End of the over. Yorkshire are 20 without loss. Lithe has 7 and Hill has 13.
And pleasantly, they are playing so far. No serious alarms for either of the Yorkshire batsmen. There's just the one delivery from Kyle Abbott that, as Kev described it, nipped back on him a little bit in his previous over from this end, where the ball was aerial for a moment. But other than that, so far, they'd be happy enough with the way things are going, but they wouldn't want those breaks in concentration we've talked about. George Hill, he's a very sort of calm and assured player, does things at his own pace. If opportunities to score runs are there, he'll take them. Just playing this one forward defensively, but he just, on a few occasions, out of nothing, he's had a delivery that's been wide of off stump that he didn't need to play at, that he's gone for and he's nicked off. And, you know, people who watch the videos of dismissals, as professional cricketers I'm sure will do, will have seen that. And if he can just rein that in to go with the rest of the game that he's putting together as a first-class cricketer, then there should be plenty of runs from him in the future. And he's played that so late, talking about how late he plays it, so late that the ball bounces down behind him. Can't have been too far away from leg stump.
No, he does play it late, you're right. My word. But that's a sign of a good player. Good player, having the confidence to play the ball late. So many players looking to reach it, don't they? Push out of it. But he doesn't, not on today's evidence.
Abbott then, back at his mark, various blue sprays on the pitch for the bowler's run-ups, and Hill drives straight again. He's got that one towards the inside edge of the bat. You could see it twist round in his hand, and he hasn't managed to time it quite as well as the other two that he's hit for 4. Gets back for 2 runs. But when we talk about playing it late, for those who don't quite understand what we mean and the advantages of doing that, what do we mean?
Well, I mean, ideally you should play the ball sort of under your eye line. If you're playing defensively, what that's doing.
Just take this delivery from Abbott and a leave by George Hill.
If you're playing defensively, what that's doing is if the ball does move and catches the edge, then it shouldn't really be carrying, because you're not putting any pace on the ball. You're playing with a bat that basically the face of the bat is pointing down towards the pitch. So it won't always happen, but you are going marginally, if it does catch the edge, it won't carry as far. So you would be able to get away with it. It also probably stops you following the ball when it does move off the pitch.
Here's Abbott again, and that one leaving Hill, but he's leaving it too. It's well wide of off stump. Yeah, I think also just that if you take it right underneath the eye line, that little bit further up the pitch, if you're not pushing out at the ball and hitting it when it's maybe a foot 18 inches in front of your pad, you're just in more control over what you're doing, the end product. If you do strike the ball cleanly,
correct,
you'll keep it on the deck much more often.
Well,
should just about always keep it on the deck if you're playing it so late.
Well, by playing it late, we'll come back to that.
Abbott into Hill, who gets one that jags back on him, but it was wide of off stump, and there is no run. End of the over. Yorkshire 22 without loss after the first 20 minutes of play.
You're exactly right. You're in control of the shot better. What you're doing then is, let's say for instance you're coming forward. Let's just take that example. Is that by playing it under your eye line, you're not only hitting through the ball, obviously, hopefully if you're playing attackingly to reach the boundary, but you're hitting down and through, and that's where you get your power and where you get your control from, and guaranteed to keep it along the floor. Once your bat starts going in front of your eyes and in front of your head, you're losing that down force as much as through force, and you're also starting to lose control a little bit of the shot. So you're hitting it along the ground as opposed to down and along the ground. Here's Barker. Bowls. Lyth pushes forward. Goes out into the covers.
Only £50 an hour for the Doidge and James, the coaching clinic.
You might only be
now.
£50 an hour. It's all very simple when you're not playing it. But I've said this I don't do much coaching. I don't know, just haven't. But I always think there's one great trick towards playing the ball late if you're a youngster and learning the game outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I have mentioned this before, not often, but I have. Is that a trick that I used to use when I did a bit of coaching with youngsters? Is that, I don't know if you've seen this before, Doidge, but you literally have a ball. You can do this indoors. We could do it up here. You roll the ball along the ground to a person with a bat, and you say, hit that back to me. And the only way you can hit a ball that rolls along the ground back to the person that's rolled it is actually by playing it as late as you can. I lied. Oh, I'm not sure that carried to Liam Dawson at second slip. Just think it edged late. Now there's an example. If you're watching on the live stream, there's an example of a batter playing that ball late. So he's playing that very late, the bat face pointing down towards the ground.
And he played it with rather than being a genuine edge, he played it off the face, didn't he? He opened the face and ran it down. So
if you watch on the live stream and listen to what we've just been saying for the last 10 minutes, there's an exact example. The ball just not quite carrying. If he pushed through at that probably would have carried. 22 without loss. Here's Barker and bowls. That's a length ball. Lyth pushes that out to backward a point, fielded by Donald.
And then to give you the contrast, that the times you want your bat and to be out in front is when you're trying to hit over the top. So you know, you're using your feet to come down the wicket to the spinner. You're trying to launch that delivery.
Exactly right. Yeah, because you need to get underneath the ball to give it a bit of elevation. So there are various techniques and ways of scoring, not scoring, defending. There's a lot to take in. 22 without loss. Fortunately, I don't have to think about all that anymore. Here comes Barker. Oh, that's come back and bounced by Lyth. Just going back to another point, actually, just quickly before we go too far on and move on during the day. Graham Snow tweeted at Sonat Sport, we were talking about concussion replacements and replacements during the game. Graham says, I remember watching a game at New Close on the Isle of Wight when Hampshire played Nottingham. That's right, they did about 3 years ago, I think 3-4 years ago. Liam Dawson got called up to the one-day international squad after day one. And Hampshire, because you were talking about this about Will Frame, weren't you? And Hampshire called on Mason Crane for the rest of the game. That's from Graham, who's on Newport on the island. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd forgotten that as well. That's outside the off stump, and Lyth leaves alone. 22 without loss at Yorkshire. We've had 7 overs of day one with George Hill on 15. It's just disappeared off the scorecard, as I said, and I think Adam Lyth's on 7, but don't take my word for it.
Yeah, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8 for Keith Barker. Good morning to you, Lily, up there in North Yorkshire. Great to have red ball cricket back, she says. And she's hoping that Adam Lyth and George Hill get some big runs. That's on at Jonathan Doidge or on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. You can get in touch on email, as Malcolm Palmer has done. Come to yours in a mo, Malcolm, because George Hill is awaiting the delivery now from Kyle Abbott. As a goal flies east to west across our view, and that's a defensive stroke from Hill. He says, hi JD, just great to see proper cricket again. George Hill looks a great prospect there. I've probably just got him out. Well, not so far, Malcolm, but I won't say keep trying, obviously. Kev called it right. Lyth on 7, Hill 15 not out, and watching another delivery go by. The sun is out and shining brightly at the moment. There is a bit of cloud around, so we keep getting a bit of shade as well. It's always a little bit chillier up here, isn't it? I mean, that first year where I came down, April of 2019, it was absolutely freezing for the entire 4 days up here. It was 3-4 layers, because the sun doesn't get under this little lip, does it, on the top of the hotel?
Not till after tea.
Oh, after tea. Okay, I'd forgotten that bit. Maybe the sun didn't shine last year.
I don't think it did. If I remember rightly, it wasn't a great.
No, certainly a few days conditions. Another dot ball.
Believe me, by about 5 o'clock, you'll wish the sun wasn't shining. It happens a lot down here, down south. You actually wish it wouldn't shine so much.
I'll just wait for the emails to roll in now. Here's Abbott, and that's wide of off stump. And Hill happy to watch it go by.
No, we're all right for a few hours, and it's quite pleasant. It is quite pleasant at the moment, isn't it? Not, I mean, it could be warmer. It's okay, but you're right. We're not only are we high up in the hotel, but we are sort of high up generally in terms of the topography. Would you say that? Is topography the right word to be using? Hang on, let me see what that means first. I should have looked it up before I mentioned it.
Always do that. Here's Abbott in and bowling to Hill, who's watching another one go by.
God. Let's get back to the T20s. You haven't got time to talk rubbish. Topography is the study of the forms and features of land surfaces. Yeah, so we're quite high up in Hampshire, so that would be about right, wouldn't it? Got out of that.
Very topographical. 22 without loss as Abbott turns and leaves our commentary position behind to bowl to George Hill, who's once again playing solidly forward. Good over by Abbott, who's now bowled 4 for the concession of 14 runs, one of them a maiden. And Yorkshire 22 without loss.
Yeah, he looks a steady player, doesn't he, George Hill?
He
Nice
is.
little neat technique.
Good player. Yeah, he's getting plenty of chance now at the top of the batting order. Whether he'll be a long-term opening batsman or not, I suppose only time will tell, but he's certainly got talent, there's no doubt about that, and bowls as well. Although we don't see him bowling lots of overs, but he is used with the ball, swings it.
Here's Barker then into his 5th over, none for 8 so far for the left-arm seamer. He's over the wicket to Lyth, who pushes forward. It's gone out square on the offside, and Nyrin Donald doing the fielding. We're keeping an eye on the Test match as well today, of course. England 104 for 1, replying to that New Zealand all-out total of 553. Also in Division 1 today, Kent Gloucestershire 35 for 1. Somerset 17 for 1 against Surrey, and Warwickshire 22 without loss against Lancashire. You can do Division 2 if you like, I don't usually bother. Here comes Barker. Bounces outside the off stump. They're appealing for a caught behind, but I think Lyth had just pulled the bat away in time.
You don't usually bother?
I didn't know there was a Division 2.
Are we above all that in Hampshire?
Of course, we've left that all way behind.
Good. Division 2, good lord. There has been some comment from one of our colleagues, I think, about the wilderness of Division 2.
Yes, I know exactly who you mean. An East Midlands county.
Not far from Yorkshire, where a Test match is currently being staged.
It's outside the off stump. It nips back a fraction, but it was wide enough for Adam Lyth to leave. Now you see, if we were talking libel now, I think what do they call it when you? Because I did a libel course, journalism libel course, a few years ago, and I think it's like association now, where you join the dots up and you can actually now work out who that was. I think you could be sued for libel.
I could.
Because somebody could put the jigsaw together and know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because you've given enough clues.
But I think he said it on air anyway, so.
That's true.
Quite a few times.
Oh, there's a thick outside edge, and it's unlucky there for Adam Lyth. It's gone in between the slips and the gully, and it races away down to third man, but a false shot there. One of the rare we've seen this morning.
Yeah, the first real one, isn't it, where he's gone at it hard, and he's got a thickish outside edge on it. If you're going to flash hard, as they say. No Max included in that, obviously. Sean in Round A says it takes some verbal contouring to get topography into a cricket commentary.
Do you know what we should do today? I don't know, I've just thought of this off the top of my head. I don't know if it's a good idea, but if you want any words, and obviously words that we can actually say on air, to be woven into the commentary during the day.
Oh,
what do you think?
Fine by me, but you are you're stepping on very, very thin ice, I think, with that one, Mr. James.
To the covers.
You remember last year we had that one of the days here. That I've got to say that was the best received day of broadcasting that I've ever been involved in, where we were talking. We just randomly started to waffle on about northernisms and southernisms,
yeah.
Yorkshireisms and Hampshireisms, and it just went on and on, didn't it?
Crazy.
From one thing to another.
It was good fun.
It was a great laugh. There was a bit of cricket on as well, apparently, in the background somewhere.
It was amazing, wasn't it? Here's Barker again to Lithe drive. Just pushes that a little bit, actually. I don't think he was particularly pleased with that shot. Maybe the ball just held in the turf a fraction. It goes up to mid-off. That is the end of the over. Jonathan, I think you've got a quick bit of break if you want one.
I'll go.
Do you want to have a go? And it's going to be Stanley, Marissa coming in alongside me. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll have a think about that over the next half an hour. Any words that you want woven into the commentary, a specific word, and we'll get it in at some point between now and the close of play. Obviously, words that we can use on air. Obviously, don't ask us to mention a word we can't, because we won't be able to do that. But I don't know, if there's a word that has a particular meaning to you, for whatever reason, some word that is relevant to your life, I don't know, whatever, who knows. Let us know what word it is at Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com, as Barker comes in and bowls, and again Hill's played that late and it's very nearly gone onto the stumps, and again he has to turn back quickly to make sure that it doesn't. Stanley, how are you? Welcome back.
Morning, Kevin. Morning, everyone. Yeah, really good to be back, and yeah, looking forward to this again.
Yeah, great to hear. Stanley, who formerly of Zimbabwe.
Yep.
Played a bit. Well, you're not formal. You're always going to be a Zimbabwean. Is that the right? Is that how you say?
Yeah, Zimbabwean.
Yeah,
but so yeah, British Zimbabwean, I guess.
I've got to do a very quick 30-second update in a moment. So if I suddenly break off and do that, you'll know why. Here's Abbott. Oh my word, that's bounced and nipped away, and a good leave there from George Hill. Sunshine back out here at Southampton. And we've had just over half an hour's play here this morning. Yorkshire winning the toss and electing to bat first. So far coming through unscathed. They are 26 without loss. George Hill, the youngster, is 15 not out. Adam Lythe is 11 not out. There's a little bit of movement out there for Kyle Abbott and Keith Barker, but so far the batters have safely negotiated whatever has come their way. One change for Hampshire from the championship game of just over a month ago, or just under a month ago. No Mohammed Abbas. He's back in Pakistan having a bit of a break. And we've got Brad Wheel taking his place. 26 without loss, Yorkshire. So, Kyle Abbott, I think they're going to miss Mohammed Abbas here a little bit. Stanley.
Yeah. I think it'll be quite a good test, I guess, for this Hampshire unit. Obviously, that three-prong seam attack has been pretty good throughout the season, so.
Certainly has. His Abbott bowls, always playing a missing outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think it'd be quite interesting to see how they get on without, because obviously what Mo Abbas brings is that control to the innings as well, and yeah, he's got that ability to strike with that new ball. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we get on today.
And just a little bit of movement out there. There's not a lot, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you look at the pitch, it looks like a really good batting wicket, and I think the day itself just feels a lot like a batting day. So yeah.
I fancy you to get a few runs out there, Stanley, as placed forward there. Thick outside edge, rolls along the floor down towards third man, but the pace taken off the ball as it's picked up about 5 or 6 yards inside the boundary at the top end of the ground by Anarian Donald, and Yorkshire move on to, I think that'll be 30, unless the scoreboard's already changed. I think it might have done, actually. 28 without loss. George Hill has 17. Joe on the tweets at Solent Sport, who's on the ground, says, wondering what the east side is being saved for this season. Keep being forced to the wrong side of the ground. Yes, Joe always sits on the east side of the ground, which is to our left, but the pitches generally have been centre and to the right, which this one is. That's Edge, and again that's just fallen short of the slip, and that's Liam Dawson this time. And again, I don't know if you heard it, Stanley, we were talking about playing the ball late.
Yeah.
And George Hill has done that exactly there. If you're watching on the live feed, watch it again on the replay. Again, see the face of the bat pointing down towards the ground.
Yeah, and I think that's the second time that's happened. Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's a case where the slip fielders might need to just take a couple of steps forward, because I guess as a bowler, that's the worst thing, that you don't really want to see the ball falling short. And yeah, so they might have to consider taking a couple of steps forward. But it's always a difficult one, though, isn't it? Because then one goes through and all of a sudden you're thinking,
whoa,
are we too close?
Where's that come from? But that's the trouble, isn't it? So,
It is.
you know, a mishit drive off the edge, the ball's going to fizz through.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're right, by standing too close, what do you do? But generally, early days, see, I think Liam Dawson already there's just taken a pace closer. Here's Barker from the pavilion end, 28 without loss then. Yorkshire bowls to the left-hander Lithe, and that just straightens on him, and he leaves that one out. It's tough. Do you? I mean, I know you play your club cricket in the north of Hampshire now. Do you field in the slips at all?
I do. Yeah, I do.
You?
I do. I don't mind. To be fair, I feel kind of anywhere really. I quite like being in the action, but sort of first up, I quite like being in the slips. But again, it's always a tricky one to know where to stand, and especially when the wickets are slightly slower. I guess you try and take your lead from the keeper and where he's standing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Here's Barker, and it's turned on the onside by Lithe up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It is tough, isn't it? I mean, it's tough to know exactly where to stand.
Yeah, no, slip fielding is so tricky, and I guess all the spacings, how far up you're standing. I think there's a lot. You kind of have to get used to that, and I guess what we've seen obviously with the Hampshire slip fielding unit, it seems like it's quite settled in there with Vince and Dawson.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the regulars. As Barker bowls, and he just gets wrapped on the top of the pad there, Adam Lithe. Ball goes out on the onside. Who was much... he just nipped back a fraction and bounced at Lithe. That's why he missed out on that little tuck away on the leg side. Chris Hyde has tweeted at Sunday Sport, having just had nearly a month without cricket, how come Mo Abbas is taking a break when he's paid to play red ball? If I'm saying a break, it's probably the wrong phrase or wrong word. He was only ever initially signed for the first tranche of championship cricket. Here's Barker bowls, and that is tucked away on the leg side this time, and that'll be a single to square leg. Takes the Yorkshire total on to 29 without loss. I think it was always planned that he would have this sort of break mid-season and then come back later on. I think at the end of the day, he's probably still due to play about 12 out of the 14 championship matches, and you take that all day long.
All day.
So I don't think anything's untoward here. I think maybe it's my the wrong choice of word by saying break. He's just it was always planned that he wouldn't be over here for the whole 6 months. There you go. And you think about all the counties that are chopping and changing their players at the moment.
Definitely.
Overseas, Hampshire have hardly done that at all. So there's a bit of continuity there. Round the wicket to Hill. Hill gets wrapped on the pad as that goes out on the leg side. I can't keep up with all the overseas players that are going.
I guess that obviously with Mo Abbas not playing, it's a big loss, but at the same time it gives a good opportunity for Brad Wheel to come into the side, and I guess you'd probably say he's been quite unlucky not to be part of this championship side. But with that bowling unit that we spoke about, sort of 27 wickets for Keith Barker, 26 for Mo Abbas, and 19 for Carl Abbott. It's going to be quite difficult to break in.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, you're not going to break that three, are you? Unless there's an injury. Hill gets a length ball, which he works to mid-wicket. End of the over. We've had 11 overs here this morning in just about 40 minutes of play. 29 without loss. Yorkshire having won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, Stanley Marissa. But you're right. But I mean, any side's going to miss a Mo Abbas, aren't they? I mean, Brad Wheel, had a good season last year. We know that, and has struggled to get in, as you said, Stanley. But I think it's a pretty decent replacement. Yeah.
Oh, you take him, all day, every day. So, and I guess what you want is, you want players coming into the side with, with a point to prove, and with I guess that sort of determination to do well, and he'll be more than up for it. I'm pretty sure. So hopefully we'll see some good pace, and hopefully he can do something for us today.
Kyle Abbott into his 6th over here. Bowls. He's wrapped on the pad. Big shout for an LBW. Umpire says not out. We'll have a watch of that on the replay. Don't know what your first thoughts were there, Stan.
Potentially high.
Yeah.
Potentially high, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Good shout though, good shout. But yeah, I mean, I guess on the whole, a pretty good start from Yorkshire. They'll be really pleased with where they're at. And I mean, George Hill, this is the first I've seen of him, and he's looked, pretty assured. Those two on drives down the ground are a sign of a very good player, and I guess a good wicket as well. So
yeah, agreed. Yeah, there's no there's enough pace in there at the moment, isn't it? Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. That's good carry through to Ben Brown. Yeah, George Hill came into this game with just over 300 runs, averaging 38 this season, and Adam Lyth just under 300 runs, averaging 31. Both your openers are averaging 30 plus.
Yeah.
And these days, that's okay, isn't it?
It's not bad. Yeah, I guess personally they probably would probably want that average, pushing I guess more towards 40, but
yeah, it's okay. I mean, actually, you compare that with Hampshire, as that's a length ball pushed up to mid on. I presume Felix Organ and Ian Holland are going to open.
Yeah. They
are both in the 20s.
Yeah.
26 Holland, 22 Felix Organ.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I think as an opening batsman, it's always a tough one though, isn't it? I guess it's probably the toughest place to bat, and that at some point, you're going to get a good one, and you probably are going to get good balls at the top of the order. So I guess it's making sure that when you get that start, you do cash in.
That's for sure. Yeah, definitely. But bowls, let's just come back a fraction. But Lyth is forward, pushes that out in the offside, and I think we're probably seeing more than ever really the difference between a new ball and the ball getting softer.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really big contrasts at times this year, isn't it?
Definitely. And I think even in the Test matches we've seen that it's definitely new balls are always what teams see as their best opportunity to make inroads. So if you can get through that first phase and get into that old ball, then yeah, there's runs to be had.
Yeah. I think a feature of Yorkshire's play this year as well is that they've batted well first innings as Lyth pushes forward and that goes out to point, and a good bit of fielding there from Anarian Donald. Just looking at the game they won against Gloucestershire at Bristol, first game up, 376 in the first innings. The draw against Northants, almost 300, 296. The draw against Kent at Headingley, Yorkshire 571 in their first innings. 465 at Chelmsford against Essex. 379 in the draw against Lancashire at Headingley. So pretty decent first innings total. In fact, the draw against Warwickshire at Headingley, 449. So they've certainly made the most of it early on as Lyth really watchfully pushes that length ball up to mid-off, fielded by Barker as the sunshine comes out again. 29 without loss. Good over there from Kyle Abbott. That's a maiden.
Sorry, no, carry on.
Yeah, no, so yeah, they have probably been one of the more consistent high scorers in their first innings, and of course that sets you up quite nicely, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it does. I think you can kind of see that their plan is to bat first, put runs on the board, and then try and put enough pressure. But obviously with those draws, I guess to win a 4-day game, you've got to be able to take 20 wickets. So that's with all those draws, it probably seems to be, I guess, their Achilles heel at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but they've got a few missing, haven't they? Ben Code, Matt Fisher. Doesn't help amongst maybe one or two others. Barker, still just the two bowlers we've seen so far this morning as George Hill pushes that length ball out into the covers. Hampshire really trying to push for this first wicket, and it hasn't come yet. 13th over, just beginning.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what where James Vince goes to next, and I guess he's got good options, hasn't he? Obviously with James Fuller in the side and Brad Wheel, with Ian Holland as well, to probably bowl a little bit of seam. So it'd be interesting to see which way he goes.
Yeah, options, as you say, as Barker comes in again round the wicket. Hill leaves that one alone. That's just nipped away a fraction, but a little wide of off stump. And Fuller with a bit of extra pace. Bowl probably just a bit further back, and Holland with his lack of pace, lack of pace, will pitch it further up. Yeah. So yeah, options, even though they're seam bowlers, just slightly different options.
Yeah. Do you see? I think it does look like Ian Holland is jumping around and loosening his shoulders. I'm not sure if that's what he might be going to.
Could well be. Barker again. Bowls, and that's closer to off stump and comes back, but it's a good leave from Hill. Good leave, even though everybody got excited behind the stumps. Lyth has 12, Hill has 17. Kevin James and Stanley Marissa with you. Coming up at the top of the hour, Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner, and Jonathan Doidge will be back to take you through the next half an hour of that play. BBC Sport website, you can listen to us online and also on the live picture feed. There's Barker bowls and Hill drives down the ground, lovely, through mid-off. Fuller's quite wide at mid-off, it's past his right hand. And as you said earlier, he's played 1 or 2 nice shots like that already.
Yeah, that's really good again. Yeah, slightly fuller, like you say, from Keith Barker, and he's punched that down the ground. What's been really pleasing is that any sort of loose-ish balls he's managed to capitalise and actually got a few boundaries from it. So yeah, you know, that's a sign of a good player. And yes, looked pretty assured, and yeah, he'll be looking to cash in and hopefully go big on this one.
His 4th boundary as he moves on to 21. George Hill faces the next delivery from Barker. 3 slips and probably a 5th slip there, really, as that's a length ball which Hill just calmly pushes up to mid-off. The fact that he's Yorkshire born as well, George Hill, is also particularly pleasing for Yorkshire. Quite a few Yorkshire born players in their side.
Yeah, obviously with I guess the main man, the talk of the town at the moment, Harry Duke is due to come in. Oh, sorry, Harry Brook is due to come in at number 4. So yeah, it'll be good to watch him live and see how good he is.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, trying to work their way on the leg side. It was close, but not close enough, according to the umpire, and that ends Barker's over. Just watching the replay there on the live feed, and what do you reckon?
Sliding down, looks like it looked like it was sliding down with that angle from round the wicket that Keith Barker seems to like. That ball, that just seemed to be going down with the arm. So yeah,
agreed. Yeah, worth a shout though.
Definitely.
Now, interesting, as you said there, you noticed Ian Holland standing, warming up in the slips, and he's going to be taking over from Kyle Abbott, who's bowled 6 overs, including 2 maidens, none for 16. What do you think of Abbott's spell there?
I mean, I think it wasn't too bad. I guess for him, he would have liked to have had a bit more of an impact up front. But I think it wasn't the worst spell. But I guess with like the pitch, like we said, the pitch does look like it's a good batting wicket, and didn't seem like there was a lot of sideways movement. So yeah, I think it was just, I guess, trying to push the ball up there and try and get the ball swinging and see if there's anything about, and maybe he got a bit full sometimes and got driven down the ground. But I guess you got to give the ball a chance to swing if you.
Yeah, exactly right. He allowed himself to be driven a couple of times by pitching it up, but I think they've played him very well actually. Here's Holland with the more medium pace, as immediately he's on line and length, and that's pushed out to a point by Adam Lyth. But yeah, you're right. I think both these players have played really well this morning. I think their technique has been good for this situation, and if they can keep that going and frustrate Hampshire, you can see why Yorkshire on the whole have posted decent first innings totals this season in the Championship. It's Holland again. Runs away from us with 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Lyth. Lyth's forward, showing no real intention of driving on the up this early. You can think of a few players, couldn't you, that by now would have
had
chanced their arm a little bit and driven on the up.
Definitely. Yeah. And I guess I think from a Hampshire point of view, obviously with Brad Wheel coming into the side, with James Fuller having played quite a lot as well, you probably would have thought that Vincey would have gone to one of them 2. But I guess sometimes as a captain, you got a gut feeling of who, what to do. And
I agree. It's driven. That's his slightly fuller, but not timed as it goes up to Barker at mid-off. I think also knowing James Fuller, even though he is much more consistent this year, I think it's still a wicket just to keep it there or thereabouts, isn't there? There is, as you say, there's not a lot there, but there is enough.
Yeah.
That the ball is just seaming around from time to time a little, and it's certainly, if you keep it in the spot often enough, then you will create a chance or 2 perhaps. But these 2, as I say, are playing particularly well. There's a nice straight back drive there from Lyth, but again it's only up to Barker. Joe has tweeted as well. I didn't want to miss this one. Who's on the ground? She says, am I right, as Sona Sport, am I right in thinking that Abbas can't be on the books currently, as with the T20 squad we have 3 overseas registered, including Carl, so can't have him here too? I think you're right, actually, Joe. And I know Joe is right most of the time when I'm not. So that's another reason. So when I said break, let's come back a fraction as well. Life plays that late and just make sure that the ball doesn't come off the inside edge onto the stumps. In fact, it was nowhere near it in the end, but he just wanted to make sure. So you're right. So when I said break earlier, Carla, Mahabas, I take that totally back. It's not totally the wrong word. I think it is the fact that with Nathan Ellis and with Kyle Abbott and Ben McDermott, of course, then they can't have another one. He's outside the off stump. Ian Holland left alone by Lyth, 33 without loss. So many overseas players, it's ridiculous. It's good, but it's ridiculous.
It is, yeah. It's keeping up with them all, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I think they just come in and out in some of these counties. I think it was Sussex the other day. They were talking about during their T20 Blast game and talking about the overseas players coming in, and you know, it was so difficult to keep up. One comes in for a couple of games and flies out, and then another one comes in, and I guess as players it's quite difficult to get a feel of what's going on. But you know, these guys are professionals, so they just sort of get on with the job and let them settle in, and they come in and make their impact.
I think Sussex were one of the worst affected, weren't they? Because I think they were having a keeper in and out revolving door, weren't they? With players signed to go on this tour and that tour, and then bringing somebody else in. Here's Barker. That's outside the off stump, and again Hill leaves that one alone. I think one was signed for about 2 games. I can't remember, but they have had a bit of a revolving door there. Some counties have. Sunshine back out here at the Ageas. Crowd, it's okay, dotted around. Not particularly big, but it's about a normal championship crowd down here. More to the right-hand side, as of course we're playing on the right-hand side of the square as we look back towards the pavilion. He's playing a missing outside there. I know Jonathan Doidge was saying earlier that he's one of those players that plays inside the line, but I think from time to time he is actually playing at those. I think he was on that occasion.
Yeah, it did look like he had a little poke at that one.
Didn't it?
Yeah, with that round the wicket line with Keith Barker bowling it, he seems to have taken that one away from the batsman actually, which is a skill on its own actually, and really impressive. So if you can get the ball in that area a little bit more often, he'll ask a few more questions of George Hill.
Yeah, agreed. Barker bowls again. Hill drives thick outside edge as he goes just in front of square. That's Gubbins running after that one. They'll come through for 2. Hill moves on to 23, and the Yorkshire total on to 35 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first. I mean, Barker, I think, to me, this morning has been Keith Barker, the way he's bowled this year and been successful. But I think he's been made to look, say, just okay. But I just think these two have played really well, don't they? Out there in the middle, really tight techniques. Hill's on the back foot, just nudges that one down towards fine leg where Brad Wheel comes in. I'm sure we'll see him shortly. 36 without loss. Ball just doing just enough to keep the bowlers encouraged. But I think both these players have played it pretty well, left when they've needed to. I can't think of too many plays and misses actually.
No,
can you?
No, not many at all actually. Maybe one or two from Kyle Abbott actually when George Hill was early in his innings. But I think it's one of those ones where sometimes a new ball doesn't do anything. You almost want it to get slightly older and see if anything happens after that.
Yeah. Live, he's on alone outside the off stump, and it's also you get the feeling sometimes that certainly with Abbott's spell, 6 overs none for 16, and Barker now into his last ball of his 8th, coming up none for 20. That if they were to bowl a similar spell again, maybe this afternoon, with that little bit of movement, that things might happen. I think it's just one of those at the moment where nothing happens, and that happens.
It does. Yeah, it really does.
Sometimes you've got to give credit to the batters, and sometimes it's just one of those spells where it's not quite going your way. Barker bowls. That's down the leg side. That may have flicked away because it's past a diving Ben Brown. What's that come off? umpire signals 4. It's off the bat.
Runs.
That went very fine. It's a good shot there from Adam Lythe. Just slightly the wrong line from Barker there, and Lythe will pick up a boundary. He moves on to 16, and Yorkshire 40 without loss. That's 55 minutes worth of play this morning. Good decision so far to bat first. I think James Vince at the start, when he was being interviewed out there in the middle, I think he said Hampshire would have batted as well. So good toss to win for Yorkshire.
Definitely, and like we said, you know, from where we are looking at the pitch, it just looks like it's a good batting wicket. So yeah, and I guess with it, like we said, with the tactics, it's put the runs on the board and then try and put the pressure onto the opposition by giving them a total to get to.
So Ian Holland, whose first over was a maiden, starts his second here, runs away from us. And playing late again is George Hill. Ball just come back at him a fraction. I'm just looking at the championship games we've had so far here. The very first game against Somerset, I have to say, an under-strength. Were you doing? I think you were.
I was here.
Game,
yeah, I was here.
An under-strength Somerset side, and the game was over in 3 days, which Hampshire won by an innings and 113. Somerset 180, all out in the first innings. Hampshire made 428. It was a bit of a one-sided contest. That's pushed out into the covers, and there is no run. Lancashire here, which unfortunately was spoilt on the last day because Hampshire were looking to take 10 wickets. Whether they would have done or not, of course, would have been a different matter, but that was spoilt with the rain on the last day. Hampshire made 246 in their first innings. Lancashire made 240. And the game against Gloucestershire here, which Hampshire won by 87, Hampshire made 342 in their first innings. Gloucestershire 179. So, give you an idea of the range of scores we've been having outside the off stump, left alone by Hill. Not sure what that actually is telling us, really.
Well, I mean, for me, it's probably telling me that there is some runs in the wicket, but at the same time, there's always a little bit in it for the bowlers. So if we were seeing scores of 500 plus, then we'd know that it's predominantly for the batsmen. But you know, with those sort of in-between scores, it shows that there's a little bit of this, there's something in it for. Yeah,
there is. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a length ball which Hill pushes out into the covers. And I think sometimes, you could almost say that the standard of the bowling as well. I mean, Lancashire looked particularly strong.
Very strong.
With their bowling. And actually Hampshire did pretty well to get to 246 because they were 40 for 5 at one stage. Yeah. So definitely, there was a lot of movement on the first morning.
Yeah.
Much more than we're seeing here. But there's always been a little bit in it, isn't there? That first sort of morning, first day. Here's Holland again, Hill forward. Nice accurate straight delivery there from the medium pacer. Gets the ball back on his follow through. But I think also sometimes when you're looking at totals, you also have to look, how did a particular side bowl?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can let sides off the hook. I think Gloucestershire here, their bowling was all right, but there's been better sides bowl here. Here's Holland again. Oh, as he edged that through to the keeper, I thought he had. That's nipped away. You could see the deflection off the pitch, and from up here, it looked initially as though Hill had edged it, but that's a great delivery. Great shape on the ball there. Not surprised Hill missed that. I thought for one moment that he may just have edged it, but 2 overs, 2 maidens for Ian Holland. Good delivery.
I think that's what we spoke about, wasn't it? With in terms of sometimes you want that ball to get slightly older, and sometimes if you start working on one side, it starts to move a little bit more. And Ian Holland has started really well with his first couple of maidens.
Certainly has. Charlotte Taylor and Jonathan Doidge will join you at the end of this over. There'll be a double change. Looks like Jonathan's been down the shop to do some. He's got coming with a couple of shopping bags. Barker bowls. Oh, and that's edged. And has he edged it through to the keeper? No. What a ball. That must have just swung. It was full. And Lythe was stuck on the crease, jagging the bat down on that, and it went through to Barker. It went through to. Wow, that's a big leg break.
Yes.
From very full length. Lythe, who's been coming forward to deliver such, I don't think he picked it up.
No, he didn't look like he picked it up because but there was some good shape
Cool, wasn't there just?
Really good shape on that.
So there is still a little bit there in the air and a little bit off the seam, as we're seeing at the moment. It's overcast at the moment. Lithe drive does get forward there, and they've gone through a quick single. Have to hurry as the throw comes in at the bowler's end. That's Gubbins, did well there actually. Looked like a comfortable single initially. I think Lithe thought it was, and then about a third of the way down thought, hang on a minute, Gubbins has got to the ball. But Gubbins was off.
I think that's quite an important part of batting, I guess, trying to rotate that strike, obviously, when you don't really want the bowler settling in to just, you know, bowling a line and length to one batsman, especially with this left and right hand combination. That's, it's definitely worth doing to keep the bowlers thinking.
Has Barker bowled much over the wicket to Hill? I'm just trying to think actually. He seems to be predominantly around the wicket. Hill plays that late into the ground, fielded in the gully by Ian Holland. I think sometimes when you see the ball swing like you did there to Lithe, just think to the right-hander, Barker could try a few more over the wicket.
Yeah, we've seen him a few times this season, and it seems that round the wicket line is his sort of go-to to the right-handers. I mean, personally, I'd love to see him bowl over the wicket, maybe every now and again, just to see what happens and change the angle slightly. Yeah.
Here's Barker. In again, and Hill just pushes that behind square on the offside, where Anaya Donald does the fielding. Right, okay. We were saying earlier about trying to weave words into the commentary. Michael from Recklesham, cricket@gmail.com, says, good morning, my word for the day is trench. Just putting my bean poles up in the trench. Was thinking about lunch and the word pudding, but playing Yorkshire, that wasn't going to be too easy. Right, trench, okay. So at some point, Jonathan Doidge, when he comes on, I'm passing it over to Jonathan. That's flicked away down the leg side, and that'll be 4. Slightly too leg side line there from Barker on that occasion, and Hill moves on to 28, 45 without loss. So Jonathan, in the next half an hour, when he comes on at the end of this over, will use the word trench in his commentary, and I, for one, will be hanging around trying to see how he weaves that word into it. Looking forward to that. Charlotte Taylor will be joining him as well in a double change. Southern Vipers off spinner, who was up at Northampton yesterday. Not playing, but she was there with the Vipers' victory over Sparks in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final. And the Vipers currently hold both the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy from the back end of last year and the 20 over trophy as well. Hold both domestic titles currently. There's Barker bowls and Hill's playing inside the line. Right, myself and Stanley will take a break for half an hour. Thank you, Stanley. And I'll let Stanley go, and I'll bring Jonathan in. And then when he's ready to go and already chatting to you, must be nice to have a northern accent back on the commentary for the Yorkshire fans. Probably had enough of those southern accents for the last half an hour. And there will be a southern accent in along to balance Jonathan out with Charlotte Taylor. Welcome back, Jonathan.
Thanks, Kev. Aye, happen. As if for next half hour. So, Ian Holland, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Adam Lithe with a delivery that nips back quite sharply, but it was wide of off stump. Yeah, I did manage to, if Stanley will permit me to move his jacket there, get a couple of shopping bags while I was out. The story is that it's just age, aches and pains from doing a bit of workout, and there's a lot going on. How can we put it? As Holland comes in, it's wide of off stump and Lithe leaves it. There's a lot going on in terms of aches and pains. So I went to the bar downstairs and I said, would you mind just can I have a bit of ice in these 2 plastic carrier bags that I'd gone and got out of the boot of the car? She came back, honestly, there must have been 20 kilos of ice. I've got a bag full of ice in my room. I had to take it into the room and put it in the sink. There's just far too much of it. Just, you know, a little bit for the thigh and a little bit for the ankle sort of thing while I'm standing here. Holland in and Lithe shoulders arms, and there is no run. So that's it's not a shopping trip. It was just an ice trip. Good morning, Claire.
morning.
Well, good afternoon, I should say.
Charlotte, it's
Charlotte, sorry.
That's okay,
It's
no,
Claire Taylor. I've worked with you
it is, yeah. And
before back
there's
up
way
north.
too many Charlottes in cricket at the minute. We just realised there was 3 in our team yesterday, and not one of them go by Charlotte.
It was the Claire Taylor thing that was, yeah. So, Adam Lyth 17 and George Hill on 28 so far. 2 slips and now a gully in place. And that's angled across Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms, and there is no run.
We were just talking earlier, weren't we, about how good this wicket looks?
Yeah. I think I've got to tweet a photograph of you.
Do you? For
Definitely.
any particular reason?
Yes, because you're standing on a chair
I know,
to do the
just
commentary.
to be able to see. I know, it's a real problem we've got here at the gantry at the Ageas. It's very high, and the barriers in front of us here are also quite high, and someone that's vertically challenged means that...
Holland in again, and Lyth runs it out into the offside, no run.
Yeah,
You say vertically challenged, do you measure up at over 5 feet?
Sometimes.
Okay.
5'1" at a push.
If you're standing on that chair?
Yeah, no. If I'm stood on the chair, it's an extra 3 or 4 inches, and I'll take it. But it is a problem here at the Ageas. For me only. No one else shares the same issues.
Well, we've previously actually had the table shoved right up to that barrier at the front, so you can see a little bit more. But if we sit down, it's difficult, isn't it? You miss half the pitch because it's shrouded in mesh and metal framing as Lyth drives into the offside and gets a single this time, moving him on to 18, 46 without loss. At the end of that Ian Holland over, which went for just the one, so 18 overs gone. 7 minutes past 12. It's been a positive start for the visiting side, having won the toss and decided to bat first.
Yeah, both the batters look like they're in the mood to score. It's like we said earlier, it's a good wicket, and they're taking full advantage of it this morning, and very few false shots, and some good ones, especially the ones back down the ground off Abbott earlier. I enjoyed those ones very much.
Of course, what happens when you bring a bag of ice?
Yeah, then it melts
into conditions that are warmer than freezing, is that everything gets soaked. It's not going well.
We've got a change of bowling from the pavilion, and Brad Wheel's going to have his first turn of the morning, or the afternoon now, and he gets an opportunity as Mohammed Abbas misses out as he's at home at the minute. He's going to come over the wicket and going to cross the left-hander of Lyth, and he runs towards us here. He's got 2 slips and a gully, and he comes, and it's just outside the off stump and goes through to Ben Brown, the keeper.
Who's done well, by all accounts, according to Kev, since joining the club.
Yeah, he's done very, very well. Fits right in, and yeah, he's been brilliant to just bolster that middle order, Ben Brown. And Brad was almost he is very unfortunate not to have got an opportunity until now, because he was our leading wicket taker in this competition last year. As he comes in again over the wicket, same result, left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lyth.
Yeah. So we've got some words to work in during the next
Trench
20 minutes or so.
on a flat wicket. You can't even. There's no way that you could get trench in to describe the wicket in any way. That's not a possibility.
No.
Even in sarcastic terms, I'm just not sure how you're going to get it in. But it's a challenge for you this morning. As Will comes in again, left alone outside the off stump once again. Good length, good carry.
Well, we could do it by word association, I suppose. I did just say the word no, and Bond fans out there will know that the first Bond film was Dr. No. They might also know that the second Bond film was From Russia with Love. And, of course, the Bond girl who appeared in both those movies, the character, played by Eunice Gayson, went by the name of Sylvia Trench.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, he's done it.
Bingo.
That's a good leg delivery by Will. Just nudge to point. No run. I think that's successful.
I think Kev's walking out because I've got the word trenching in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's not happy. He didn't even hear it. By word association.
Thank you.
He wasn't listening though, was he?
No.
Showed no interest really. after throwing the gauntlet, showed no interest whatsoever and now walked out.
We're lucky we kept him for 10 minutes after his commentary stint. He's usually somewhere off around the ground.
Yeah, he's always running around. He's got a power walk on him. Wheel again, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Live. He's looking to run. Good positive cricket. Well fielded in there. I think that's Nick Gubbins in there, well fielded. Barely touched that and it flew to cover. Field change. Square leg goes back onto the boundary. He's got a fine leg as well. There's a short ball coming. As he bowls the final ball of this over, and it's a good length ball and push back up to him. And that's a good over by Brad Wheel. It's a maiden in his first. And it gets a round of applause from the crowd.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Charlotte Evers has emailed in. You can do the same on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Good afternoon to you, Charlotte. Hope you're well. She says, in response to the request for words that you might use, I think from Kevin, may I suggest Basingstoke? In the Gilbert and Sullivan opera Rudigo, if I've pronounced that correctly, it is cited as a word that teems with hidden meaning.
Oh. Well, there we go.
Or concatenation.
Yeah, well, that's hard. That's a lot harder. Maybe Basingstoke. If you can say it, you can get it.
A series of interconnected things, apparently, concatenation.
Oh, there we go. I've learned something today.
So here is George Hill on strike and Holland into bowl to him. Inside edge into the leg side. There is no run. Pitch looks in great nick. The general look of the pitch here. There's obviously one or two worn strips around, including the one immediately to the right as we look at it, the west side of the strip they're playing on. But lots of that dark and lighter green stripy stuff going on the square, which is a fair size as Hill drives this latest delivery, but no further than Abbott, who is at mid-off and there's no run.
He's playing well, Hill. I like the way he's going about his cricket. Looks to be positive, hits strong down the ground, and only 21.
Yeah, he's quite calm, unruffled sort of a player. He's not one of these fidgeters, really. He just tends to play his shot, stand there and wait for the next delivery. Doesn't do a 5-yard dash to square towards square leg. Good delivery from Holland here, leaving the batsman, but again, he's playing late, and so he left it late enough to not have to push at that. Through to the keeper, no run. John Logan says, morning JD, it's great to have proper cricket back. Normally of late we've been critical of Yorkshire's first innings batting, but on this occasion, from looking at the live stream, I'll bring you the rest of that in a moment as Holland's delivery climbs on George Hill and through and behind. I don't know why, John, I've got an email from you dated the 30th of August 2021.
Slightly out of date.
Here's another one though from John, which says, great to have county championship action back after a surfeit of crash, bang and wallop on what appears to be a decent pitch to bat. It's pleasing that Pato has decided to put his feet up and let the Yorkshire batters do their thing first. I've got an idea for a new series for BBC Sounds. Holland in and Hill defending into the offside. He says, provisionally entitled Girdler in the Wilderness, BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle interviews County Championship Division 2 cricketers in Sherwood Forest, culminating with a visit to the Royal Oak Tree, Clumber Park, as an alternative location if and when required. Kind regards, John. P.S. Can Kev use the word dapper at some point in the commentary, please? It's a
That's
word my
one I'd
dad
love
used
to
to
hear.
use regularly when referring to someone's smart appearance. Here's Holland again, pushed into the offside. This delivery by Hill. And again, there's no run. End of the over. Holland with 4 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 1 run so far. And Edward Harlan says, JD, lovely to have proper cricket back and more so proper commentary after your previous north-south double act. Could you please use Ginnell in your commentary? Edward.
Ginnell.
Mm.
What does that mean? I don't know what Ginnell means.
So
or is it a thing?
You might
or?
say snicket or passageway.
Oh,
or
I see. Yeah, yeah.
Shortcut or
Yeah.
pathway. But in the north, we say Ginnell.
Right, okay.
Driftway gets used as well, doesn't it? Walk down the driftway.
Yeah. They do. Wheel's going to continue from the pavilion end. That's a shorter leg delivery. Live tries to pull it, and there's a misfield at mid-wicket by Felix Organ. They do get 3 for 1, but he didn't get all of it. And he'd be almost disappointed then that he didn't put that away. But they pick up 1 nonetheless. They move to 47 for 0. Field change for the right-hander.
Steve Connor says, morning JD and Kev. And Charlotte, great to see county cricket again from Steve in Basingstoke.
Basingstoke, there we go. I was going to say it, and then I thought it might be a trick question, actually.
We've got Basingstoke in it. Charlotte
Charlotte
Evers suggested Basingstoke should be.
I think we're 2-0 up, Kev. I think that's what we're trying to say. Will comes over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's just pushed back up to him. No run. Dapper, I think, is going to be easier because it's a descriptive word. I think it's easier to get descriptive words in rather than a thing.
Mm. Dalton says the female commentator said vertically challenged. That might be you, I think.
That was me.
Which golfing commentator said that, and to which golfer was he referring? David
Gosh,
Dalton.
now it's turned into a quiz. That's even harder. Will comes in again over the wicket. Good length delivery, no run.
Well, there aren't a surfeit of golfing commentators, although there are more these days than there once were. I would guess it's probably somebody mega famous in golf commentary circles, such as a Peter Alliss or a Henry Longhurst, who might have said it about a golfer. And it could have been somebody like Ian Woosnam, who was notably vertically challenged.
Well, there we go. It's got to be right. Will bowls again. I don't know if that carried to slip. It was a good leg delivery. And it's a great stop if not. Comes out the outside edge of George Hill. Let me just look again on the live picture feed. No, well short. Brilliant bit of fielding. Ian Holland's right hand. Would have gone for 4 if he missed it.
Yeah, quick reactions, lightning fast reactions.
Wish I could field that well in the gullies. That's Will bowls again. It's a tight line.
Charlotte, I just wish I could bend down that far.
At the minute. I just realised they might have given you all the ice to maybe create an ice bath for yourself.
It will be in a moment because it's melting on the floor beside me. Because the other thing I forgot to take into account was that I probably needed to bring a towel with me to.
I think we're all right for flooding, though. I think it might be okay.
Kev's just done the sort of headmaster look there. He's looked over the top of his specs at me as if to say, "You northern fool."
Will comes in again. That beats the outside edge, and it's 1 run off that over from Brad Wheel. Yorkshire 47 for 0 after the 21st. Good start from Wheel.
Well, look at this. He's even supplying sort of tissues of a fashion to get rid of the worst of it. That's wonderful. Ish. It's just smeared it around a little bit.
That's okay.
Soaked some of it.
That's okay.
So the worst of the residue off the off this delightful table we have in front of us. Looking forward to the paella.
Yeah, I've gone for the paella as well, actually.
Paella 3, Stanley. Beef. Oh, let the side down, Stanley. 3-1 to Paella, I'm afraid. Ian Holland in and bowling to Adam Lythe. It's wide of off stump and Lythe shouldering arms. Shall we have a look around what's going on elsewhere? Dare we looking at the test match? Well, yeah, can get out from behind the sofa for the moment. 155 for 2 England, but still trailing by 398 runs up at Trent Bridge. As Holland precisely places those feet and comes in past umpire Kettleborough, who's standing a fair way back from the stumps. He's got to be 5 yards or so from them. Another dot ball from Holland. Somerset 44-3. I can see Kevin tears at that. Down at Taunton against Surrey. And also in this division, Warwickshire, the champions, of course, 57 for 2, having won the toss and chosen to bat against Lancashire. Holland in, good delivery, big appeal for LBW here. Lyth beaten with the ball shaping back in towards him. Have a look at that one on the...
Did look like it was sliding
rerun.
initially.
Yeah, it's hit him just about in front of leg stump. In Division 2, the Wilderness of Division 2 at Canterbury, Gloucestershire 68 for 3 against Kent, who put them in. Up at Chester Street, where I shall be on Friday evening. Seems a long way away from here to be going up there at this moment in time. Holland in and Lyth leaving another one. Up at Chester Street, Durham 56 for 1, having won the toss and chosen to bat against Worcestershire. Middlesex playing Derbyshire at Chesterfield, and the visiting side 59 for 1, having won the toss. And at Cardiff, Sussex 69 for 2, who've been put into bat by the home side Glamorgan. Also playing at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are 76 for 2 against Notts, who won the toss and stuck them in. Number 22, Ian Holland here at the Ageas Bowl, wide of off stump, and Adam Lyth leaving another one. He's 19 off 67. He's playing a similar sort of feel to the knock he played against Warwickshire at Headingley. Lots of patience. He can really put his pedal to the metal in the early stages. If the ball's there to hit, he'll score quickly, but that's credit to the Hampshire bowling so far, even though they haven't taken a wicket. Hill on 28, 47 without loss, as Lyth pushes another one into the extra cover region to complete a maiden over again by Holland, who's now bowled 4 of those from 5 overs, conceding just the 1 run, so 47 without loss.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, hasn't he, Holland, since he's come on? Painfully accurate, gives nothing away.
So what's the way in here for Hampshire? I suppose they've just got to keep plugging away and doing that Stephen Patterson type thing of top of off stump.
Yep, try and keep it as simple as possible. That's what both these bowlers will start to do now. As Wheel bowls and it beats the outside edge of Hill, goes through to the keeper. Good delivery that from Brad Wheel. He's bowled well, considering he's not bowled a lot this summer so far. He's hit the straps well here straight away, which is good for him, good for his confidence as a young player. Been bowling a little bit in the T20 side, taking a few wickets, comes in again, bouncer this time. Hill ducks underneath it.
Yeah, occasional use of the short ball. It's got to be a worthwhile thing to do as well. Wide open spaces here. We saw it back in 2019 when Yorkshire won here. Duan Olivier then in the side, bowling quick, and quite a lot of short stuff, especially if you're not getting much joy out of bowling. Good line and length.
Yeah, keep the batters honest. Big square of the wicket here at the Ageas Bowl. Bowls again, good length delivery this time. It beats the slips, it goes through and it's going to race away to the boundary, and it will be 4 runs. I'm just having a little look at it again on the replay on our live stream, and it would have been a great take, but it did carry to Liam Dawson. It would have been a fantastic catch if he'd taken it, and it takes Yorkshire to their 50 in the 23rd. Would have been a screamer, wouldn't it, if he had taken it?
Yeah, it would have been a belter.
He's got good hands, Liam Dawson, as well.
And it's fair to say it was a genuine edge this time. He slightly open face, but yeah, it was a false shot by George Hill. Moral victory for the bowler, but of course the agonising thing about all that is that it's 4 runs against his name.
Yeah. Unlucky he would feel. Another good length delivery. Beats the outside edge again of Hill. He's just pushing forward at that. Good carry here. It's a good battle this over.
Yeah, Brad Wheel, our colleague Kev James, completely and utterly forgetting that Brad had taken a fifer apparently the other night when doing an interview with him.
It was one of those ones where it all just sort of happened a bit quickly, didn't it? First you look at the scorecard and he had 3, and then he suddenly had 5, and you just sort of forget, but he did bowl well, and that's a good length delivery again.
I'd love to hear the interview. I can only imagine he might have suggested something to the effect of, and it's coming out quite well for you tonight, and Brad probably said to him, yeah, well, I got 5 for 3, you know, what, I think it was coming out quite well, thanks, Paul.
That's okay.
We've all done it. We've definitely
As he waves
done
the ball in his
times,
face.
many times.
I've just taken this home. No, he did bowl well. Bowls again here to Hill. Good length delivery again. Pushed out to point. And that concludes the end of his over. Yorkshire 51 for naught after 23 overs.
Yeah, we've all done it. I'm just glad it's not only me.
That's okay.
So Yorkshire, well, we're getting on towards the hour and a half mark out there together, this pair. They will be happy with the start. 51 is obviously positive at this moment in time in terms of the match situation. It's no great shakes, but it's a positive start. You want to really now, having been out there for 90 minutes, seen they both face exactly the same number of deliveries, 69 balls each. They're in on a good pitch, and they want to cash in. Holland is in as well, bowling wide of Lythe's off stump, and he's not asked to play a shot at that one. He's been the junior of the pair in terms of the scores here, very much the senior in terms of age. 34, the man from Whitby Warrior, as Dave Bracegirdle calls him when we play against Nottinghamshire. And George Hill, very much the junior in terms of age, but 32 on the board against his name. Some lovely straight drives in the first half hour. Holland in now then. This is what can happen sometimes with Adam Lyth. He gets one wide of off stump and has a genuine flash at that. Fortunately for him, misses.
Yeah, you did say he likes to drive anything that's there and likes to score quickly. And does take a bit of a flash at that, but luckily for him, it misses everything altogether and goes through to the keeper. I think it was there to hit, to be perfectly honest. It was a genuine half volley. Just missed it.
Holland again and back into his shell. Lyth just pushes out into the covers. A smattering of spectators around the ground. It's a vast seated area to fill on a day of county championship cricket. People dotted around in various seats. I say this quite often, but it always makes me wonder who chooses their seat in that specific spot and why.
Yeah, and do they sit in the same seat every time? Do they move around the ground?
Yeah. Holland coming in again past umpire Kettleborough. In towards him, and he's gone. They're just shaping in towards Adam Lyth. He's got a thick edge, and he's been caught at gully by Aniran Donald. So Yorkshire have lost their first wicket. They haven't cashed in, and it's Adam Lyth who has gone. Patience also having disappeared. 51 for 1. Lyth gone for 19 off 73 deliveries. And Hampshire, after working hard in that first hour and a half or so, are in and among.
Yeah, they've been rewarded, haven't they, Hampshire? They've been patient. They've bowled well, good lines, good areas, and a thick outside edge from Lyth there. And he goes for 19. Maybe disappointed with that after the flash in the previous over. And the Hampshire boys, they're in a big huddle, and they'll be happy to see that they've got 1 wicket on the board this morning, or this afternoon now, sorry, 12:30.
Yeah, the signs were there just with 2 or 3 balls before, whatever it was, when he had that flash and missed. And this time Holland gets his man. And you've got to give Ian Holland plenty of credit here, because what he's done is he's built up the dot balls, hasn't he? He's gone for just 1 run so far, and he's nearly at the end of his 6th over. 4 maidens, and he's now taken a wicket. So you've got to congratulate the bowler on this occasion and the catcher. It was straight to him, didn't have to dive either way, but still you've got to take them, as we know, when they're flying so quickly. Good reactions, snaffled it well. So Lyth caught Donald, bowled Holland for 19, and the new man at the crease for Yorkshire is Will Frayne.
Yeah, it's that sort of pace. It's going to lull the batters into a drive, isn't he, really? They're going to look to drive him if it's slightly pitched up, and he's just finding a little bit of movement, isn't he, really? So it's seam bowling, what we've seen, but it's a kind of a different angle of attack, isn't it? And that's probably one of the few mistakes either batter have made. I thought they've done a fantastic job for the first hour and a half this morning.
Holland coming in and bowling to Hill, to Frayne, I should say. It's down the leg side. Both right-handers, of course, now. Will Frayne, number 31 on his back. Liz Mitchell. It's the first time we've heard from Liz this season, I can recall. Good afternoon to you. She says, as someone who spent a lot of time in the cricket wilderness of the noughties without subscription TV, this is such a gift. Added to the excellent comms, and the coverage is just top-notch, never to be taken for granted. Big up, hashtag BBC Cricket, as Frayne firmly drives back to Holland. Final ball of a very good Ian Holland over, and a very good spell so far as well. 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1, and if Yorkshire haven't got away, he's one of the serious reasons why they haven't. Yeah,
it's ideal, isn't it? Because there is a little bit there in the wicket. You know, it's not loads, but there is a little bit there, and you know, sometimes just having somebody that bowls just a little slower, you know, very much medium pace, having to pitch the ball up a little bit further with the batters looking to drive. You know, there is always that chance, and he's done exactly that. But he's been accurate at the same time, which of course is important. Jonathan's going to do one more over, and then Stanley Marissa will come in alongside me, take you through the last half an hour until lunch. Is Brad Wheel outside the off stump, and Hill leaves alone. Score remains on 51 for 1. But I just thought both Hill, who's still there of course, and Lyth did a fantastic job this morning. Just shows, you know, everybody says and everybody knows how difficult opening the batting is in county championship cricket. All right, we're playing second week of June, so people will say, oh yeah, well okay, it's not April, but even so, you know, there is a little bit out there, there's a little bit of nibble, and yet both of them, I thought, showed really good technique and concentration out there, played really well. It's a good opening partnership, that. There's Wheel bowls, and that's on the line of middle and leg, and that's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. That's timed beautifully to a length ball. Strong looking shot there from George Hill through mid-wicket, and that's one of the shots of the morning for me, that. He moves on to 36, 55 for 1.
Yep, delightful stroke. He looks a proper player.
He does.
For the long term, does George Hill.
So you got dapper in, didn't you, in the commentary, the word dapper? Did you get Ginil? What is it?
No.
You didn't get Ginil in, or did you get dapper in either?
What, Ginil the opposition each time you play them, that sort of Ginil?
I don't know what it means. Always wrapped on the pad. And I've got to do a quick 30-second update. We'll just try and work that out. I didn't even know what it means before we even use it. I wasn't sure. I listened to some of yourself and Charlotte, but I haven't listened to it all. Quick 30-second update of the previous hour and a half's play. I'll try and sum it up in that hour and a half gone this morning. Yorkshire winning the toss, electing to bat first, are 55 for 1. Good opening stand between Adam Lyth and George Hill came to an end just a few minutes ago, with Lyth driving at the medium pace at Ian Holland, and a thick outside edge went very quickly to Aaron Donald in the gully, and he went for 19. But both players played well against the ball. It is nibbling around from time to time. Hampshire having to work hard. 55 for 1. George Hill has 36, and Will Frayne, the new batter, yet to get off the mark. 55 for 1. Right, so is it Ginil?
Oh, Ginnell, sorry, right.
Ginnell,
yeah.
Right, see,
yeah, we got Ginnell in.
Well, you got that in as well?
No, we didn't get Ginnell in, we just explained what it was.
Oh, right, OK, so we've got to get into the commentary. So I didn't hear that bit of the commentary. Wheel bowls, thick outside edge. That's a great diving stop there by Donald, flung himself to his right. Oh, he's good in there in the gully. Score remains 55 for 1. So, first of all, what does it mean?
Well, we can get it in by saying that in the previous over from this end, you could say that there was a George Hill snicket. He snicked it. It's a bit like a snicket, really.
Is it the same thing? Right, so he ginnelled it to Donald. Is that what we're saying?
No. A snicket is different to a snick, isn't it?
Right. But what's ginnell? Where does ginnell come into
We'll
that
forget
then?
that.
Oh, he's playing at that one. Definitely playing at that one, George Hill. And that's been most unlike him this morning. 55 for 1.
Ginnell, snicket, alleyway, that type of... So it's a... well, I'm just thinking locally back home, growing up, there was a ginnell around the back of... between two sets of houses, you know, one street facing one way, one street facing at a different angle, and you'd walk through the ginnell from where I lived up to the A65 in Horsforth.
Right. So in terms of trying to get it into the
cricket
match
commentary
situation.
It's going to take some thinking about. I think we need a second session for that one.
Yeah, I think we're right. Jonathan, thank you. Stanley, Marissa, and myself, Kevin James, will take you through till lunch now. So that's a length ball there from Ian Holland, which Will Frayne pushes back to him, and there is no run. I have absolutely no idea how we're going to get that into a cricket commentary, the word ginnell. I think we'll have to think about that over lunch, and that is Jonathan Doidge making that noise. Whatever it was that dropped, it was a porcelain cup, and it didn't, because this is a very unforgiving floor, and it didn't smash. So that's a pretty good effort in itself. Here's Holland, runs away from us, length ball to Frayne, who pushes it out on the onside, and there is no run. Welcome back, Stanley.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, pretty good last maybe half an hour, 45 minutes for Hampshire. Ian Holland and Brad Wheel have come in and actually done really well, actually. You know, we spoke about that new ball sometimes not doing too much, and sometimes you almost want that lacquer to go off, and yeah, it looks like the last sort of maybe 5 to 6 overs, the ball started moving around a little bit more and a few more plays and misses, so yeah, they'll look to build on this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here's Holland again, bowls outside the off stump, and that's a good lead from Frayne. He's coming well forward. Ian Holland has taken just the 6 wickets before today, but he doesn't bowl lots these days, not with Abbas, Barker and Abbott in the lineup.
Yeah, and he sort of strikes me as that sort of bowler that kind of kisses the surface. Sometimes you need those bowlers that sort of push that ball up and give it a chance to swing and seam a little bit, and yeah, ask the batsman to actually come on the front foot and play those big drives that you want.
Outside the off stump, he's certainly getting some good carry through to the keeper, keeping it well pitched up. It's sometimes, isn't it, it's the bowlers that pitch the ball further up that allow the ball to just shape a bit more. Yeah,
definitely. And yeah, like I said, he looks like he does sort of push that ball up. He's obviously not that, doesn't have great pace, but he still gets that ball through. So yeah, he's asking some good questions, and he looks like he's put on a little bit of weight, actually. I mean, in terms of strength-wise, he's looking a little bit stronger, actually. So
bulked up a bit, perhaps. It's a length ball which is driven up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. Yes, well, there's been a break in the championship. Ian Holland's been playing a little bit of second 11 T20 cricket, doesn't play for the first team, and during the break in this competition, it was announced that he'd signed a contract extension through till the end of the 2023 season. A chance to speak to him about that at Chelmsford a couple of weeks ago.
Happy with it? Pleased?
I think you'd be happy with any contract. I think as a professional player, you know, any time you're extending, it's always good news as that's pushed out on the offside, because that's basically what you're doing, isn't it? Really, you're playing for a new contract. That's what the game's all about, isn't it? Another maiden over from Ian Holland. Great stuff from him. 7 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 1.
Yeah, really impressive figures they are. And, you know, honestly, it seems as though they've come in and, you know, Brad Wheel is actually putting the pressure on the other side, and obviously with Ian Holland bowling the maidens on this end, you know, that's what sort of brought about that wicket of Adam Lyth, because you could see that he was 19 off 70 odd balls, so he was concerned, and he was trying to not get on with it, but he was trying to move it on a little bit, just because he was getting stuck, and you know, that's the sort of pressure that you want, and those dot balls do create that pressure.
That's right. He hadn't really looked to do that, had he, up until that point. As I say, the opening partnership was very impressive. There's Brad Wheel then bowls, and Hill in behind that straight delivery, plays that out quietly on the offside. I think that's as good as, you know, opening partnership, not in terms of the amount of runs scored. I mean, it was 51, but in terms of an hour and a half of 2 opening batters negotiating some decent tight bowling. It was good to watch, even though the scoring hasn't been that quick.
Of course, and I think, you know, as a captain, if you've won the toss and you've chosen to bat, you know, if your openers, you know, put 50 on the board without losing a wicket, you'd be really happy with that.
That's for sure. Length ball again from Brad Wheel, playing his first championship game of the season. Hill pushes that out square on the offside. Lily's back on the tweets at Sun Sport. Good opening partnership from Lythe and Hill it was. I hope Will Frayne gets some runs, she says. Will Frayne averages just 23 career-wise, so needs to improve on that a little bit. But those, you know, it's still early days for his career as well. This is only his 25th first-class game, playing inside the line there. I know the Hampshire fielders are getting a little bit excited sometimes when Hill pushes forward, but he is genuinely, I should say, playing inside the line. Will Frayne playing just his second match of the season in the championship this year. So we'll look to impress. He's at the non-strikers end, faced 8 balls, not yet off the mark. It's Hill who's faced 78 balls for his 36 with T20 mode there, mentioning all the balls. We're in the 27th over as well of the morning session. His Wheel, right arm over, and Hill plays that into the ground. Good stop there from Norrin Donald. He's looked good in that gully today.
He's looked lively, and he's taken a good catch and made a couple of good stops. So yeah, obviously he'll be really pleased to be back in the side. So, you know, after obviously all his injury problems, and yeah, it's just good to see him back on the pitch and actually making contributions, and yeah, batting well and fielding well. So yeah, looking good. 2
years out, and Norrin Donald with all sorts of knee operations, had a real bad time of it. There's Wheel again, bouncer, and Hill safely negotiates that one as it goes past him through to Ben Brown. He played the first 4 games of the T20 as well, actually, and unfortunately Hampshire losing the first 4. I guess somebody had to pay for that.
Yeah.
And Donald was one of those.
Yeah, it was a slightly tricky start, wasn't it? You know, obviously you lose, like you say, you lose 4 on the bounce. Something kind of has to happen. You need to change something just to try and get, you know, things going. And yeah, unfortunately then they started winning it. So
yeah, that's the worst thing that happens, isn't it? Out the side, and then the side starts winning. They've won their last 4. Look, a totally different side that's left alone. Slightly wide of off stump there from Brad Wheel, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 9. So things have certainly tightened up here a little bit with Yorkshire. It's a maiden over from Wheel, so the Yorkshire total isn't going too far at the moment. And of course, that's what it's all about, isn't it? If you're not taking too many wickets, then don't let the opposition get too far ahead too quickly, and that's certainly been a feature of Hampshire's bowling attack this year. Barker this morning, 9 overs, none for 29, so economy rate there of over 3s. Kyle Abbott, 6 overs, none for 16. That was just over 2.5, but Holland and Brad Wheel have brought that economy rate right down, very miserly. And Yorkshire really just sort of playing out time here, really, and that's just how Hampshire have been going about their bowling this year. Just sort of squeeze insides, and even if they don't take wickets for long periods, the opposition have never really got too far ahead. And then of course you know, the wickets start coming along again, and it keeps the pressure up. Abbott's back into the attack here, bowling to Frayne, who pushes forward, out square on the offside, and there is no run. I can't help thinking though, Stanley, that you know, an Abbas here as well would have certainly kept the pressure up.
Oh yeah, no, he's
nibbling it around.
He's a world-class performer, hasn't he? And he's done it, you know, on the international stage, and he's done it, you know, throughout his county career as well. So, yeah, look, again, you know, this is a world-class bowling unit, and you know, it's
certainly is. Here's Abbott again, bowls to Frayne pushing forward again. It's gone out to point. They're only scoring at 2 and over at the moment, Yorkshire.
That's a big thing as well. Like you say, if the wickets aren't coming, as long as you're not going for those runs, then that pressure is going to build, because, you know, every batsman likes to see that scoreboard moving. So if they, you know, the Yorkshire batsmen are going to be looking up and thinking, oh, you know, we're not exactly going anywhere, but they, you know, they've showed some good patience, and I think they need to carry on doing that. And like you said, it's a high-class bowling unit, so you've got to wait for that, you know, for that loose delivery and make sure you pounce on it.
Yeah, it's a length ball which Frame works to mid-wicket. I think they got excited because they probably felt that was a sort of a line of delivery that should go up towards mid-on. Came slightly across it. I've had a suggestion of how we can use the word ginnel from Joe, who's on the ground. She says, I guess you could use the word ginnel if a ball travels through the slips as it's like an alleyway. Because obviously there's a narrow gap between the two. Yes, we could. Or you could set the scene, describe the stands with multiple ginnels. So little alleyways between the stands, like ahead of us is Frame. That's a lovely shot down the ground, and that's a beautiful diving stop at mid-off by James Fuller. And you can tell how good that was because the crowd has given him a warm round of applause. I have to say, I thought that was going through.
Yeah, it did look like it. Yeah, again, Wolf Rain actually playing down the ground quite nicely. Yeah, we've seen a number of those on drives and off drives that, have been struck quite nicely. So it looks like, again, the pitch is coming on quite nicely. Yeah,
I agree. There's Abbott, bowls, legs, ball, that's nipped back as well. Good delivery, but a good leave. Good cricket all round there. I think you're right, and I think actually, it's probably there's no sort of scientific thought process behind this thought, but I think I've seen more straight drives from the Yorkshire top order here than I have from a few sides that have come here.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking just early season. I'm talking about maybe in the last season or two. I think sometimes you forget that actually 4-day cricket is about playing straight as much as you can. They've certainly done that this morning as Abbott bowls. That's nipped back, but it's slightly wider this time. 55 for one. I suppose you could also say that it's a narrow channel that the bowlers are bowling generally in first-class cricket. I suppose you could say it's a ginnel.
Yeah.
Ginnel.
Yeah.
Could you say that?
I guess.
That's gone through a very narrow ginnel through to the keeper, Ben Brown. I mean, we've got it in anyway. Whether it's the right phrase.
I think that would be probably the toughest of the day. I think that
there won't be many tougher than that. In fact, Leon Bumberis has tweeted. He says, Kev, instead of saying corridor of uncertainty, you could say the ginnel of uncertainty. There you go. See, if only I'd seen that before. Length ball from Wheels that pushed out on the offside, start of a new over. Yorkshire still 55 for one, and the scoring rate definitely slowing as we get through the session, really. And we are just over 10 minutes away, 13 minutes away from lunch. Thank you very much, Leon. I wish I'd seen that before I just said that last one. So yes, the ginnel of uncertainty. Perfect.
Fair.
Whether anybody else agrees that that's a perfect way of describing it, I don't know, but it feels like it. Wheel again from the pavilion end bowls, and that's a lovely shot through the covers. Push drive there from George Hill. After it is Nick Gubbins, and he dives. He can't quite get there in time. Beautiful shot. George Hill just lent into that.
Yeah, really good. Again, George Hill, we talked about pouncing on anything that's slightly loose, and obviously with the attacking field with 3 slips and a gully, there's going to be gaps in that offside. So yeah, he's lent on that nicely and got himself 4. Yeah, and continues on his merry way. Yeah,
he's looked good this morning. No doubt about that. The 21-year-old. Wheels at the top of his mark. Comes in again. Runs towards us and bowls. He's playing inside the line. I know there's a few shouts of all. I think that's a good delivery from Wheelthough. I think that's just nipped away. Yeah, just watch the replay on the live feed. Yeah, but he's definitely playing inside the line, isn't he?
Definitely. There's a lot of hands on heads, and he seems like that sort of batsman that keeps you excited with the way he plays. But yeah, like you say, he keeps playing inside that line, which is a good tactic. At least he's not pushing towards that ball and getting those slips into play.
Agreed. 3 of them, Vince, Dawson and Ian Holland, and Donald, a fine gully. That's straighter, plays that with a dead straight bat as it goes back to Brad Wheel. The other games, actually we'll keep up to date with the test match, of course. England 176 for 2, replying to New Zealand's 553 all out. Lee's one of the 2 wickets, 67. Crawley was out for 4 last night, and Pope is 80 not out currently. That's a length ball again as Hill just guides that out to point. So that's the situation at Trent Bridge and in Division 1 currently. Gloucestershire 94 for 3 against Kent. Somerset 51 for 4 against Surrey, and Warwickshire 75 for 3 against Lancashire. All those matches, plus the ones in Division 2, are available to listen to via the BBC Sport website and app. Commentary teams all over the country covering those county championship matches, and of course the TMS team covering the test match. That's straighter as Hill works that up to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 59 for 1 Yorkshire. Second versus third here at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire against Yorkshire. Kevin James with you, and Stanley Marissa next to me. After lunch, Jonathan Deutsch will be back, so too will Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off-spinner, who was up at Northampton last night. Sure, it was a big night. Did well to get back. She's just nodded her head to say yes. I did warn her. I said, "Are you sure you want to be doing commentary the day after?" I didn't say the Vipers would win it. I think we all down here thought the Vipers would win it, but we couldn't say that beforehand. I'm sure if anybody from Central Sparks is listening, they'll say, "You big heads." Here comes Abbott and bowls. It's a nice drive by Frayne up to mid-off, fielded by James Fuller. Of course, you know the Vipers quite well as well.
Yeah, really good win for them yesterday, actually. And obviously they've been head and shoulders above everyone throughout the tournament. But, you know, again, I guess going into a final with that title of favourites, you still got to get the job done. And, you know, they did it quite clinically yesterday. And, yeah, deserved winners.
Certainly, I guess the Northern Diamonds missing out a place in the finals day. As Abbott bowls, that's nipped back, but that's a good leave from Will Frayne. Yeah, they played the Vipers, needed to win that game to give themselves a chance. Unfortunately, came up second and didn't get a chance to play, or to give themselves a chance to get into the finals. But still, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy to come, which the Vipers have held it both years, just to add that. Here comes so one-sided. Lovely drive down the ground past Keith Barker's left hand. That's going to be 4 runs. Slightly over pitch there from Abbott, but again we're seeing an example there, Stanley, of the ball hit nicely straight and down the ground. Yeah,
lovely way to get off the mark for Will Frayne. Actually, you know, he's been sort of waiting for that ball, and he's pounced on that. And yeah, it's again it's that length that Kyle Abbott's, I guess, maybe might have been guilty of trying to go a little bit too full, because he has been driven down the ground, but the ball isn't actually swinging that much for him, so it might be that he just needs to pull that length back slightly.
Yeah. None for 20 so far, Abbott into his second spell as Frayne pushes forward, goes up to widest mid-off, fielded by James Fuller. I got this email last night, and I know it's John Hooper, who's the Honourable Secretary of the Hampshire Cricket Society, and I know he will be listening. I'm pretty sure he will, so I will read this out as we get countdown towards lunch. John says, "I am writing this email the evening before the first day of the 4-day match against Yorkshire, so I could be proved right, or I could end up with a lot of egg on my face." Oh, it's a good short delivery, and Frank plays that well, just staying inside the line. How can the ECB expect teams to be ready to play a 4-day match just over 36 hours after the end of their T20 match? Hampshire's game at Cardiff finished just after 9 o'clock on Friday night, and by the time that they had returned to Southampton, it must have been well into the small hours. Well, if it was anything like me, yeah, it was, on the Saturday morning. This surely means insufficient time for rest and recuperation, let alone practice for a completely different format of the game. How many wickets will fall in the morning session to cricket shots more attuned to the short format? Well, I think if you're watching here, I think all that has nipped back a long way, and I'm not surprised that Frayne left it, but that did nip back a long way. Just looking at the line on the replay, because we're slightly off centre. I mean, it's come back, but it had to come back a lot more than that. Will directly affect the result of the game. Well, I have to say, if you've been watching or listening to this for the first hour and 55 minutes, you would say, well, actually, the batters are not affected by T20 cricket at all.
No. You know, I guess with the professionals these days, they're kind of used to the changing of the formats, and they all know exactly what they need to do and how to go about things. Obviously, like pointed out in the email, it is quite a short turnaround.
It is, yeah. I think it's the tiredness more than anything. That's a bouncer, which is over the head of George Hill. We didn't have to react too much to that. That was a good 6 inches over his head. I think the problem might be is the fact that Hampshire being in the field.
Yeah.
For a length of time.
Yeah.
I think Yorkshire would be more than happy that they're batting and the batters due to come in can have a bit of a break. But yeah, I think from what we're seeing out there, for me, the quality of the cricket has not been compromised at all. But then several on show have not been involved. I think he's playing at that. I think that ball's nipped away by Brad Boyle. And Hill is playing.
Yeah, definitely looked like he poked at that one, didn't he? Slightly. Again, it's that corridor. It's good shape again. Yeah, he's bowled really well actually in this 6-over spell, and like we spoke about it, the pressure of actually coming in and replacing a Mo Abbas, it's a lot on your shoulders, but to hit his straps the way he's done is really impressive.
Yeah, 13 he's conceded, and he's into his 7th over here, so still keeping it tight as the others are. Length ball, which Hill pushes back to the bowler. Yeah, so, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, some of the players playing have been involved in T20 and some of them haven't. Barker and Abbott have had a complete rest for about 3 weeks, so not being affected by T20 at all. George Hill has been playing a couple of second-team games for Yorkshire in the T20, so nothing to affect too much there. Slightly shorter this time, and Hill has to play that sort of on his toes.
So difficult though, isn't it, Kevin, with that, with the schedule as it is, they're almost trying to, I guess, cram the games in a way, but trying to get that schedule right. And I guess as team management, you then have to work out what you do with your squads. And like you said, a few of the players that were playing today weren't involved in the T20, and I guess that would be the same for most counties.
Yeah. Got biggish squads, haven't they? Will Frain's played 4 T20s in the first team for Yorkshire. He was taking a quick single up to mid-on. That's a good awareness there. That's more like a T20 quick single. That one, Abbott, who was at mid-on, was always second best for that one. So listen, I'm still, I don't know about your thoughts, Stanley, but I'm of a believer that once these players can adapt pretty easy. Really, I think a lot of people make a big issue out of it. I generally don't. I think it's easy to say when somebody plays a poor shot, oh, that's because of T20s, but actually batters have played poor shots in county championship cricket since the advent of the county championship, so that is nothing new. Here's Wheel bowls, and that's a length ball which Frain pushes back to him, and that's the end of the over. And it's 64 for 1 then Yorkshire. Frain has 4. George Hill, who's been there since the start, on 41. The one batter out after an hour and a half. Adam Lyth driving at Ian Holland, getting a thick outside edge, went quickly to an Aaron Donald, did well, though it was straight at him. Lyth went for 19, and Hill and Lyth had put on a half century. In fact, they'd put on 51 at that stage when that only wicket so far of the morning session fell. And I think this is a good chance that this will be the last over before the lunch break. Sun's disappeared behind some clouds. It's high cloud, pockets of blue sky. It's Abbott bowl short, and it's pulled around, helped round on the leg side by George Hill. Moves on to 42 now. Yorkshire 65 for 1.
Yeah, they'll be keen for a little cheeky breakthrough just before lunch. So yeah, Abbott will be pushing for that wicket. I guess to go in 2 down when you've lost the toss and you are bowling first, it's not it's not a bad result. And
it's not, is it?
No. And I guess for Yorkshire as well, to go in 65 with just a 1 wicket down is
happy with that.
Yeah, happy with that as well. So yeah, it's kind of even at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's one of those where you just got to keep plugging away as a bowler here, and it's not a flat wicket, totally flat, that's for sure, as Frain pushes forward. But of course, as the ball gets a little older, then it'll get a little harder to find a little bit of movement. Joe's on the ground, just messaged me to say Hampshire were going to bowl 32 overs in the first session with all seamers bowling. That's pretty good going. It's pretty good going. It's not easy when you're not bowling any spin to maintain the over rate, and Hampshire one of a couple of counties or so that have been penalised this season with over rate. And of course you lose a point, of course, if you do. That's a thick outside edge to a length ball there from Abbott as that goes down towards third man, but he's kept it down well, Frain, again by playing the ball late. And he moves on to 6. 67 for 1 as a plane takes off at Eastleigh Airport, just to our right. You can see it climbing the sky.
Yeah, we've spoken about that late, well, playing the ball late, and it seems like, you know, the Yorkshire batsmen it's been something of a high focus for them, and they've actually done that quite well, and yeah, negotiated that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's obviously been something they've worked very hard on. There's obviously a play late coach in their ranks. As Frame pushes forward, goes back to Abbott. I don't think you can emphasise it enough, can you? Because I think on another occasion here, if you had batters that go hard at the ball a little bit, I think Yorkshire certainly would have been 2 or 3 down by now at least.
Definitely. With those edges that we saw that dropped short of Liam Dawson, you know, if you were going hard at that with hard hands, those probably would have carried.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, a couple, and it's been to Dawson as well, haven't they? It hasn't been anybody else. It's just been to him. That second slip, and he's still in there. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, it's a length ball. Frame pushes out and finds the gap at extra cover between the cover fielder and mid-off, and comes through for a single, and he moves on to 7, 68 for 1. We've got 1 ball until lunch.
Yeah, intriguing session so far actually. The batting team hasn't actually got away, but at the same time, you know, they've been really solid and setting themselves up with a good foundation. But yeah, Hampshire will be keen to come out after lunch and try and make some further inroads into that batting lineup.
Yeah. So last ball then, Abbott comes in and bowls to George Hill. And that's a length ball, and Hill leaves that one alone through to the keeper, and that will be lunch on day 1 here in this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire, second against third here at the Ageas Bowl. Yorkshire 68 for 1, having won the toss and elected to bat first. George Hill 42, not out the opener. Will Frayne is 7, not out. That 1 wicket that fell. Adam Lyth, an hour and a half into the morning session, caught in the gully by Donald off Ian Holland for 19. 51 for 1 the score was then. It's not T20 cricket, that's for sure, and it's completely the opposite really, scoring at 2 and over, but it's still been watchable, Stan.
Yeah, very, 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 very good for both sides actually. A slightly wayward first half hour for Hampshire, but yeah, they've been really good, and Ian Holland came in and bowled well in partnership with Brad Wheel, and Will Frayne and George Hill have actually, you know, negotiated things quite well. Obviously Adam Lyth, they lost, so, but I think both sides will be pretty pleased with where they're at. Obviously Yorkshire 68 on the board. Hampshire maybe would have liked maybe 1 or 2 more wickets, but you know, they'll take the situation as it is and look to come out after lunch and try and make some further inroads.
Thank you very much, Stanley. Stanley will be back in the afternoon session, as will Charlotte Taylor and Jonathan Doidge. Stand-up bowler for Hampshire, no doubt about it. Ian Holland, 7 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 1. Join us again in just under 40 minutes time, where we will bring you live commentary of the afternoon session. to the Ageas Bowl, where we are moments away from getting underway the afternoon session on day one of this county championship match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire won the toss, selected to bat first. They are at the break 68 for 1. With George Hill 42 not out. Will Frayne is 7 not out. Adam Lyth, the one batter to go after an hour and a half. Caught in the gully by Donald off the bowling of Holland for 19. Holland with the amazing figures of 7 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 1. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers off spinner Charlotte Taylor. Also Stanley Marissa is with us. Used to play a bit of first class cricket in Zimbabwe. Now plays his club cricket up in the north of Hampshire. But I'm Kevin James, and to take you through this next 20 minutes alongside me is from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. Got that right this time. Jonathan Doidge.
Well done, sir. Well done. A manful effort. It was a manful effort to get back up here, wasn't it, from where we've just eaten our lunch, which was somewhere in the distance out on the east side of the ground, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Nice bit of chicken and paella. And got all the steps in, every single one of them on the way back to rub that one off, I think. Keith Barker then to open the afternoon session. And then he comes bowling to Will Frayne, who pushes firmly back to the bowler.
You did particularly well for a man that's got a lot of aches and pains and been icing all over. Your movement was exemplary.
Icing as in ice, as opposed to icing as in
yes.
cake. Sadly, that's why I've been icing, to get rid of the mass that's accumulated from things like icing on cake. Will Frayne on 7, that customary high backlift and ready approach, and he pushes into the offside no run. He's spent a bit of time in Zimbabwe himself, Will Frayne, during the winter, playing a bit of first class cricket. Scores of 45 and 88 against Rocks, whoever they may be. Not familiar with the Zimbabwe domestic teams. 6 and 22 against Mountaineers, and then against Rhinos he made 12 and 85. Got 100 as well against the Universities in the warm-up game up at Wheatwood, just up the road from the ground at Headingley, and he's opening the face and running this one wide of Gully for a single, moving him on to 8. His scores, well, recently he played in the match against Warwickshire and got 31, the only innings in which he batted. Played a second team game and got 30 odd against Derby. And then since then, T20 of course, and he's had scores of 12 not out, 22, 19 and 2. So he'd love to put another good score on the board here, I'm sure. Getting first use of the pitch. The openers did at least see off the shine as well before he was asked to go out there. 24th over when Adam Lyth was dismissed. Here's George Hill pushing firmly into the covers. No run.
Stanley will help you out with those Zimbabwean teams a bit later.
Yeah, quizzing him about that. That's a good one actually. Liz Mitchell has tweeted with regard to Ginnell. There's a well-known Yorkshireman who talks about the corridor of uncertainty, the Ginnell of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Barker in, pushed into the offside squarish this time by Hill. There's no run. Sean in Rounday says the same. Arthur Stoyle said, I've seen none of the Yorkshire batters have hit it in the Ginnell today.
I hope you carry on that phrase, bowling in the Ginnell of uncertainty, throughout the rest of the season, Jonathan.
Martin says, how about Lyth flashed in the Ginnell of uncertainty, to paraphrase Sir Geoffrey. Here's Barker to Hill. It's wide of off stump and leaves him, but he leaves it too. End of the first over of the afternoon sees Yorkshire having added the 1 run on 69 for 1. Sandra Barton says, you're very lucky, as in East Yorkshire it's cloudy, very windy and no sun at the moment, same as yesterday afternoon. There we are, we've got a full weather update from East Yorkshire.
That might come in pretty handy at some point down here. But yeah, just to fill everybody in, we are trying to incorporate your suggestions of words into the commentary throughout the day. We've had a few. That's why we were talking about Ginnell. I think we had Dapper earlier. Trench we got in somehow. I wasn't. I think you got the word trench in, didn't you, into the commentary? Which
Sylvia Trench, yeah.
That's it. So any words that you'd like us to include into our commentary today? Obviously words that we can use on air, not ones we can't, because obviously we won't. At Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com, and
BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
yeah, see, that's why I forget, because it's quite long. Fuller's into the attack. That's outside the off stump with his right arm quick mediums.
I was obviously listening then.
Yeah, you were, just.
And at Jonathan Doidge as well. Edward Harland has been in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com and says, JD, if you know of any bow-legged cricketers, that old Yorkshire saying comes to mind, couldn't stop a pig in a ginnel.
Ah, bow-legged.
Mm.
Yeah. Here we go. See, there's all sorts of uses for that word. I've never heard of it before. Sunshine is out for Fuller, running away from us and bowls, and that's nicely clipped off his toes by Will Frayne through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Beautiful shot, nice piece of timing.
Yep, very strong off his legs, and give him a bit of width as well outside off stump. It'll go, because we saw him play a straight drive, didn't we, to get off the mark as well today. Lindsay O'Regan says, hello Jonathan, I scored this first session 60-40 in Yorkshire's favour. In these conditions I think Hampshire would have expected more wickets. 2 to 3 would have been par, I think, but Yorkshire haven't completely got away from them either, as is so often the case.
That's a lovely shot off the back foot there by Will Frayne. Just opened the face of the bat and guided that through backward of point for 4 runs.
Yeah, super stuff. As is so often the case, to go back to Lindsay's email, the next session will be critical. If Yorkshire can win the afternoon as well, they'll have a solid base on which to build another big first innings total. And it's actually been a reasonably happy ground for them in the last few seasons down here. Not happy that they didn't take the final wicket to finish it off last year, but very much had the better of that game.
Yep.
And won here quite convincingly in 2019. Didn't play here in the COVID year, or the first COVID year.
That's right. Here's Fuller again then, and bowls to Frayne. It's a better delivery. Frayne's forward, pushes that up towards mid-off. Yeah, 3 draws previous to that, and Yorkshire won in 2015 as well, so it is a good record.
Yeah, Lindsay sent another email in as well saying, I read a report last week that Adil Rashid has not closed the door on Test cricket. He'd be an obvious candidate for next winter's tour of Pakistan. Is there a chance he could be available for the county championship later in the season? Don Best continues to improve, but Adil remains much more of a match winner. It'd be great to have him around at the sharp end of the season.
Fuller again to Frayne. Frayne pushing forward, thick inside edge as it goes out square on the leg side. Yeah.
Have you heard anything? No is the answer to that, Lindsay, but then I'm not hearing much, really, these days from within the camp.
Is he not playing T20, Rashid?
He's been playing T20, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, he came up with his best performance with the ball by some distance in the thrashing of Birmingham, I should say,
Okay.
at Edgbaston on Friday.
Fuller again to Frayne. Frayne gets a good length ball, which he pushes up towards mid-off. That's the end of the first over after lunch, which has yielded 8 runs, and Yorkshire have moved on to 77 for 1 with Will Frayne on 16 and George Hill 42.
Yeah, so no alarms in the first 2-3 overs after the lunch break as far as the batting side are concerned. And although, as has been pointed out, Yorkshire haven't got away, you know, if they get over 3 figures and still haven't lost a second wicket, they'll just start to probably feel and play with a bit more confidence, and the fielding side, they know they're going to have to stick at it and keep pushing hard here and just retain some sort of consistency, maybe bowl dry, as they say. Barker in, and George Hill playing inside the line of that again. He often looks like he's played and missed, but actually he just watches the line of the ball and keeps his bat inside the line quite tidily.
Yes, it's once you get used to it, you'll have obviously seen it a lot more than we have down here. But I think once you get used to it, you kind of know 90% of the time what he's playing at and what he isn't.
So here comes Barker again, striding in, round the wicket, left arm, and pushed into the offside by Hill. Just changed that angle of attack to spear it in towards the stumps, make the batsman play. Good thinking from Barker. 3 slips, no gully at this end. There's a backward point. He'd be probably 10 yards backward of being square on. Long leg is starting off from about 5 yards or so in from the boundary. Mid-wicket cover, and a mid-on and a mid-off as Barker comes in again. And Hill takes it very late once more, pushes to point, no run.
Yes, it was mentioned, wasn't it, before lunch, that a feature of Yorkshire in the Championship this year, apart from all the draws, is the fact that the first innings totals have been pretty impressive, haven't they? And you can see why here. You know that there is definitely a method in the way they play in the first innings of a 4-day game, whether they're batting, of course, after the opposition or before.
Yeah, because there's been much criticism from our correspondents and listeners of their first innings batting over the last few seasons. Hill opens the face and pushes that out squarish on the offside. No run. So it's been good to see them put some totals on the board. And of course, people like Joe Root have been involved in 2 or 3 matches, which doesn't do any harm. David Milan scored a few runs, and Harry Brook has been absolutely on fire, as good a form as I've seen anybody since I've been sitting in the chair. Here's Barker in, that's just leaving Hill, but he's also watching it go by. He's just been playing as if he can, you know, bowler delivers ball, I'll decide, okay, I'll put it in that gap. All right, no, maybe that gap next ball. It's that sort of a feel to it this year.
Well, got that to look forward to. Released by England, wasn't he, for this?
Yeah. Barker coming in once again, running towards us, and a similar delivery to the previous one. He's joined up 6 dots, and therefore that's his 3rd maiden from 11 overs so far. He's gone for 30, and as ever, they've taken the score off the board. But it was 77 for 1, I think, last time I saw it.
Yeah. Peter Chapman has been on the email, sonandcricket@gmail.com, under the heading of strange words. He says, hi, I live in Cornwall, and the Cornish word for a little alleyway is an OP. I presume I've got that right, OPE. I presume it's OP. Apologies if I haven't. I challenge you to work that into the commentary, says Peter, who lives in Penzance. Well, I suppose the easiest thing to say with that one, as we used for Ginnell, as fuller bowls, and that's in the OP of uncertainty, almost. 77 for 1 as that's pushed up to mid-off, but I think we'll have to find a different way to describe the word OP. I suppose you could say that when we came up the stairs into this camera gantry, we come up the OP.
Yeah.
An OP. It's narrow, isn't it? It's a narrow stairwell. Hopefully that's done that justice. OP, I've never... There's been a lot of words this year that that have come out that I've never heard before, but that's not that's not saying a lot, really. Outside the off stump, and Ben Brown doesn't take that cleanly as the ball just goes through into him quite quickly, almost like kissed the surface and came off a little quicker. Left alone by Frame.
Unusual, Ben Brown, safe pair of hands. Played really well at Hove, I seem to recall, when Yorkshire were down there playing Sussex.
77 for 1 then, Yorkshire, having been 68 for 1 at lunch. Fuller introduced into the attack for the first time. Runs away from us and bowls, and it's on the length, and that's exactly what you were saying, Jonathan. Don't bowl too straight to Will Frame, because that's 4 more on the leg side. This time a little squarer, just backward of square leg, but a similar type of delivery that Fuller bowled him in the first over after lunch, and it's got exactly the same result. Frame moves on to 20, and it's 81 for 1.
Yep, say it again, strong off his legs, timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah, he does. Don't bowl too straight to that man. Liam Williamson has also emailed sonandcricket@gmail.com. Says, afternoon all. He's at the ground today, loving a bit of county cricket on a Sunday. Here's Fuller and bowls. That's a good line. Frames forward though and plays that up to Barker at mid-on. It's living up to its name. We'll also... What's slow on a Sunday? We'll also be attending this Friday's T20 with a group of friends. Hampshire playing Kent here next Friday evening, which I imagine will be a very different experience. Well, it should be. This will be one hell of a T20 game if we get this sort of pace of batting. which I should imagine we won't, even though Kent are struggling this year's T20, the defending champions. Thanks for your excellent commentary as always, says Liam. Thank you. Here's Fuller again. It's a nice shape on the delivery there, isn't it? Just shaping away from the right-hander. It's a good leave from Frank. Yep.
He's, there is a bit of aerial, but he's just got that feel of it's just a little bit close. I don't know about you, or if I'm still just warm from the distance, the sheer distance from where we ate our lunch back to the con box. But it feels warmer, and as you were saying about the sun, that'll be a little bit later on if it's out at 5 o'clock-ish, but yeah, it just feels a bit more muggy.
Yeah, you're right. Fuller bowled a little bit wider off stump, so Frank's certainly not playing at that one. Leaves that alone, end of the over. Fuller's bowled 2 overs, none for 12. 3 fours. 3 scoring shots off the 12 balls that he's bowled. 81 for 1. Frayne has 20 and Hill has 42. I think what you're probably saying is that by the time you've walked over the other side of the ground, had lunch and walked back, it's almost time for another meal.
Yeah, although I'm just looking down at the cushion.
The cushion?
Looks like I've got a cushion stuffed down the front at the moment. That's breakfast and lunch for you. 81 for 1, Keith Barker going in to bowl here to George Hill. Good delivery, then an appeal for a feather behind. Umpire not remotely interested. The 3 slips and Keith Barker are all looking in that quizzical manner as if to say, well, what did that hit them? Because we definitely heard something.
Great delivery. This is Barker round the wicket to the right-hander where the ball angles in and then it straightens. It's very difficult to know what to leave and what to play at. Batters are just having a look at the mark where the ball bounced. And Barker's got quite a few of his wickets with batters. Not sure if the ball's still coming in with the arm or it straightens when it bounces.
So Hill waits again, high backlift once more, it's full. There's an appeal for LBW again here by Barker. There was bat involved, he turned it to mid-wicket, but it was whether or not it struck the pad first.
It's doing too much. Yeah, he's got it going now. He's got the in-swinger going and he's got the ball that pitches and straightens. So he's got 2 lines of attack here against the right-hander, and this will test George Hill, this will test most. And it has tested most in Barker's career. This could be an excellent spell. Has the potential to be if Barker keeps it in the right spot. And over the years, he has tended to do that.
Game on. Barker in again. And once more keeps Hill honest. He pushes out into the offside. No run.
He's taken so far this year. Keith Barker, 27 wickets, Hampshire's highest wicket taker by 1 over Abbas, who's not involved in this game. And, he's been as good, for me, he's been as good as this year as any time since he's been at Hampshire, and I would suggest maybe during his time at Warwickshire as well.
Hill waits again. This one leaving the right-hander, but not interested in playing it. So George Hill, 42. Next little milestone to tick off is that half-century. Will Frayne on 20. Frayne with a first-class ton to his name against Surrey at Scarborough. That was back in 2019. Here's Barker again. That's wide of off stump, and Hill watches it go by. But Will Frayne's opportunities in first-class cricket limited in recent seasons. He played against Northants early on last year, April. He was thrust into the Roses match at Old Trafford very late in the day last year when Gary Balance didn't play at the last minute. I'm talking on the morning of the game. As
it's
out. He's gone. That is so unlucky. Will Frayne this time. Keith Barker bowling the delivery. George Hill driving it straight. Frayne just wandering like batsmen at the non-striking end do, slightly out of his ground, and Barker has got a fingertip on that, and it's through and hit the stumps, and Frayne has gone for 20 from 40 deliveries, and Yorkshire are 82 for 2 in a way that we hadn't quite imagined.
That doesn't happen too often in your career, that's for sure. I think if it happens once in your career, you're pretty unlucky. But Hill actually had some pace off the bat with that push shot, and it only needed just a little tickle there off the fingertips of Barker, and it was always going to be too quick for the batter to get back in time. So a little bit of luck, absolutely no doubt about that, but just sometimes it helps. And they've played well, the batters so far this morning, and always a run out is a nice little bonus, however that run out comes.
Yeah, very much a bonus. Hampshire will see it as reward for their hard work. Barker might see it as reward for keeping things tight. But the truth to that is that he actually over-pitched for the first time in that over, and it was a very good, legitimate stroke by George Hill, and just very unlucky for Will Frayne at the non-striking end. Struck it so cleanly. So gone, run out, brackets Barker for 20 off 40 deliveries, including 4 fours, and he was playing nicely, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, so that's probably given the Hampshire team a little bit of a lift, but what it does do is it brings that certain Harry Brook out that Jonathan Doidge has been mentioning earlier. 840 runs already in the championship this year, averaging 140. Wow. No wonder he's on the fringes of the England team, having been released from the test match at Trent Bridge to come and play here. I think Yorkshire and Yorkshire fans will be very, very happy about that. Maybe not so much from Harry Brook himself, who I'm sure much rather would have been playing at Trent Bridge. But anyway, he's here. Got 100 in the first game against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Got 84 in the second against Northampton at Northampton. The list goes on. Comes in Fuller, and he's wrapped on the pad, but it's bounced a little bit too much. 194 in the draw against Kent at Headingley, and 123 against Essex at Chelmsford, and there is still more. 82 not out in the draw against Lancashire at Headingley.
Yeah, that 194, highest first class score, obviously not far short of a double ton, and I think he probably just got tired there. Honestly, it's another part of the learning curve, isn't it?
Here he is facing Fuller again. It was way outside off stump. And Ben Brown's taken that, at least in front of the first slip. May have just been towards the fringes of second. Only 23 years of age as well.
Yeah, just had a fine season. Yeah, 194, 123 as you mentioned in his next knock. He's just looked $1 million most of the time. The 41 he scored against Lancashire at Headingley was at the time his lowest score of the season, and it was brilliant. 41.
Facing his third delivery here as Fuller bowls. That's a good line and length. It's played well on the front foot by Brook, out into the covers.
And he got an absolute gem of a delivery by Matt Parkinson to bowl him, because he just raced along that day. He's been very good to watch.
So 3 balls he's faced so far. Yorkshire 81 for 2, having been 68 for 1 at lunch. Here's Fuller again, runs away from us and bowls. That's a good length ball, and Brook plays that off the front foot, steers that into the covers once more, and there's no run.
And his average has rocketed this year as a result. It was too low for a player of his capabilities, but it's suddenly 36.29, 7 tons to his name now. And if he gets to 60 in this innings, then he'll have ticked off 3,000 first-class runs.
Ooh-ah. There's Fuller. So he's obviously in a rich vein. As Fuller comes in and bowls, and that's 4. That's punched down the ground, and that'll be 4. Slightly over-pitched, and that was put away easily from a man who is obviously finding batting quite easy.
Yeah, and I think there's no coincidence. There's an expression of the harder you work, the luckier you get. The harder you work, the easier it gets, and he works very hard.
Does he?
He hits a lot of balls, I think, in practice. Yeah.
Another Yorkshire-born player as well. You've got a few in the side, haven't you? Here's Fuller. Comes in again and bowls to Brook. Brook leaves that one alone. Outside off stump, through to Ben Brown. End of the over. Thank you, Jonathan. He's got another break. Gosh, he's a lucky man coming down here with all these breaks. 85 for 2. I'm sure it'll be the same when I go up to Headingley. As Brook has 4 now, and George Hill, who opened the innings at 11 o'clock this morning, is 42 not out. Jonathan will be back at past. With Charlotte Taylor, but it's Stanley Marissa. Played a bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, now plays his club cricket up in the north of Hampshire, back alongside me. Welcome back, Stanley.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, breakthrough for Hampshire. Probably not in the way that they were thinking, but, you know, at this level, or any level really, you'll take those.
You do see it, don't you? I mean, not very often, but you do see them. But as I say, as an individual batter, it doesn't happen to you very often. Barker bowls, and forward is Hill, thick outside edge with one that's straightened on him, and it's gone along the ground all the way down to third man. Might see that a bit actually with the way Barker's getting the ball to straighten round the wicket.
Yeah, he seems to have come out after lunch and actually started putting the ball in a really decent area, and starting to actually, seems like he's got control of what he's doing with that ball, because he's obviously got that one that comes back in and the one that is straightening from that outside off stump length. So he's putting together some good sets here. So yeah, they'll be pleased with things so far.
Yeah, 9 overs done for 29, his first spell this morning. I mean, it was okay. There was nothing really wrong with it, but I think by his own high standards, as he comes in again and Hill pushes forward and it goes out into the covers. Listen, they get into a groove, don't they? I know everybody will say, oh, it's tiring playing one 4-day game after the next, week in and week out, and it is tiring. And then all of a sudden you have, 3 weeks off, 3 and a bit weeks off, and then you're expected to replicate what you were doing week in and week out, and I'm not sure that can always be the case.
No, like you say, exactly that. It can't be easy after having such a little bit of a break and then coming straight back into it, and it might take him a session or two to get back into his work. And
agreed. Certainly the ball seems to be doing a little bit more for him as well, as Hill's off the back foot, steers that to backward a point where Donald fields. I'm thinking back to Gloucestershire here at the championship game where Mohammed Amir was bowling, and of course he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket for quite a while now, has he? And you could see actually as the game went on and on, he just got more and more into it. You could just see it, spell by spell.
Yeah, highly skilled, and I think we are seeing Keith Barker coming over the wicket. It appears for possibly the first time, I think, in the game to the right-handed batsman. So it'll be interesting to see how what his angle and what his mode of dismissal is at the point. He might try to shape the ball back into that pad and see if he can.
That'd be the plan, I should imagine. Comes in again and bowls to Hill, who does straighten on him a little bit, but he plays it late, as he often does. And plays that out square on the offside. Did quite actually well to get that out square on the offside to a ball that was a very tight line.
So with Will Frane's run out, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think, I don't know, with what we've seen throughout the day and how well people have played straight, is it something that you would, as a non-striking batsman, maybe consider that could happen?
Well, it's probably more likely to happen in this game, isn't it? Because we made the point, didn't we, before lunch, as Barker over the wicket again. Gets wrapped on the pad. I think that's going down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you get another chance to have a look, as we do. Comes in and bowls, and
looks like it was, yes.
Pitch outside leg?
Yeah, and sliding down slightly.
Yeah. It did straighten though. That's what Keith Barker's looking for. I think it's more likely to happen in this game because of how straight the Yorkshire players are playing. For me, they're probably playing as straight as anybody here for a while.
Particularly George Hill, he's been really good down the ground. Impressive.
Yeah. He's got wrapped on the pad there. He's coming forward. I think there's a bit of bounce there. But Keith Barker is just causing a few more problems with this spell since lunch. 89 for 2 Yorkshire. Gets a warm round of applause as well. It's not a bad championship crowd, but most of them are seated to our right because we're on the right side of the ground. That's to the west here as we look. You're not likely to get run out like that if people are banging it wider mid-off and mid-on.
No,
it's not going to happen.
no.
But of course, the more balls that hit straight, then there's always a chance.
It's just one of those ones. It's I've got it like that before, and it's one of those ones you almost just tuck your bat under your arm and just get.
Has it happened to you? Yeah.
It has actually.
Here's pull-up, bowls, and off the back foot, nice punch shot by Brooke. And there is a fielder placed for that deep backward point. Obviously been doing their homework here at Hampshire. Brooke moves on to 5, 90 for 2.
Yeah, like I said, it did happen to me, and we've got a player at our club who is very good playing straight. He actually drilled one back, and the bowler actually stuck his foot out, and it's deflected off his foot and gone straight onto the stumps, and that was that.
It's horrible, isn't it? And I suppose some people listening to this will say, well, don't back up as far, but it's easier said than done. And I think with the pace the ball went back, you had no time to react. That's was a good bounce from short of a length and shaping away, but Hill's leaving that one alone. And Will Frame didn't have a chance really, and I don't think he was that far out initially anyway. John Williams has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Very nice of you, John, saying welcome back to the team and on the live stream as well. He said he watched Hampshire's game at Somerset and the team were a bit biased. Well, unfortunately that's what's happening with some of these live streams. Some of the counties have their own sort of local commentators, and that does happen. Not that I'm picking on Somerset outside the off stump and left alone. I'm just talking generally. But John says glad to have you back, and he's in Poole in Dorset. Thank you very much, John. It's very kind of you. We try not to be biased here. Although one or two visiting commentators come here and say, "Oh gosh, you guys are one-eyed," and we actually look at each other, don't we, Stanley, and say, "Well, actually, we try not to be, and we don't think we are." We will always talk a little bit more about the home side, I guess, but I think generally we try to be fair to both sides. You may not agree. silentcricket@gmail.com. Short ball, and that's bounced almost over the head of Ben Brown, who sticks up a hand, jumping up high. He takes the pace off the ball, certainly stopped it going for 4 byes, and that's quick running. Quick running by the Yorkshire batters. Did they get 3 there, Stan? I think they might have done, actually. Yeah, they did.
Wow.
That's very quick scampering between the wickets there.
That's impressive running, actually.
It was, wasn't it? It hasn't gone up on the scoreboard yet. I was keeping my eye on the ball, actually, to see if it went over the rope. No, it was only 2.
Yeah.
Tell a lie. It was only 2. Apologies.
Yeah, but good pace again from, obviously, James Fuller's come into the attack straight after lunch, and I guess trying to get himself, I guess from James Vincent Hampshire's point of view, try to get him into the game and try to get him involved, and he's always one of those that can make things happen, so I think that's what they were looking at sort of post-lunch too. Length
ball, and that's played off the front foot just backward a square by George Hill, who moves on to 47 now. And Yorkshire on to 93 for 2. You're right, yes, he's used very much as an impact bowler, James Fuller. 11 wickets in the championship this season to date, averaging just under 30, 29. And he has, by and large, broken partnerships when other bowlers haven't.
Yeah, he offers that extra bit of pace, so he'll try and rush the batsman, and I guess he can come in for maybe a 4 or 5 over spell and try and run in hard and make things happen, I guess.
Nice drive there, and always past the diving Abbott, although I think he got half a hand on that, took the pace out of the drive from Harry Brooke. Runs back, though, because there's nobody near him, and they've come back for 3 now. Abbott having to run back a good 15, 20 yards after being flat out on the floor. And that is the end of Fuller's over. And Stanley, as you've said once or twice, this does look a decent pitch. Yes, there's a bit of movement, a little bit in the air, a little bit off the seam, but generally I think the pace and the bounce here is pretty good.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. And I think what's been good actually from a Yorkshire point of view is that when Hampshire have sort of erred in a slightly fuller length or erred in line, they've definitely capitalised and made sure that they've got runs from those slightly bad balls. And I think when the bowling is generally tight, you need to make sure that you do capitalise when it gets slightly loose, which is not really going to happen with such a good attack. So, yeah, cash in when you can.
Yeah, the run rate was sort of hovering around 2, maybe 2.1. It's just increased a fraction to 2.4, which gives you an idea that the batters are starting to sort of find the pace a little bit better. Maybe the ball isn't moving quite so much. It doesn't appear to, although Barker's got 1 or 2 to go in the air and off the seam. But again, it's coming through quite nicely, so the batters I don't think will mind too much. 96 for 2. Barker will continue with his round the wicket line, this time to Harry Brook from that pavilion end, left arm. And that's a length ball which Brook plays forward to, pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Barker's into his 14th over already. He's getting through a few overs. We're only in the 41st over of this Yorkshire first innings. Barker's 3 weeks or so off. He's already been tested.
Yeah, he's he just seems to have quite a mechanical action, and it just seems to. He doesn't look like a bowler that puts a lot of effort into everything, and it just looks like it's so. It's just like a wild-oiled machine, and he just runs in, and he looks like he can run in all day.
He's had to sometimes, almost. There's Brook driving. That's a great diving stop in the covers, and that's Nick Gubbins. That's certainly saved 4. Bit of width this time from Barker. I haven't seen that too often from him. Lovely shot from Brook. He'll be disappointed that that has found. Well, I'm not sure it found the fielder. I think Gubbins found the ball, diving to his right. But I've spoken to Keith Barker, several times this year, because obviously he's been taking wickets, so you tend to sort of speak to somebody who's done well during the day, and each time just before we speak, I say, how you feeling? He says, I'm absolutely knackered. Absolutely knackered. But he still keeps going.
He does.
Here he comes again, and that's flicked away, and that's half stopped through mid-wicket, and again that will be 4 runs saved. It's Ian Holland at short mid-wicket who took the pace off there. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly because it was hit pretty well there by Brook, but fielder behind him sweeping up, keeps it down to a single. 97 for 2.
Yeah, Harry Brook has come out and seems to have timed the ball quite well, actually.
Looks like a player in form, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. By all accounts, it sounds like he's one of those players that just love to bat, and that's always a good thing, because at least he knows he likes to spend time at the crease, and you couple that with having good form and also being a really good player, then you could have something quite special moving forward. That's
for sure. Hill to face Barker. Hill's on the back foot, steers that to Holland, who's slightly deeper this time at mid-wicket. Yeah, 2 youngsters for Yorkshire out there. Hill 21 years of age and Brook just 23. Both born in Keighley. So Keighley's obviously producing some good cricketers at the moment. Not sure what's going on up there.
Obviously a lot of talk of Harry Brook in the England setup. I guess the question is where would you fit him in, and how would you get him in there? But
well, this is it, isn't it? Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there. Another shout, which is not totally convincing. This time it's George Hill trying to work it away on the onside, but he's staying over the wicket here for Hill, and that has swung. And I tell you what, they are close.
He's getting closer, isn't he?
Yeah, they're close. They're just a little too straight. Just needs to be pitching probably another 2 inches more to the offside, because it's straightening up. It's just a fraction too leg stumpish, and because of that, there's doubt whether the ball's pitching slightly outside leg stump as well. Comes in again and bowls to Hill, pushes forward, and that goes out square on the offside. Just the 1 run off that one. And we've had 41 overs in the day's play so far, so we've got 54 left on day 1. 55 left, to tell a lie. At 97 for 2. Hill has 47 and Brook has 9. Yeah, still a bit of shape there for Barker.
Yeah, and I think with him coming over the wicket to George Hill, I think they may have seen that there might be a potential weakness, that he might be falling over that, that front pad slightly, and it seems as though Keith Barker's got that ball coming back in quite nicely as well. So yeah, I think it's definitely something that they look like they've pointed out, and they're trying to see if anything can come from it. But
yeah, you're right. Yes, because Barker tends to favour coming round the wicket, doesn't he? Will bowl over the wicket as he's doing at the moment. Now we've got a change of bowling at the hotel end, our commentary end, and Brad Wheel is back into the attack. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. His spell this morning. Back in the side for the first time this year, although he has been playing some T20 cricket for Hampshire. 5 for 28, his career best on Friday night, and the win over Glamorgan in a low-scoring game at Cardiff. And as Jonathan Doidge has already pointed out to me, speaking to him after the game, I didn't even ask him about his 5 wickets. So there, I got that one out of the way. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Harry Brook. Yeah, I don't know, every now and then I suppose we're allowed to make the odd mistake.
You're only human, Kev.
Correct. I am. It might not sound it sometimes, but you're right, Stanley. The amount of interviews I've done over the years. I mean, there's been many times where I've sort of left an interview and think, why didn't I ask that?
Yeah,
And I do write things down at times, but I remember I did something with Kevin Peterson once. Because he didn't always talk to every journalist around or every broadcaster that's pushed out on the offside when he was here.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, oh gosh, I'm really so lucky that because I asked him, can we speak, and he said yeah, and I was like so stunned that he said yes that I actually forgot to ask him some of the stuff I should have asked him, because I was expecting him to say no.
Yeah, not today.
Yeah, and I just couldn't think of the right questions, and I remember sort of walking back thinking, why didn't I ask him that? Clock showing almost 2:20 here at the Ageas Bowl. As wheel comes in, and that's kept a little low there to Brook, or did he just flick the front pad as it went past him? He's not playing a shot. Ball bounces a couple of times through to...
Yeah, it looked like it died slightly towards...
Yeah,
going towards Ben Brown, which is, I guess, something that can happen, doesn't it? If it does start happening a bit more often, then it might be of a concern, but...
First one we've seen do that, really.
Yeah.
It's been, as we've said a few times already, it's a decent paced pitch. Players can play their shots. Wheel again, bowls, and he's taking the bat away, and it hits the face of the bat, but goes into the ground and fielded at third slip. Nice start here from Brad Wheel. Looks like he's getting the ball just to shape a fraction, doesn't he? Straighten on the right-hander, and yeah, a little bit late taking the bat away, withdrawing the bat there. Harry Brook. Keep me up to date with the test score as well, going on at Trent Bridge. England 242 for 2. Replying to New Zealand's 553 all out. 100 for Pope. Oh, now that's just opened him up a little bit there, Brook, who was looking initially to play on the onside and then readjusted. But again, good shape there from Brad Will. Joe Root, 52 not out. And in the other Division 1 games going on currently, Gloucestershire 141 for 3 against Kent. Somerset having a poor day, 80 for 6 against Surrey. Yorkshire 116 for 3 against Lancashire. All those games are on the BBC Sport website to listen to live commentary. Wheel bowls, and there's a drive mistimed there by Harry Brook. Again, shape away from the right-hander from Brad Wheel, and that's a good over. 97 for 2 Yorkshire. Brooks on 9 and George Hill's on 47, and this game, of course, as well as being on the BBC Sport website, is also available to watch on the live picture feed, which is going through the Hampshire Cricket website. It also, you can download the free Hampshire Cricket app and pick it up there, and that's also, those pictures are going back to the Yorkshire website as well. You'll get our commentary. I'm Kevin James, and Stanley Marissa next to me.
It's very good testing over actually from Brad Wheel, maiden as well, and Harry Brook didn't look, you know, obviously with the first 17 balls that he has faced, he's looked quite assured, but that over he seemed slightly troubled outside that off stump. So yeah, good signs I guess for Brad Wheel and for Hampshire.
Yeah, shows the ball's still doing a little bit, doesn't it? Barker's continuing from that pavilion end over the wicket. Hill gets wrapped on the pad, but again, it's just going slightly down the leg side. But you're right, you know, when you were saying earlier, Stan, swung, isn't it? He does actually just get over outside the line, doesn't he?
I guess it's one of those technical ones, because obviously you can see that the ball is coming back into him, but he seems to have quite a side-on sort of stance in his when he lines up.
He's closing himself off a little bit, isn't it? You look on the live picture feed, that shoulder is very much closing himself off from the line the ball's arriving at. Barker bowls. That's a nice drive, punch drive up to mid-off. Yeah, this is something that I guess he'll learn over the years. I mean, this is only his 16th game, but when you've got to be looking to hit about sort of mid wicket here, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely.
But what he's doing wrong is, because he's closed off, he's playing across the line, isn't he?
Playing across that front pad, which he might be maybe just opening that left shoulder just slightly, just to give himself a bit more access with his hands. So
exactly right. Exactly right. It's Barker again, and Hill plays that out quietly on the offside. Yeah, it's always these little adjustments that you need for, you know, different lines of attack, different bowlers, and by closing himself off and having that shoulder almost right across, then by bringing the bat down, he's then got to come across the ball to be able to hit it. And of course the bat then is going towards not quite square leg, but too square. Not showing enough of the face of the bat.
Particularly when everything actually so far has been from that round the wicket line. So
yeah, exactly right. Here's Barker and bowls to Hill. Plays that okay up towards mid-off. Got excited there, didn't they, behind the wicket? I think the ball just straightened on him there a fraction, but he played that reasonably well.
Yeah, like he's it's a good contest, and he's held his own, and you can't fault him for that, and he's still there, and he's showing good grit, and he's doing a really good job for his side here.
He certainly is, yeah. And I think that's why Barker's been bowling as many overs as I think. How many has he bowled since lunch? He's bowled. This is his 5th, actually. So now he gets wrapped on the pad there again, but again he's just going down the leg side or fractionally. But if you watch it on the live feed, just have a look at this and just have a look at what he's doing, and it's coming to he's hitting that too square.
Yeah.
There's no face of the bat showing whatsoever.
No, because what you can actually just on a slight technical one there, I just saw that his left foot is sort of going towards the offside initially, and then trying to open up his body. So he's actually maybe losing a little bit of time, and that's why it seems like he's getting rushed a little bit with that pace and that swing coming back in. So yeah, it's.
Well, his head is outside the line of the ball, isn't it? So his head is just taking his body weight to the offside, which is not ideal. Oh, that's a good Yorker, and that's dug out by Hill up towards mid-on. That's the thing, it's always about having the head the ball under the line of your eyes. That's a really good over there from Barker. 15 overs, none for 35. Well done to George Hill, though, for managing to negotiate it, but he's tested him. But you don't want your head and your eyes outside the line of the ball. In fact, you've got to keep him in line, and if he has his head in line, it keeps his body in a decent position, doesn't he? So he's not playing around it.
Exactly that.
But by falling away towards the offside, which is what he's doing, that's another reason why he's coming across it.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy for us up here with obviously the benefit of the cameras and the replays and everything. When you're out there in the middle and the ball is hooping into your front pad, it's not that easy to make such a little technical change.
Yeah. Is Brad Wheel then? Bowls, start of a new over, and that's a lovely shot from Brooks, straight down the ground, but only as far as Barker, who's at mid-on. No run. 97 for 2 then, Yorkshire, having won the toss and elected to bat this morning. Adam Lyth, the first to go after an hour and a half. Both he and Hill put on 51 for the first wicket, but he drove at the medium pace of Ian Holland and got an edge. He went quite quick to Donald in the gully. Held on, it went straight at him though. He went for 19, and then Will Frayne unluckily run out at the bowler's end as Hill hit one back at Barker. He just got the fingertips on it, and it went into the stumps as Brook plays that back to the bowler. Another good length delivery. That was 81 for 2. Those are the 2 wickets that have fallen. Sunshine out here, which is always nice. It's been a little bit of a mixture this morning. It's never been cold. Always nice when the sun is just about fully out here.
Slightly breezier down there, actually, when I
yes, it's not a perfect summer's day, is it? That's for sure. As Wheel bowls, another good length delivery as Brook just plays down on that one. The ball goes out on the onside. But scoring not quick. But Yorkshire, I think, as much as the bowling's been accurate, which it has, and a little bit of movement even now, the Yorkshire players seem intent, don't they, on trying to build and give themselves a chance to build a decent first innings total. And that's been a feature, of course, of their play this season in the Championship. Doing nothing different for this game either. Wheel in again and bowls, and Brook, that's a good leave. That's a good delivery as well. Not far outside off stump, but Brook knows that Wheel's looking to straighten it.
He's got that channel. He's settled into quite a nice groove, actually, just outside that off stump. I guess from a Hampshire point of view, they'll be really pleased with the way they've been able to control this run rate. And I think if you're not, like we said earlier, if you're not taking the wickets, you still want to make sure that those runs are kept at bay. And I think it's only a couple of wickets. I always like to look and add a couple of wickets to the situation and see.
Yes. Oh, that's a lovely drive through extra cover. That's a beautiful drive. He waited for that one. The ball straightened on him, but he hit through the line. It was slightly over pitch there from Brad Wheel, but that was put away beautifully by Harry Brook.
Lovely stroke, got his hands through that ball so well, and yeah, a sign of well, I guess a shot of a man in form, and yeah, really pleasing shot. And brings the 100 up for Yorkshire after 43 overs. So yeah, good going, and they'll look to build on this decent start and try and make inroads into a big first innings total.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. 101 for 2. Just that one scoring shot off this Brad Wheel over so far. This is the last ball to complete it. Runs away from us and bowls, and Brook in behind that length ball, pushes it up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So 101 for 2. Brook has 13, and George Hill seems to have been sort of stuck on 47 and around that sort of mark for quite a while here, but working hard to make sure that he gets at least his half century. Lily back on the tweets at Sonnet Sports says, afternoon, Hill's batting well. He is. Brook is in fantastic form. Yes, he is. And she's going to be at Scarborough later for the reverse fixture. Hampshire going up to Scarborough for the first time in quite a while, it has to be said. And in fact, they're going up there twice this year. The reverse championship fixture starts on the 25th of July, and there's a 50 over fixture up there as well on the 23rd of August. I'll be at both. I haven't been to Scarborough. Have you ever been to Scarborough, Stan?
I haven't, no. Yeah. I've actually, as far as I've gone is Leeds, I guess.
Is it? Is as far north as you've been? Well, that's you don't need to go any further.
No, I mean, I guess in terms of, Yorkshire way, I guess.
Yeah. You played cricket up that way? Pushed up to mid-off no run?
No, actually.
No, not
What's Scarborough like? Is it good ground?
It's all right, yeah. I've played there twice. Not in any meaningful fixture. I think the last time I was up there, there used to be an end of. I think there was a mid-season trophy, and then there was like an end-of-season trophy, sort of competition between Yorkshire and a couple of other counties. And I think the year I went up, that's down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown. He's bowling to George Hill at the moment. I think, I can't remember the names of the trophies. They changed with the names of the sponsors. I think one year it was a Tilcon Trophy or something. There was a couple of others anyway. But people up there will know. And we played an end-of-season game, end-of-season tournament up there. And it was us Notts in Yorkshire, I think, the one I played in. So, yeah, so literally the week after the end of the season, or a few days after the end of the season, they'd organise these little festival things.
Nice. And
even mid-season on a couple of occasions. Short ball, and that's pulled away, and it's in the air, or not quite. And I tell you who lost that was Felix Organ out of deep square leg, because he stood there and didn't know which way to go. But that's his 50. And he's worked hard in the last 20 minutes or so, George Hill. 51 of 131 balls with 10 fours. And that was a nice way for him to reach his half century.
Yeah, really good. And I think he'll be really pleased with his work today. And yeah, he's come out against a really good Hampshire attack, and held his own. He's played some lovely straight drives and just held the innings together. And I think he'll look to kick on from this start. And yeah, it's important for his team that he carries on and keeps that momentum going.
Here's Barker, and that's a thick outside edge, and that's rolling down towards third man, way past second slip. It was along the ground as well, and that is 4 more. And Hill, who spent a lot of time in the late 40s, has suddenly benefited with a couple of boundaries there, and he moves on to, I think the scoreboard's got that wrong, 55 now. It's just showing 109 for 2. Third time he's gone past 50. George Hill in his short 16-match first-class career, and has 100 included in that as well. Not bad for the 21-year-old.
It's looked very impressive. Yeah, really impressive. And
just had a little tester, didn't he, for 2 or 3 overs against Barker, who switched around the wicket as Hill leaves that one alone outside the off stump. I'm interesting why Barker's gone round the wicket all of a sudden. Having caused Hill a few problems over the wicket, although I guess the line wasn't quite right, was it? It was.
Yeah,
wrapped him on the pad, but it was just going down.
Yeah, just seemed to keep starting on that straight line and keep going down that leg side. So maybe I think it feels like he's probably most comfortable with, I guess, the round the wicket line
length
does
ball.
Open up quite a few more dismissals, I guess, with that slip cord and coming into play.
Right, thank you, Stanley. He's going to take a break. Jonathan Doidge will be back shortly, but Charlotte Taylor will come in alongside me for 2 or 3 overs until Jonathan is around. Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner. who was up at Northampton yesterday, but didn't actually play, but she joined in all the fun afterwards, I should imagine.
Yes, I did.
Big night for the Vipers?
Yes. No more questions, please. No, it was a fantastic day up there yesterday, and I loved watching it from a very nice vantage point. It was actually quite low. Like, this is very high up, obviously, and we're treated to being very high up here, but Northampton is actually quite a lot lower than I thought, and you felt like you're in the action. It's quite nice.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Here it is. Here's Brad Will then to start the 46th over of the innings. That's pulled away by Harry Brook. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Short ball on about middle and leg, but he just sort of swiveled around and hit that nicely, got on top of the bounce, and that is 4 most definite runs. Never in doubt, that one.
No, he's hit that very, very hard behind square, hasn't he? Brilliant shot. That's why England have picked him up.
Yes, although I'm not playing him yet.
True. To Yorkshire's gain.
Yes, it is at the moment. Well, it might still be come the end of the day, but yeah, they'd obviously rather have him than not, although I'm sure they'd rather see him in the England side. That's a good leave. Good delivery there from
It
Will.
was like a Labuschagne type leave, wasn't it? The
Yes.
extravagant.
Yes.
Was it Trent Bolt as well was doing it, like, and shouting bizarre?
Oh, really?
Yeah, on the stump mic, it was picking up some bizarre.
Okay.
I don't know, like, not like comments, but I don't know, things that. I'm not even going to do it because it's going to do it a disservice. But it was the extravagant waving of the arms plus some comments as well from the stump mic. Yeah, Trent Bolt.
Interesting. Wheel bowls. That's played very late by Brook into the ground, fielded at backward point.
It was producing a lot of entertainment on Twitter
Okay.
as I was scrolling through. Not just me.
No. Not just you looking on Twitter.
No.
No.
I don't think it was just entertaining me. Is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I don't
I
think
see
it was
what you mean.
personalised content, just to keep me entertained.
14 for 2 as another plane takes off from Eastleigh. I thought there's been a few more. I mentioned one earlier this morning. I thought there's been a few since then, but I've just noticed that to our right. You can hear it as well as Brook pushes that up to mid-off, fielded by James Fuller. So 114 for 2. It's Hill on strike, I tell a lie. It's not Hill on strike. The scoreboard has got that wrong. It is actually Harry Brook. The scoreboard has been known to mix up the
It's been known to
batters
make
from
some
time
errors.
to time. Yeah, just it's the odd one.
That's okay. We'll allow it.
Yeah, well. I'm not.
At least you're switched on. That's the main thing.
Yes, that's right. Well, it does test you from time to time, doesn't it? So it does make you concentrate. Good length delivery.
Do you reckon that's why they do it?
Push it on the middle. They do just to test me.
And say, is he paying attention?
Oh,
We'll
yes,
find
that's
out.
right, yeah. Unlike when I spoke to Bradley on Friday night and didn't even ask him about his 5 wickets.
That's okay.
It's not really. It's not.
I'm just surprised you didn't wave the ball in your face. Like, excuse me, I'm taking this home with me.
Yeah. Aren't you going to ask me about it? And I would have still looked at him and thought, well, why would I ask him it? Well, the only question I did ask him was, 17 to win off the last over, what were you thinking? And I'm thinking, why did I ask that question? And yet the bloke's just taken 5 wickets. 114 for 2. Well, he probably hadn't taken 5 wickets by the last over. I think he got 1 or 2 in the last over.
Yeah.
It's pushed out towards the mid-wicket. I mean, I've forgotten the game already. I know it was a low-scoring game. That's all I remember.
It was,
But anyway, I have texted him to say I'm really sorry.
That's
It
good
was a
of you.
poor interview.
That's okay. I'm sure he'll forgive you.
He's that sort of bloke.
Yeah.
So
And he
I'm
gets an
all right.
opportunity here today, which is great. I love that
Yeah.
for him. But did he go to Gloucester?
Yeah, he had a game on loan at Gloucester. Yeah.
I thought it was just one game.
Yeah. They've been short of a few bowlers. They've got a few injuries down there, haven't they?
But then obviously recalled back. And that's the way that the loan system works. It's brilliant, isn't it?
You're not thinking of going out on loan? If you hadn't well, during the Charlotte Edwards Cup, for instance.
It's something that I think has been talked about quite generally, not me personally, but because the competition is so short and sharp, it's quite difficult to then get things. I think you've almost got to think of it beforehand and whether you're going to be in that first team or. So yeah, I think, and it's also something that we've just not had to think about because the competition for places hasn't been as competitive as it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that they'll probably think about, going forwards across the regions.
I mean, obviously you're hoping, and I'm sure, we all hope that you'll play in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. But I mean, if you say you didn't, I know this is probably hypothetical, so you can't answer it, but would you be prepared to?
The thing that's difficult with me personally is that I have to hold a job here. So if they said, for argument's sake, let's just make it the most difficult place and go to Yorkshire, go to the Northern Diamonds on loan, how would I juggle my day job? It becomes then I can't, and they would only you know, pay a certain amount of money, pay as you play contract up there. So it's just one of those difficult things. Abbott's going to come on from the pavilion end and balls over the wicket to Hill, that knocks that into the offside. So it's one of those things where I don't really know how it'd work logistically.
Sure.
Personally, love to, however, got to pay bills. It's like it's a way up between those two things. I spoke about it yesterday, actually, about, you know, some of us that do have to juggle both sides of the game and how difficult that is, and sorry, not both sides of the game, both sides of life, playing and holding down jobs and education for some of the girls as well. Abbott continues over the wicket, prods back past him up to mid-on. There is no run.
So not easy.
No.
No, I can understand that.
But if the funding was there, so we were fully contracted and fully professional, and we could move around, and it's just simple things like how would we train, and even if we just went to the games, could we then still train with our region down here and then just go up for games, or who knows? It's a good problem to have, though. Abbott bowls again wide this time, full delivery, and Hill doesn't really get anything of it, and it just goes up to Keith Barker at mid-on.
Jonathan Doige is back. Looking forward to more of him at the end of this over. Charlotte, you come into my space.
I will.
And then Jonathan can go into his space that he emptied that bag of ice on.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually dried.
It's dried out now, yeah.
I'm not swimming in a puddle, which is really, really good. Abbott bowls again, full outside the off stump. Brings Hill forward into the shot and defends it nicely. No getting through that defensive barrier.
I'm trying to think of one or two that have used the loan system already in the women's game, because you've had Chloe Hill from the Sparks come to Vipers, although she hasn't played. But
no, as sort of like a wicketkeeper cover. But that was done, that was in the pipeline like in the winter.
Right.
Like to the back end of the winter, so it was almost ready to go. I don't think it'd be if you found yourself not in that first 11 for the first team, or that initial squad. As Abbott bowls again full outside the off stump, good movement away from the right-hander.
Has there been any others? Any other teams that you can think of? Any other loans?
Other than, so at the Northern Diamonds, for example, I know that they've not had Siver and Brunt for a number of games. Then they've brought in, I don't know, I suppose they are overseas in like Lee Casbrick and Mariko Hill. They would be loans in terms of they would come but they wouldn't play. They wouldn't stay if other people were available type of idea. Just to strengthen their squad. Abbott again, shorter delivery, it's quite wide. Ben Brown's done brilliantly to take that behind the stumps as it sails past the batter and stopped it for going for four. I suppose it would be byes or wides. We didn't give a wide, so it would have been byes, I suppose. And that's a maiden for Kyle Abbott. I'm going to jump onto Kev's side.
So Abbott 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Yorkshire 113 for 2 with George Hill on 55 and Harry Brook on 17. Brook looking for another large score. He's had a few of those already this season. Just that one wicket that's fallen since lunch. Will Frayne run out, backing up. Flicked on by, well, it wasn't even flicked on by Keith Barker, it just ricocheted off his fingers. He was out for 20, and Jonathan Doige is back with us.
Thanks, Kev. And Brad Wheel continuing from the hotel end. Number 58 on his back, bowling then to Harry Brook, who's got that familiar slightly crouched stance. The ball disappearing down the leg side and not being reeled in by Ben Brown, who ricochets it on its way down to long leg. And they get a bye. So 114 for 2. Brook remains on 17 and George Hill on 55. I'd been out downstairs, apart from doing an update to BBC Radio Leeds, to see if I could find Charlotte a pair of step ladders. But
Did you find
I
any?
noticed that there are some over there when I got back. Here comes Wheel, and George Hill doubled over there, and a bit of pain as well. Doubled over because the ball jagged back on him, and then doubled over because it hit him somewhere around amidships.
Do you know what I do need is one of those tennis umpiring seats.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
That's what I need.
In fact, we all need one of those, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just want one that's a little higher than the rest of us, maybe. Mind you, doesn't matter when you seat it.
No,
does
exactly.
it?
Just need to get up to that level to start with.
You're on another level. That's what we're saying. Here's wheel in, and that's flicked out to mid-wicket. Nicely played by George Hill, who's going well. Been out there a long time today now. We're approaching the actual halfway stage in terms of overs bowled in the day. Keeping up with the over rate as well. The bowling
Doing
side.
brilliantly. How do you think York should be feeling at this point in the game? 115 for 2, like you say, halfway through the overs in the day. How do you think they'll be feeling?
I think they'll be feeling okay. Wheel in, driven nicely by Brook, but it's not going to get past mid-off. I think they'll be feeling okay, as you would at 115 for 2. It's not a bad score, is it? But when you consider the 2 dismissals, though, probably the actual, well, certainly the actual delivery that got Will Frayne out was clearly nothing to do with the wicket. It was just one of those things. I think the Adam Lyth dismissal probably more about the pressure of what was coming before that than the actual delivery itself, perhaps.
And he wafted at one earlier in the over, didn't he? And in that over, just felt the pressure.
His wheel again, nicely played off his legs by Brook, but to mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, I think so. I think you'd probably look back on it and go, well, actually, both wickets could have been avoided. That's what I'm trying to say, really, what I'm alluding to. And you're always looking for perfection. It's never quite good enough, is it, for some reason or other? But I guess against a good bowling attack, you wouldn't be dissatisfied at 115 for 2.
No, exactly. And that's the point, isn't it? It's a good bowling attack, and you want to keep yourself in the game as long as possible, and because it's a good wicket, you need to make the most of it.
Yeah, wheeling again. There's evidence of swing away from the right-hander who leaves it. So end of the over, 115 for 2, 48 overs now complete. That is halfway through the day's play. Yeah, and I think there's not been a lot of gimmies, a lot of freebies thrown up either. So they've had to concentrate hard. That's credit to Hampshire for plugging away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you could talk to me through sort of the rest of the order. Like, I don't know too much about sort of Yorkshire's batting lineup and what we sort of expect from the players coming in next.
Well, Matthew Waite, it's his first-class game of the season, so we haven't seen him in first-class action for a while. He got an injury the day before the first match of that shortened 2020 season. Just check back, but I think I'm right in saying that this would be
his
first-class match since then, because he has struggled with injuries.
Kyle Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls a full-length delivery, and there is no run to extra cover.
My apologies. He has, of course, been on loan to Worcestershire for a short spell, so he has played there. But yeah, first-class match for Yorkshire, I believe. So since what will have been 2019 season. Yeah.
Was he one of the 4 we were talking about the school? That there was 4 of them that they went to. Was he one of those 4 that went to the same school?
No.
No.
These 2, George Hill and Harry Brook. Matthew Revis, who's still to come in at number 9, who's a good player. And Will Frayne, who's already been and gone. Didn't go to that school, but has been coached by the same coach more recently, Martin Spate.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
So 3 of them in this team who coached by Martin Spate and go to that, or have been to that school.
Yeah.
Sedbergh. So yeah, Matthew Waite, I don't think he quite enjoyed his time at Worcester by all accounts, on loan, getting a chance again to play first-class cricket, and he's back in and getting his opportunity here.
Yeah, it's good for him, isn't it? Abbott bowl, cuts that to point, no run to Hill. He's 56 from 145 balls.
So Matthew Waite was kind of the young all-rounder man in possession. Yorkshire have got quite a few players like that, George Hill being a case in point. Jordan Thompson playing in this game, another one. And it was Tomo who kind of benefited from that injury to Matthew Waite. I think I'm right in saying he would have been left out of that first game of 2020 at Durham because Matthew Waite was the man in possession, but Jordan took his opportunity and Matthews found it difficult to get back in, accompanied with those injuries. Yeah,
and it's always about competition for places. Abbott bowls again, left alone outside the off stump by Hill. Through to Ben Brown.
But he's a talented player, all-rounder. He's obviously in here, I guess, as a batting all-rounder. We're not sure whether he will bowl, but he certainly has bowled out on this ground before. Bowled back in the 2019 win for Yorkshire, when he would have been batting lower down. So got a big job to do with the bat, but he's been having a good time of it as well. He's an attacking player.
Good, we'd like to see that later on today if required. That's a shorter ball from Abbott, pulled well in front of square, and it's going to be 4. It's a great shot by Hill. He looks comfortable, doesn't he? He's pounced onto that and slapped it hard for 4 through the mid-wicket region, and that takes the score to 119 for 2 Yorkshire. And Hill, he's 60 not out, and he's looking very good, isn't he?
Yeah, banged that into the pitch, didn't he? Kyle Abbott, halfway down, gave George Hill plenty of opportunity to see it, and he's already been out there a long time now as well. 147 deliveries now, he's not going to miss out on that. But yeah, Matthew Waite, so for example, in white ball cricket at York in a match last year, I think it was, hit 32 in an over.
Oh my gosh. Things that we can only dream of. As Abbott bowls again here, fuller delivery this time, he's not going to make the same mistake. Straight in line.
Are you telling me you've been allowed on the commentary team and you've never hit 32 in an over?
Absolutely
I
not.
thought that was a minimum requirement, Kev James, is it? No.
Has he done it? Have you done it, Kev? Well, there we go. Yeah, that's what I said. I've definitely been hit for 32. Definitely in one of the warm-up games, I think I got hit for 32. But we won't talk about that.
I'm sure I got 32 in an over on how's that? You know, when you roll the dice.
Oh yeah, the dice
Definitely
game,
got 32 in an over.
Yeah, okay. Does that count? Because if so, then I'm back in.
That's the only one I'm claiming anyway.
Okay, cool. 49 overs completed here at the Ageas Bowl. I love it here when the crowd moves around with the sun. They follow in a clockwise direction, follow the sun around the ground. This is the first time we're going to see spin by the looks of it in Liam Dawson.
Yeah. Liam Dawson, left arm. Shades on.
Coolest guy.
Yeah. It would be nice to be that cool, wouldn't it? Look at the state of us, love. Well, no. Me, I'll say. You guys are obviously all cool.
Thank you so much.
119 for 2 then. Brooks 17 and Hill on 60. Hill 60. It's a Leeds reference.
Oh, was it?
Take it from me. Roundy Park. So let's go back to some correspondence if we can. And Sean in Rounday a while ago said, looking forward to watching Brook bat. OP gets a ton.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Here's Liam Dawson, left arm round the wicket to Harry Brook, who pushes to Barker at point. There's no run. Both these players actually good players of spin. George Hill particularly very good user of feet, but Harry Brook can do the job as well. Although, as this next ball is turned to short leg and there's no run, I hasten to add he pinged 41 around the park in the Roses match at Headingley a few weeks ago. I was referring to it earlier on. Then he got an absolute beauty from Matt Parkinson, which cleaned him up.
That can happen, can it?
Yep.
Matt Parkinson, very, very talented.
Here's Dawson then, and there we go. Use of feet straight away from Harry Brook, stepping into the shot, pushing it to mid-on. Mid-on and mid-off, just a little bit deeper, just a few yards, and that's enough for them to cruise through for a single. There is a slip in place, short leg, straight mid-wicket, short extra cover. Barker I mentioned at point, and he's just given the signal to the sweeper on the cover boundary to come up. And so he's on the one as well. There's Dawson again then. Nicely played by George Hill, watched it right under his eyes and just punched it along the deck through mid-wicket. He's only going to pick up one run for that, but if you were talking about putting a shot in a textbook,
that is
you'd be
it.
thinking about that, yeah.
Yep. All along the floor, nice and controlled. Just an easy way to rotate the strike, relieve any pressure, frustrate the bowler.
Dawson again, and this time Brook right over the top of it as well. Martin Bloomfield says another 50 for Root. reckon he may well feature in the New Year's honours. The rise, Sir Joe Edward Root KBE. Give you the latest from Trent Bridgen and Mo, because Harry Brook is again waiting a long time to play and flick that through the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, 121 for 2. England 276 for the loss of 2 wickets at the moment. They're still trailing by 277 runs, so haven't yet avoided the follow-on. Root 75 now, and Ollie Pope 125. Superb effort from them, and they've put on well over 100 for what is the unbroken 3rd wicket partnership.
And no sign of rain. And we couldn't believe that it was raining in Nottingham yesterday, and about an hour away at Northants it was lovely and sunny. Very, very windy, but lovely and sunny. We couldn't quite believe that it was raining so much, you know, like I said, about an hour away.
It's amazing, isn't it, that clouds stop?
They do. I'm not a weather woman. Although maybe if I stand on this chair, maybe that could be a different career. As Abbott comes in again, continues from the pavilion end. Full delivery. In defence is Hill.
Have you not had one of those conversations with a friend who doesn't live far away, and they say the same oh, it's beautiful and sunny here, and you go, it's raining down here. What, it's raining there? How can it be raining there when it's sunny? Well, you know, clouds do.
They do.
They are finite.
That is true. Yeah, we've had it here, though, really bizarrely, where it's been raining, it seems, all the way round the bowl, and then not on the actual field, which is really bizarre. That it could be that way. A full delivery. Actually, he's driven that Abbott, and I think it might have hit him in the head.
Yeah.
He's walked away. He's fine, and the batter's drilled that back up one bounce, and it's hit him straight in the head. Yeah,
left side of the face, cheek, something like that, jaw maybe.
He seems to be okay, and there's nobody running on. I thought it would sort of require a concussion test or something like that, but maybe because it's the side of the face, it isn't required. They're going to carry on here. He's just back to the top of his mark, and he's going to continue bounding in here as Abbott. Full delivery, pushed into the offside, up to extra cover, no run.
That's slightly strange, isn't it? If you get hit by a ball with a helmet on and you go through a concussion test, but with no helmet on and you're a bowler, you don't get checked out.
And it's hit, yeah, and I don't know if there's a difference between face and head. I don't really, yeah. The difference between face and head?
No, because every time anybody gets just hit on the helmet,
yeah,
it's a stoppage, isn't it? So it doesn't matter where it hits them.
No. So that was a bizarre situation. Physios are unmoved. Abbott bowls again. Back of a length. Just prodded into the offside by George Hill. Yorkshire 121 for 2 here at the Ageas Bowl. It's a nice start from them. Only losing those 2 wickets. Harry Brook with him on 18.
You've got a fan anyway with Lily. She says, hi all, Harry Brook is carrying on his fantastic commentary. I thought it was out in the middle, actually.
So did I. But there we go. Abbott again, shorter this time, left alone. Through to Ben Brown. Could leave that.
She's loving listening to Charlotte Taylor.
Well, that's good. Thank you very much.
Which game's she at then?
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping this one, or at home. Sitting in the comfort of the armchair on a Sunday afternoon.
I just did an update for Radio Leeds from the comfort of my room.
Is that normal if you travel away?
It does not get any better than that, does it?
No.
No, never.
You always stay like off site, if you like, generally.
Yeah.
Abbott again here, into the leg side, just off his hip, no run, straight up to mid-wicket. That's the end of the 51st over. Yorkshire 121 for 2. And that's a maiden by Carl Abbott. He's bowled 5 of them now from his 12 overs. And I'm just pleased to see he's all right after that strike on the face.
Yeah.
Probably would have gone for 4 if he hadn't stopped it.
Yeah, glancing header. Yeah, we stayed in the town the first year I came down. We didn't come down in 2020, and then last year I was we were in this hotel But if I'd have been doing an update from my room, it would have been there are several golfers walking across to the golf course and a car's just come in off the little roundabout at the back, sort of thing. Couldn't see the pitch. So Liam Dawson has just asked his mid-on to drop a little deeper here. He's got a straight man in as well, and Harry Brook steps right across and plays a lovely little paddle sweep. He might have the legs to make it to the boundary, and does. That's an excellent shot. A bit of improvisation, real good vision and awareness of where the field was there by the Yorkshire batsman, and he's picked up 4 more and moves on to 22.
I love that shot. It's risk-free, isn't it? No way of get right outside off stump and help it round the corner to a vacant fine leg region, and if you get it well enough and the pace of that Liam Dawson bowls at, and you obviously can pick up 4.
Here's Dawson again, straight and firmly driven back to the bowler by Harry Brook. Sweeper's been dispatched once again when he's on strike, out on the offside. Big feeling of open space here at the Ageas Bowl, and Dawson in again. That's another beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Again, just half a stride right over the top of it. There is a man in at short extra cover, and there is a mid-off in place, and he's driven it, split the gap between the pair of them for 4 more.
He looks like a man with confidence, doesn't he? No fear, coming down the wicket, nice and controlled, played it all the way along the floor and picks up 4 more. He looks in great touch, using all of the skills he's picked up over his winter and his in slight introduction into the England environment. Which format do you reckon his favourite to play? Now he's played in, obviously this longer format, T20 cricket, 50 over and the 100 now.
Here's Dawson to Brook.
Right, which one would you say he's more suited to?
I think he's equally suited to both, to be honest with you. But he's said all along in the last couple of seasons that England Test cricket was his ambition. That's what he wants to play, and he's on the verge of that, obviously. And in some people's opinion, should have already had a chance. Good delivery by Dawson. It was a good leave by Harry Brook, but he's had the talent right from when I first saw him play. There's been no doubt about that. It's just been a matter of honing that and making better decisions when he's been batting, and I think it's pretty clear from the scores that he's been putting on the board that he's been doing that this season in particular. Pushes back to the bowler. Final ball of that over, 129 for 2. So last year he got 700-ish in first class cricket. I think it was just shy of that. Some really good knocks again, but not quite the consistency. And then his white ball cricket last year was, sensational. And this year he's been scoring runs in both.
So he's got every single trick up his sleeve, hasn't he? Very talented. I've not seen him play live, and that's a lie. I did see him play. He played for the Northern Superchargers in a game here at the Ageas Bowl. But other than that, I've never seen him play the longer format live, and I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from him so far at the moment. Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to run towards us here. The sun is shining. It's a lovely afternoon here. And he bowls back of a length delivery, played straight back to him by George Hill.
So you asked me a while ago, and I didn't fully answer your question about the rest of the Yorkshire batting lineup. Matthew Waite next, we mentioned. Harry Duke will come after that. He's had a few first-class half-centuries now. Don Bess.
Yep. Very talented
very capable
cricketer.
Player.
Yep.
Jordan Thompson as well. Matthew Revis coming in at number 9. He opened the batting on his first-class debut. So
now finds himself at 9. It's funny how things change, isn't it? As your career moves on. Abbott again, straight delivery. He's asking questions of the batter here. And George Hill is matching them perfectly.
I don't know much about Dominic Drakes in terms of having seen him play, because he's only been at the club for a week or so, 10 days playing in the white ball stuff.
He had a big job to do the other night, didn't he? Didn't quite finish the job.
Yeah.
I thought he'd got all of that going over point. For the listeners that didn't watch that game, it was a brilliant game of cricket. Roses clash, as they have been, both of the return fixture at Old Trafford as well. As Abbott comes in here, full delivery on the stump, straight. They're going to pick up one out to deep mid-wicket, all the way along the floor. Hill picks up another, he moves to 62, Yorkshire 130 for 2. And Dominic Drake's skewed one, a full delivery. Was it a full toss, low full toss? Can't remember now. And it sailed towards point, and I just thought he got all of it. It just kept going, and then, was it Hartley or?
Yeah, Tom Hartley.
Yeah, Tom Hartley on the boundary took what ended up being a very, very good catch close to the rope, and they ended up being short, but if it had gone for 6, they would have won the game. So, and it could have gone either way for a long time. But that's the only time I've seen Dominic Drake's, when he had a big job to do. I didn't realise he'd been owned at the club about a week, so that's quite a challenge, being asked to do that. Kyle Abbott again here, wider outside the stump. Harry Brook flashes at that, but misses.
First time we've seen that from Harry. He was lured into a shot that, well, he certainly didn't master because he missed it.
Just kept rising on him.
Yeah, going off to do a bit of gardening, maybe just have a word with himself.
Yeah, don't play that, Harry. No need. Although if he did get it, it would have probably. I mean, there's a man down there. It could have quite easily carried all the way. The way it was rising, or it could have gone all the way for 6. But not to be. Abbott bowls this time fuller. Harry Brook all the way forward, solid in defence, and there's no run. Nick Gubbins polishes the ball at extra cover. Was that all the way down to 11? Dominic Drake's at 11?
No, Stephen Patterson's down as 11.
Yeah.
He'll often bat 9 or 10, so and he comes up with his share of 20 pluses during the season.
Very, 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 very valuable. That was really actually hard to say. I don't know why I tried that sentence, but there we go. As Kyle Abbott bowls one more to Harry Brook, he's going to get a single off the last ball of the over as he guides it down to third man. And that's a 50 partnership between these two batters. Off 96 balls, 65 minutes. And they're going to shake hands in the middle, the two batters, and say well done to each other. Yorkshire 131 for 2 at the end of the 53rd over.
Yeah, last thing Yorkshire would have wanted, having seen that unlucky dismissal of Will Frayne, just over an hour ago, was to lose another quickie, and particularly either of these two, because George obviously going well was around about the 50 mark at that stage, in the 40s I think, and Harry Brook just because he's been playing so well. And if you really look down that order, you would say, compared to a lot of Yorkshire first-class lineups that we've seen even in recent times, with Matthew Waite having not played much first-class cricket before, and I don't believe he's batted at 5 before. It looks a little bit light, but tell you what, that's a beauty from Harry Brook, who's just struck Liam Dawson for 6 runs straight back over his head down to our right. And again, good evidence once more of the way that Harry Brook just uses his feet. He must pick up the length of the ball so quickly. Yeah,
he looks in the mood, doesn't he? Strong shot down the ground, strong man.
We've just been given the 1 over symbol by Kevin.
Before we get banished.
It was one finger that he raised. I think it was one over and you're off. 137 for 2. Brook onto 33 with that. Magnificent shot, and he's just worked another 4 here through mid-wicket. There's a chase on, but the ball was always going to win that one. Another super piece of timing, and he really is getting going here, Harry Brook.
That's all it was, wasn't it? Just great timing. Didn't overhit it, just worked it into the onside, down to the mid-wicket boundary, picks up 4, and he's got 10 off the first 2 balls here, and he's looking very impressive.
It's got to be so difficult bowling to try and tie him down. It's very difficult. He's got so many shots, can work it in so many different areas. Just pushed that one along the deck to short extra cover, but he's just so difficult to dry up. There's always something on. 37 off 50 he's got now. Flexes at the knee and steps back, and a nice firm punch, and up to deepish mid-off. They get through for another easy single. Gubbins doing the fielding.
No real spin out there for Liam Dawson. Not to be expected at this stage, obviously, but that's another thing that makes it quite easy to use your feet come down the wicket.
George Hill on strike and comes down the wicket, and that's going to be 6 more as well. Well, I'm not sure that you'd be particularly targeting the spinner so early on day 1, but it's got the feeling that that's what they're doing here. And he came down a stride and a half this time, didn't he, and really went through and lofted that one a long way up in the air and back into the seating down to our right. So 2 sixes in the over, 1 from each batsman, or batter, as is the modern parlance. 6-4.16, 17 off the over, 148 for the loss of 2 Yorkshire. Dawson, what riposte does he have, if any? Well, it's a better delivery, has Hill on the back foot punching into the offside. End of the over then, end of our commentary stint, I believe. Charlotte is going to take a breather for a moment while the boss steps in. 148 for 2. Here he is. He who should be obeyed when in Southampton.
17 off that over, eh? It's like T20 all of a sudden. And I suppose if you knock the spinner out of the game, of course it means then more work for the seamers. So maybe that's a plan. I don't know, but certainly some good batting going on at the moment there, Stanley Marissa.
Yeah, really impressive. Really impressive. And I think what's been good over the last half an hour, 45 minutes is the intent. I think that's obviously come from Harry Brook. We all know he's a player in sublime form, but I mean, yeah, from what I've seen in the 38 runs so far, it's just been busy and looking to get on with things. And yeah, I'm a Harry Brook fan.
Yeah, well, he's certainly batting like a man in form and full of confidence. Looks like we're going to have a change of ball here, and I'm not surprised, because the last time we were on commentary, Stanley, was Barker just shaping it in a little bit and getting the ball to just sort of nip away, or certainly straighten off the seam. But in the last 15-20 minutes or so, batting's looked to be even easier. Even Brad Wheel was getting the ball to shape a little bit. So I'm not surprised that Hampshire are trying to get the ball changed, and to be fair to them, it obviously looks like it's fractionally out of shape, because the umpires are now looking at a box of balls.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if a couple of those lusty blows had anything to do with maybe disshaping the ball slightly. So
maybe it's not a good idea to hit the ball for 6 into the stands.
No.
Maybe you should just keep on playing, keep the ball on the turf, and make it even harder for Hampshire. I think it'll be interesting to see if this ball does anything now. Sometimes we see the ball totally change characteristics. James Vince had gone off earlier, by the way. Scott Curry is on, but I think James Vince is back now, I would have thought. Thank you, Joe's on the ground. He's a little bit nearer to the action than we are, even though we have a great view. And the top tier of the hotel, you do feel sometimes you're quite a long way. Yeah, Vince is back on, so.
Yeah, he'll have a bit of thinking to do, old Vincey, at the moment with this partnership. It's starting to get a little bit slightly worrisome obviously for Hampshire, with Brook and George Hill obviously holding the innings together. They've batted really well and putting that pressure back on Hampshire.
I think I'll make it 67 these two have put on for the 3rd wicket as Abbott comes in with a change of ball. Well, that doesn't seem to have made much difference. There's a lovely shot up towards mid-on. There's a great diving stop. That would have been 4. I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen it be 4. That's Vince at mid-on. Lovely shot.
Yeah, that's a sign of where the pitch is going at the moment, with only just the one slip in at the moment, and a ring field with a point cover mid-off, mid-on, straight-ish mid-wicket. So it could be possibly trying to control things and try and slow that run rate down slightly and build the pressure.
Abbott in again to Brook. It's on line of middle and leg, and Brook tucks it away out towards a deep square leg. He moves on to 39 now. That's come off just 53 deliveries. Certainly injected a bit of pace into this Yorkshire innings, but I think Yorkshire are seeing the benefits of some slow play this morning, but quite deliberate play to just get away the newness and the hardness of the ball, so that later on in the innings, of course, it becomes a bit easier. seeing that here at the moment, and Brook and Hill, who's been there since 11 o'clock this morning, starting to profit. Here's Abbott to Hill, plays inside the line. She's done a lot already.
It's a good point you raised there, Kevin, actually, about that first hour. And I know sometimes people will watch cricket and they'll go, oh, you know, what are they doing? Why are they batting so slowly? Why don't they get on with it? But it's a very conscious decision to try and take that sting out of that initial new ball and initial zip, anything that might be in the pitch, any moisture. As we can see now, all of a sudden, you know, the sun starts shining, the ball is, I don't know, near enough, 54 overs old.
Yeah.
Bowlers are getting slightly tired, so...
Down the leg side, and it's hit Hill on the pad, past a diving Ben Brown. That'll be 4 leg byes. And that takes the Yorkshire total on to 149 for 2. But you're right, yeah. We know very often, and in most cases, as the ball's into its 40 odd overs, 50 overs, and certainly 60 odd overs, then bowling is harder. Got to work harder, got to bowl even tighter. 150 up for Hampshire, tell a lie. That's come up in the 55th. Some applause around the ground, sounded like it was more at the far end. Here's Abbott again, length ball, and Hill just plays that into the ground. Back to Abbott, who's not quite getting the ball to nip back like we saw before lunch. Didn't get a lot to nip back, did he? But you know, there was enough. There was enough.
There was enough, and yeah, I think Hampshire will be looking for something big from Kyle Abbott here, just to try and run in and try and create something. But it's going to be a little bit of a test for James Vince and his captaincy. You know, usually sometimes you've got that spinning option, but with the way they played Liam Dawson,
yes, that's a bit of a worry. And he's playing inside, an outside edge there, Hills. It goes down to a third man. There is a third man there now. That's Scott Curry, who's still on the field. Jo on the ground has told me that she thinks it's Nick Gubbins who's gone off currently. Although who's that wearing the pads? That cover. It might be Gubbins. He usually does that, but he's taken them off now. I must admit, with his spinner having gone for 17 in the last over, I'm not sure I'd want to be short leg. And he is off. And yeah, it may be surprising that Ian Holland hasn't bowled since lunch. That very good spell this morning of 7 overs 6 maidens 1 for 1, where he had Adam Lyth caught in the gully for 19, and I don't think we've seen him since lunch, have we?
No, we haven't.
No.
Yeah, like you say, slightly surprising. I think that they came out and James Fuller took or shared the opening partnership with Keith Barker, should I say? Sorry. Maybe potentially trying to get something, like I said, get James Fuller into the game, and maybe try and rush the batsman. But yeah, Ian Holland bowled so well after before lunch. And, yeah, it was slightly surprising not to see him after lunch, I guess.
So Dawson off, 3 overs none for 27. That third over going for 17. And Ian Holland back in. Can he find something against the very dangerous Harry Brook? And he has been all season. Here's Holland then with his right arm medium paces. Brooks on the back foot and steers that into the gap through the covers. There'll be at least 2. James Fuller is after it. Picks that up just inside the boundary. And that'll be 2. Playing the ball nice and late, Harry Brook, as most of the Yorkshire players have.
Yeah, he stood up tall and played that nicely through the offside, so yeah, picked up a good couple of runs.
Always a nice shot, isn't it, that where you're forcing it off the back foot through the covers. Is that one of your favourites? Do you play that shot well, Stanley?
I mean, if the bowling is, I guess, quick enough, and if the wicket's balanced enough, then yeah, that's an option.
Needs to be a bit of pace on the ball to help you, doesn't it? He's off the back foot there and steers that, this time square on the offside, and fielding at point is Aaron Donald. Yes, he certainly looks a man in. No, it's George Hill now actually facing. But talking about Harry Brook, I mean, we're saying it already, but he does look a man who's full of confidence and scoring lots of runs, and it's going to be difficult to dislodge, I think, this afternoon as Holland comes in, playing inside the line again. George Hill. I imagine if you're a square in the crowd, you're thinking he's playing at that.
Yeah.
We're not quite lined to wicket, but we're pretty close. we certainly have the benefit of the live picture feed as well. You can see that he does play inside the line, but if you're at, well, most of the crowd are on the right hand side of the ground, so they'll be sort of deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. They're probably thinking he's playing at those. Certainly looks as though he is, but he isn't, as that's this time he is playing at that, and that pushes that out to mid-wicket. But he looks a good player. He looks a good player as well, and all these young Yorkshire players in the side bodes well, of course.
Yeah, definitely. He's done really well, and yeah, just sort of stuck around, and I don't think he's actually given a chance at all, really, or looked like giving a chance. So yeah.
Just had that little sort of 15 minutes against Keith Barker, didn't he?
Yeah.
As he pushes out on the offside, where he was just struggling to deal with the ball, swinging into him a little bit, and perhaps just closed himself off a little bit too much with his shoulder and trying to play a little too square, but Barker didn't quite get the line right on occasions, and a few of the balls that cannoned into his pads were always just going down the leg side or just pitching outside leg stump. Here comes Holland again, right arm over outside the off stump, and Hill leaves that one alone. End of the over. We've got 8 overs to do until tea. We'll probably just go over 20 to 4, but we won't go over by very much. Considering we've only had 3 overs of spin, it's been quite a good effort from Hampshire. Not always the case in terms of their over rate, but today it's not been too bad. 158 for 2, Brook has 42, Hill has 70, and these two now, Stanley, my calculations, 90, they've put on 77.
Yeah. Yeah, really good, and yeah, done really well, and it's probably a big partnership for them actually, and managed to make James Vince make a few decisions and juggle a few bowlers, and obviously we now see James Fuller coming into the attack from the pavilion end, so yeah, James Vince will be hoping that he can somehow find the breakthrough, and we've seen him do it before, and I think it could be that time where maybe he takes the handbrake off and just lets a few go, and yeah, see if he can maybe rush Harry Brook here, or maybe try something different, maybe a shortish length, and try have that as a plan. I don't know, we'll see.
Well, the deep square legs out there, Stanley, so we'll have to wait and see. As Fuller bowls, Brook just pushes that length ball out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. This ball change doesn't seem to be doing anything. In fact, for me, it's almost doing less than the one before that went out of shape. So that's always a bit. I always find that a bit disheartening, actually, when you get yourself, oh yeah, we'll try this. This might do something, and then
absolutely nothing.
Nothing. You think, oh, go back down again, and that. Some balls, when you pick them out of the box, you look at them and you think, oh yeah, and then you bowl a few balls and you think, oh dear. Here comes Fuller. Bowls, it's on the line of leg stump, and that's clipped away nicely. Not quite enough pace on it to pierce the field on the leg side. Brad Wheel comes round from fine leg, and that'll be 2 more there to Harry Brook, who now moves on to 44. Scoreboard is showing 160 for 2.
So Kev, obviously this Hampshire attack has done really well obviously this season. I guess this is going to be a slight test of the attack, and to see how we're going to take 20 wickets in this game to win us the game.
Against players who are informed, got good techniques. That's a nice drive by Brook up towards mid-on. I mean, I thought that at Canterbury, which James Vince described as one of the flattest wickets he's played on for years, and they took 20 wickets. But I guess this is a slightly different, without being unkind to Ken. They've got their good players, but these guys, there are sides and there are sides, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
This will be a tester. You're right. Try and take 20 wickets. I think for both sides actually on here. I know Yorkshire have had their problems taking 20 wickets in games. Here comes Fuller, bowls, and just clipped away in front of square by Brook. Just jogged through for a single. He moves on to 45. 161 for 2. But I think Hampshire's success with the ball this year has been built on being patient. But they're probably losing, or they have lost for this game, their most patient of bowlers.
Yeah.
In Abbas. And it's difficult to say he would have made a difference. Probably think he might have done a little bit. Hook's on the back foot there. I'm not quite sure what he was doing, whether he was trying to pull that away on the onside or work it with a straight bat on the onside, and in the end it was a bit of a ugly defensive shot out on the offside.
I don't think any of the bowlers have bowled badly.
No.
Obviously with the run rate still under 3, no one's gone around the park. So they've still managed to keep that control on things. I guess it's how you turn that pressure into penetration and actually, make inroads and take those wickets that you're building the pressure for, I guess.
Yeah, well, you made the point before lunch as Fuller comes in. That's short and it's pushed up in the air and there's nobody at leg slip. If there had been, there would have been a catch, but I'm not sure he played that particularly well. George Hill tried a shortish delivery which he just tried to fend off on the leg side and got it very high on the shoulder of the bat, and it just looped up in the air. End of the over, 162 for 2. But I think maybe with Adam Lyth there probably was a hint of a little bit of frustration, because the scoring rate wasn't particularly quick. 51 after an hour and a half, and Lyth just drove at Ian Holland, something that perhaps he hadn't done to any of the seamers up until then, and it was well caught in the gully. So there was that situation where the pressure, even at that early stage, Lyth felt that perhaps he should get on with it a little bit. But I'm not sure there's enough pressure here at the moment. It's not quite the same, even though the scoring rate's not particularly big. Holland bowls, and that's flicked away by Hill, back with a square on the leg side for a single, 163 for 2. Hill moves on to 72.
No, we obviously always speak about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are just as important. So if you've got, pressure coming from one end, it allows the pressure from the other end to be a joint effort, and all of a sudden, there's no runs coming from either end. So the batsmen start to think, well, they might take a risk against someone, and obviously that's when maybe a mistake comes.
That's right. Outside the off stump there. Was he playing a missing? I just looked down at that just for a moment.
Yeah, he just sort of maybe just flashed at that.
Again, it's one of the few we've seen go past the outside edge for a while. I'm looking at Abbas. His 26 wickets, great, averaging 16, which is amazing. That's the same as Barker's 27 wickets. But Abbas's economy rate 2.4, which is slightly under what Yorkshire are going at the moment. That's pushed away square on the leg side by Brook for a single, moves on to 46, 164 for 2. So you've got that situation. Fuller's going at 5 and over, and he does tend to be more expensive, or that even for him this year, that's a little bit more expensive than what he's been going for this season at 3.8. But when you've got a bit more overs from Abbas keeping it tight, that's when you build the pressure, and that's when mistakes are made. But I just feel that Hampshire at the moment haven't quite created the same pressure they did this morning. And that's probably because the ball's getting a bit older, and as that's pushed out on the onside and there's no run, you've got people like Harry Brook coming in who are in good form anyway. I think you tie him down unless you get him out. This
is it, yeah. And sometimes you just got to hang in there, and if sometimes you just got to give credit to the batsmen, and these two have. George Hill's taken his time and he's still there, and he's holding that innings together. Then Harry Brooks allowed him to come in and actually be a bit more flamboyant and just play the way he naturally plays, which is quite aggressive and quite positive. So yeah, they've got a good mix and a good partnership going on here.
It's pushed on the onside by Hill, and there's no run. So we have 6 overs to do until tea after this. Yorkshire just 4 runs shy of scoring 100 in this session thus far, for the loss of Will Frame, the only wicket that's fallen in this afternoon session on day 1. As Holland with his medium pace comes in again outside the off stump, and Hill leaves that one alone. End of the over, 164 for 2, and that came just about 20 minutes into the afternoon session when Hill drove at Keith Barker, and it went quite quickly. Barker just flung out his hand on his follow through, and it just flicked the fingers and went into the stumps, and poor Will Frame had absolutely no chance to recover and get back into his crease. He went for 20, 81 for 2 the score was then, and that one solitary success for Hampshire came after an hour and a half this morning, where both Adam Lyth and George Hill had played very watchfully this morning, very correctly, negating the bit of swing, bit of seam which the Hampshire bowlers were able to exert, and it wasn't a lot, but it was just enough, and they played very well. As Fuller from the pavilion end bowls a full delivery up towards Brook, who turns that to mid-wicket, fielded by Vince, and Lyth went for 19, driving at Ian Holland, went very sharply to Donald, that gully, held onto it. The score then was 51 for 1.
Yeah, we had that little phase before lunch where the ball did start moving about, and we thought, oh yeah, something is still a little bit in the pitch, and still a little bit going on for the bowlers.
Yeah. His Fuller sun's just disappeared for the moment. Only be a moment, and that's a shorter, and that's flicked away by Brook. A bit like George Hill did in the previous over, but he managed to get on top of the bounce, Harry Brook, and play it along the carpet down towards fine leg. And Brook moves on to 47, 165 for 2. So several ways you can listen and watch us throughout this game. You can listen to online commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and also via the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website. It's also available on the free-to-download Hampshire Cricket App, and those pictures are going back to the Yorkshire Cricket website and being beamed out as well. I'm sure beamed is the right word, but you know what I mean. 165 for 2. I'm Kevin James, next to me Stanley Marissa. That's a shortish delivery at Hill, who plays that quite easily. The ball didn't really bounce on that occasion, and Hill's able to get on top of it and play that out on the offside. Just wondering if he might be targeted him now, because we have finally got a leg slip, although he's moving Anarian Donald into a more conventional short leg area.
Yeah, and I think that last ball of the previous James Fuller over, where George Hill sort of poked at it and maybe just caught the top of the bat and just spooned into no man's land, really, might have been a signal that he might not be quite comfortable on that short ball. So it could be worth attacking him and seeing if something comes from that.
I think they will. That's short, and he ducks underneath that. The field is certainly set for that, because as well as Donald at short leg, you've got James Vince just in front of the umpire at square leg, and you've got a fielder out at deep square leg. That's Felix Organ, and you've got Brad Wheel, not sort of fine leg. He's a little squarer than that, although not much. Probably a bit more than 45 squarer, but all in that position, ready for a potential mistake from Hill. Although he must think he knows it's coming. Here's Fuller again. Bowls, that's shortish, and he's just got a slight leading edge on that one, Hill, as it goes out on the offside square to Gubbins. And I think he was expecting that to bounce a bit more.
Yeah, now I like this field from James Vince and from Hampshire. I think it's a really good option. Sometimes when the game is slightly meandering, you need to try and do something, and I think with having James Fuller in the side, this is kind of tailor-made to his role, because he can come run in and he can actually attack the batsman in the rib cage and try and get him to make a mistake.
Comes in the game from that pavilion end and bowls. It's Fuller, and Fuller from Fuller, and that's pushed out square on the offside. Went for the Yorker there, James Fuller, almost the perfect Yorker, but well played there by George Hill at the end of that over. He's on 72, that's come off 177. Harry Brook is 47 off 63. Fuller's now completed 6 overs, none, 426. I think we are at that time now, aren't we, where a James Fuller trying to break the partnership, doing something a bit different that the other bowlers can't do. I think from a Hampshire point of view, we've reached that time.
Yeah, I think that's definitely correct, Kev. We've obviously tried the back of a length and the line and length and just outside off stump, and without too much sideways movement and not much swing in the air, then it's made batting quite easy. It's a good option. See what happens, and I don't care who you are. No one really likes the ball coming around their ears. It doesn't matter what level it is, really.
I agree. Holland does a little bit slower, just pitches that ball up, and Brook plays that very late, just in front of square on the offside, and there is no run. No, you're right. It's and even the best of the players, they might hit 1 or 2, and it looks good, and the temptation is okay. Well, we won't. You've just got to get it right once, and they've got to make half a mistake once.
It's just not comfortable, is it? When
it's not a natural shot in a way, is it?
No.
Really, the hook. No. Here comes Holland bowls. Nice drive out in the covers and a good diving stop there. I think that's Felix Organ. Nice dive to his left. Make sure there's no runs on that occasion. No, it's not. It's Gubbins. Tell a lot.
On the field.
Felix Organ's, I think, at mid-wicket.
Might be a little role for him later at some point, maybe, Kevin?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's, his off-spin is handy, especially with Barker playing, and of course Dominic Drake's as well, the left-arm seamer for Yorkshire. But his role may come in a little bit later in the game. But you're right, it's worth a go. That's dabbed down nicely by Brook down to third man. He'll pick up a couple of runs there. Quite a deliberate dab. Takes him on to 49 now. What a season Harry Brook is having. And it's continuing.
That's 49 in no time, isn't it? Really, he's just sort of just gone about his work and done it really impressively and really quickly.
He has. Chance of his half century in this over. There's Holland bowls, and there's a drive down the ground, but not that ball. Good stop there from Keith Barker. He's already bowled his fair share of overs today. Harry Brook looking very comfortable at the crease there, looking very confident. And you have to say at the moment, this looks a good pitch to bat on now, as the sun continues to shine here on the south coast as Holland bowls. That's pulled away by Brook, and that will be his half century. Hasn't quite gone all the way to the rope. He didn't quite get hold of that one. But that is Brook's 50, come off 68 balls with 6 fours and a 6. And Jonathan Doidge is going to tell me something. Ten innings in first-class cricket, and only, what was it you said, Stan?
He's only managed to...
Failed to make 50 once.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you very much, Jonathan. He's working even when he's not on. Is Jonathan? Very impressive. Here's Holland bowls. Played late by George Hill. And it's come off the face of the bat as he opened the face, and it's going down towards third man. I think that's going all the way up towards the pavilion. There's not a lot of pace from Ian Holland, but he's made the most of it there.
Yeah, really good again. Yeah, we talked about the soft hands and playing the ball late, and he's done that and just run that off the face of the bat and picked himself up 4 runs. But yeah, again, moving off. Obviously, we are talking quite a lot about Harry Brook, but you know, the applause from the crowd here was hearty applause, and just shows what good innings it's been, and how how highly rated he is, and how everyone, when you are in form, kind of everyone knows, and they're all looking forward to watching you play. And he's come out and hasn't disappointed, and putting even more questions into the England selectors' minds.
Yes, I agree. Agree wholeheartedly with that. You do, don't you? You know, the word always gets around the cricket in public and that, and when certain players come to a ground, your home ground, you say, well, he's in good form, looking forward to seeing what all the fuss is about. And he's certainly showing everybody what the fuss is all about at the moment, as Brook pulls that away on the onside for a single. Short ball again there from James Fuller, and he'll have a go at George Hill, and he will certainly be bowling a couple of short deliveries here, at least in this over, because the field's changing. Back in is the short leg, and James Vince will just go squarer from mid-wicket to square leg in front of the umpire. So it's almost like a line of fielders to the leg side, isn't it? Because there's a deep square leg as well, and he looks like he's in front of square. Here's Fuller, length ball. Hill pushes forward, goes back to the bowler. It's almost like he was expecting a short delivery there. He was...
The double bluff.
Yeah, well, this is it, isn't it? This is what I like, and I know you probably will like that as well, Stanley, where it becomes a game of not just, yes, I've been in since 11 o'clock this morning, but now it's, okay, he's a little bit quicker than the others. Now I've got to work out what's short. Am I going to play it? Am I going to duck it? Am I going to stand there and run the risk of fending it off like he did a few overs ago? Fuller bowls, length ball. Well, I think he's playing at that.
He's playing at that.
Is he playing at that?
Definitely played at that.
Yeah. Again, if you're on the live picture feed, you'll be able to see the replay here. Is he playing? Yes, he is.
It's a beauty, that is, actually.
That's a beauty of a delivery, isn't it?
Just pitched in slightly straight and went more or less over the top of middle and off stump, actually. Yeah, well bowled.
And Ben Brown's taken it to his left. Good delivery. Yeah, quite a few times George Hill has been playing inside the line, but not on that. Well, he did play inside the line on that occasion, but he's actually playing at the ball. There's a bouncer, and that's very high.
Could be wide.
That's a no ball.
Yeah.
I think a couple of times when Fuller's bowled a short ball, it hasn't really pinged off the surface as you'd expect, and I think there he made sure that if he bowled a short one, he was going to get it head high. It's just that he overdid it. And that's sometimes annoying, isn't it, really? I mean, I never bowled that pace. I wish I had sometimes, but I think in an effort to make sure you get the ball high, It can sometimes go the other way. That was quite high. 175 for 2. Fuller again. Bowls, length ball, Hill in behind that, comfortably enough. That's gone up to mid-on. What are you like against the short ball, Stanley?
Yeah, I'm not bad.
Are you right?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, obviously with the well, I guess with the AstroTurf nets, you sometimes when you are at nets, you get the odd opening bowler that fancies it. We've got an Australian overseas who's actually quite he's of good pace actually, so he does get the ball through quite nicely. So
this is at Cove Cricket Club.
It is a Cove,
North
yeah.
Hampshire, yeah. What about when you played a couple of games in Zimbabwe and that? Did you face many quicks there? That's a length ball and that's steered to backward a point. Hill will get a single. Good diving stop there by Gubbins.
Yeah, there were a few actually. Yeah, there were a few, and the wickets out there tend to be slightly harder as well. So yeah, you do face some short stuff, but I don't tend to go straight onto the hook or the paw. I try and sometimes get out of the way. It's probably easier.
Had you decided before the ball came that you were going to duck? Did you say, "Oh, this guy, I'm going to duck," or at this particular point in my innings, I'm going to duck?
I think some people are just natural hookers, and some people are natural pullers as well, aren't they? So
Fuller bowls, length ball, and that's driven nicely by Brook, and an equally good stop by Fuller on his follow through. End of the over. We've got 3 overs until tea. 176 for 2.
Yeah, I'm quite a simple player, and I like to know where my areas are, so I try and keep it in that area. And if the ball is out of that area, then especially up near my head and stuff, I'll probably try and get out of the way of it.
Ever been hit?
Yeah, once or twice. Yeah, once or twice. But it's fine. Just take it.
Did it ever change you? Because sometimes you see batters, once they've been hit, especially if you get a nasty one and it sort of hits in a certain way, it can sometimes change them as a batter.
Yeah, we've seen that, haven't we, with Stuart Broad a few years ago when he obviously got hit by, I think it was Varun Aaron, the Indian. And he just, ever since then, he hasn't really been the same batsman, has he? And sides know this, and as soon as they see that weakness, it's all of a sudden something that they target.
Holland start a new over, left alone outside the off stump by George Hill. Through to Ben Brown. Full sunshine out here again at the Ageas Bowl. We've got white fluffy clouds that pass over from time to time, which the sun disappears, but it still stays nice and warm, and then when the sun's out, of course, everything in front of us is just that extra bright, and it's that lovely sort of light brightness that we love watching cricket in, and which seems sometimes abroad to be even brighter. I think that's often talked about as that's driven through mid-wicket, not particularly hard by Hill, but beats the diving fielder at mid-wicket, gives Barker a chase, who picks it up just inside the rope. I think that's Felix Organ at mid-wicket. Yes, it is. Couldn't quite get there in time. And Hill moves on to 79, is it? Yeah, scoreboard sometimes is just a little slow moving over. It's still showing 77 for him actually, so maybe that's okay. But yeah, do you notice that? Sometimes people say that sometimes the bright sunlight feels brighter in the southern hemisphere. Okay, there's a lovely drive, but it's gone straight out to Gubbins at cover. Hill 79, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it sometimes seems to glare a bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I've sort of found that over the years. There's obviously a little cloud going over because you can see the shadow of the cloud passing over the ground. As Holland turns, he's into his 11th over here. Runs away from us and bowls. Length ball. He'll push that on the onside. Brook wanted the single there. No, said George Hill.
Yeah, wisely actually. That was good fielding from Felix Organ. Swooped in there, and had they run, it might have been a slight issue for them. Yeah. A good call from George Hill, nice and early, and sent Harry Brook back.
Yeah. He don't want another run out on the Yorkshire side. 2 run-outs out of the. Well, it would have been 3. Wickets to fall. It's hard work for Hampshire here. Plays that late off a thick outside edge, bounces well in front of second slip. That's James Vince. Yeah, it's been a frustrating day so far for Hampshire. They would have hoped to have made a few more inroads than this, but give credit to the Yorkshire batters. I think literally to a man they've come in and they look like a team that want to score big first innings. Here's Holland bowls, that's pitched up and that's driven but not timed by Hill up towards mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 2 overs to do then, so we're not doing too much extra time. The clock's showing 3 minutes over the standard tea break time of 20 to 4, so we'll probably be nearer 10 to 4, maybe just a little earlier than that, so not too bad at all.
So do they work it in terms of a number of overs that you have to get to before the tea break?
Yeah, 32.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And you just hope that you reach 32 in a decent time.
Whereas in the test matches, it's a time, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I guess
but then the evening session's a long one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that anyway. So I don't follow the test as much as I should do, but here's Fuller into his 8th over now. Bowls, it's a length ball there to Brook. He's taking a quick single here. Fuller recovers well. He has to dive in there, Hill. I think he always would have been home because there was a little underarm flick there from Fuller, who was running away from the stumps at sort of squarish. Well, it wasn't square point. That's too much to do, but sort of in between cover and point. But yeah, tight single.
It was tight, yeah, but it would have had to be something quite special because I guess James Fuller was sort of throwing the ball from beside himself as opposed to actually like throwing from his throwing side. So yeah, slightly risky, but yeah, safe in the end. So yeah, you have to keep that strike rotating, and yeah, they've done well there.
178 for 2. The scoring rate now is a fraction under 3, so slowly and steadily during this afternoon session it's gone from fraction over 2 to a fraction under 3. Steady incline from Yorkshire. He's going round the wicket here to Hill, and there's now a leg slip in as well as a short leg, and Hill, is he playing at that? Good diving stop there from Ben Brown. He's round the wicket Fuller. Now is Hill playing at that? Looking at the replay,
I think he is.
Ah, he is. Yeah, he is.
I was actually just wondering to myself how long it would be before James Fuller did try that round the wicket line and maybe angle into those ribs and try and make it uncomfortable for George Hill. And yeah, that was a good start actually with the ball going across him.
Yeah, that's why Vince has gone in at leg slip. You tend to have that sort of fielder, don't you, rather than a sort of a square leg always been when he's over the wicket, because the angle means leg slip's more in play, or it should be anyway. That's flicked away, and it's gone between leg slip and keeper, and that's 4 runs. And that's a nice flick from George Hill. But he's having to sort of be different. He's having to play differently here. Hampshire are making him play differently. 100 partnership has come up between Hill and Brook, and that's come off 154 deliveries. So all the time Hampshire are trying to work out different tactics, especially to George Hill. Both he and Brook are still keeping the scoring rate going. 100 partnership is more than useful. It's gone finer now, James Vince, at leg slip as Fuller bowls. Leg ball to Hill. There's no mid-off, so Fuller has to get across, which he does. So there is a mid-on, there is a mid-wicket, there's a deep square leg, there is a fine leg, short leg and leg slip. That's the leg side field. So we've effectively, it's not quite a 6-3 field because we've got a slip, we've got a third man. Well, in fact it is, isn't it? It is a 6-3 field. What am I talking about? So because Fuller was walking back to his mark from mid-off.
Yeah.
And now actually they're going back to 5-4. Slip.
Yeah, makes more sense that, I think.
Gully. And Barker has gone at a wideish mid-off. Still the third man down there. Still staying around the wicket though. Bowls. It's a short door and he pops it up and it's one bounce to Fuller. Oof, dear.
Very good. Very, very good.
That's a goodie, isn't it?
I like this from Hampshire, and it's just taking George Hill out of his comfort zone. He was playing in that bubble where he was comfortable just getting on the front foot, driving down the ground, and all of a sudden he's thinking, oh well, there's a leg slip, there's 3 people behind the leg side, so where's that ball going to go? All of a sudden his weight is maybe slightly on the back foot, so he's not moving as freely as he was. So yeah, this is really good, and something could possibly be about to happen.
Yeah, here's Fuller again. Bowls to Hill, short. Oh, that's a goodie. Oh, there's a half shout there as that ball fizzed through past the shoulder of the bat there of Hill. I think he's playing at that one. And it's always a different game, isn't it, for a lot of batters. Once all of a sudden they know that a bowler is targeting them with short deliveries. I'm not sure they'd be doing the same to Harry Brook. I think Brook would deal with this slightly differently.
Definitely.
But it's a deliberate target against George Hill.
definitely. And it's just so weird how it comes about with just one loose shot. You know, he had that one that he just sort of fended off uncomfortably, and all of a sudden you've got a man at short leg, a leg slip, a deep backward square leg, and you're all of a sudden thinking, what's happened?
You do, don't you? Yeah, in your mind as a batter, you're thinking,
no,
there's a different field, so there's a chance the ball might go to leg slip, there's a chance I might hit the ball to short leg, and you're right, and all of a sudden you're thinking about shots and what you should do differently to the way he's been playing.
Yeah, because they probably had the
last 20 minutes.
Yeah, they probably had no idea that he was uncomfortable with the short ball, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, here we go, we've seen something, and and really good from James Vince to pick up on that, and then from James Fuller to actually be able to execute and make, you know, that last over was a really testing over, and that was really impressive.
Yeah, it was a good one, especially with a ball that's over 60 odd overs old, 63 overs in this innings so far. This is the last over before tea, and we've got completely different line of attack now with with Liam Dawson coming into the attack with his left arm spin down into Brook. Oh, it's sorry, you're right, it's Organ. Sorry, apologies. Well spotted there, Stanley. And it's the first time we've seen Felix Organ with his off spin played out on the onside. Well mimed, Stanley. It's Organ. Yeah. Now, is there enough rough outside the off stump for Barker? And of course, Don Bess will be looking at that as well when it's Yorkshire's turn to bowl, whenever that will be. At 184 for 2, Yorkshire will hope that they've got a decent platform here to keep going. It's Organ. He's got a short leg in here to George Hill. Pushes forward, goes out quietly on the offside.
It's a different threat, though, isn't he, Felix Organ? He for me, he bowls quite high and quite tall, so he probably gets a little bit more bounce than, say, a Liam Dawson, who's a little bit more skiddy. So, yeah, this could be a good move from Vince.
He's just got to find the rough, isn't he? Just one or two. That's played into the ground by Hill. That goes out on the leg side. Of course, that rough comes more into play sort of days, well, towards the end of day 2, into day 3, day 4. Won't be too much there for him. We saw Dawson not really turn the ball, and we're not really expecting it to turn. That's too full, and that's driven by Hill out to deep point where Brad Wheel fields. The score moves on to 185 for 2. We have 2 balls left of the afternoon session, and then we will take a 20-minute break, and we'll be back with you for the evening session here at the Ageas Bowl. Organ bowls, it's way outside the off stump. I think he's trying to find the rough, but I think that's hopeful that wide. And we can see from up here there isn't a lot really at the moment. It may change, but there's never been a big turning wicket here, even with rough. Here's Organ again, bowls just outside the off stump, and that's just guided square by Brook for a single, and that will be the afternoon session completed on day 1. And it's been another good session for the away side. 186 for 2, with George Hill on 84 not out, Harry Brook on 54 not out, and these two are put on 105, Stanley.
Yeah, really impressive, really impressive, and to only lose the 1 wicket, I guess a fortuitous wicket actually, so nothing untoward, and they'll be really happy with that session. And yeah, Harry Brook's come out and been positive. George Hill continues again on his merry way, and he's now 16 shy away from that first class 100. So yeah, for Hampshire, a lot of work to do. They'll go in and have a little rethink on what their tactics will be moving forward. But yeah, we're really impressive, and we're all set for a good evening session.
That's for sure. Yeah. So just that 1 wicket that fell 20 minutes into the session. Will Frame run out. A bit unlucky at the non-striker's end as the ball flicked Keith Barker's fingers. He was out for 20 for Hampshire. Still just that 1 wicket taker in their bowling lineup. That is Ian Holland, who has figures now of 1 for 15. The other bowlers still waiting to take their first. Join us again in just under 20 minutes here at the Ageas. If you're listening to us online, of course, we'll take a break. That line will go silent. If you're watching us on the live picture feed, the pictures will still be there, but our voices won't be. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we're coming towards the end of the tea session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. Two sides coming into this 7th round of County Championship fixtures in 2nd and 3rd places respectively in the Division 1 table. The state of play at the break is that Yorkshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 186 for 2. Harry Brook keeping up his fine form this season is 54 not out, and George Hill, who opened up at 11 o'clock this morning, he's 84 not out, and so far these two have put on 105 unbroken for the 3rd wicket. Only 1 wicket has fallen in each session after an hour and a half this morning. Adam Lyth drove at medium pacer Ian Holland, got a thick outside edge, it went quickly to an Aaron Donald in the gully, he held on. He made 19, did Adam Lyth. The score then was 51 for 1, and the only successful Hampshire in the afternoon session was after 20 minutes of play. Will Frayne at the non-striker's end was run out by Keith Barker as George Hill drove the left armour back to him. He stuck out a hand, it ricocheted off his fingers and went into the stumps, and poor Will Frayne couldn't recover and get back soon enough. He went for 20. That was 81 for 2. So it's 186 for 2. Your commentary team this evening. Later you'll hear from Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner, but it's myself, Kevin James, and next to me Stanley Morissa, who will take you through this period of play. And immediately from Fuller, it's turned away on the onside by Harry Brook, and he moves on to 55, and it's 187 for 2. Olin, looks quite hard work out there at the moment, Stanley.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's been, I guess, one of those days, hasn't it? The pitch, we've spoken at length about it. It looks like it's quite a good wicket and has played reasonably true. And bowling has been hard work, but Hampshire have stuck at it and managed to keep that run rate at a decent rate, but unfortunately not managed to make enough inroads in terms of wickets to the pressure that they've actually been able to apply to the Yorkshire batsmen.
Yeah, they're all without Mohammed Abbas for this game, who's having a couple of games off, and that's pulled away by Hill out on the onside, and he's got 4 runs there, back of the square on the leg side. They have tried him out with the short delivery. About 15 minutes before tea, Fuller was bowling a few short ones, and I think it's fair to say George Hill played them with sort of a mixture of pretty well right the way down the scale to not so well, but he's still there, and I think that's the best of his shots to a short delivery.
Yeah, definitely, and that one didn't look like it got up quite as high as James Fuller might have wanted, sort of maybe hip height, and he's rolled his hands quite nicely on that and picked himself up a boundary. Yeah,
so Fuller comes in the game, he's round the wicket to Hill, still the short leg in and the leg slip. It's a length ball which Hill pushes out backward a point, and there is no run. We'll keep you up to date very quickly with the test score and the other Division 1 scores. Jonathan Doidge will give you the 2nd division scores a little later, and England are 334 for 3. Replying to New Zealand's 553 all out. Ollie Pope is the latest to go. He made 145. Joe Root is still there on 109. And the other games in Division 1 as Fuller runs in around the wicket again to Hill. It's short, and Hill, it's in the air, and it's in the gap between second slip and gully, and it's gone down to 3rd man, but the bat was out there, and he certainly didn't keep that down.
No, he definitely, just sort of flashed at that, and I guess that, came straight off the face of the blade and went through that vacant area. It seems like Hampshire are persisting with that round the wicket line to him and trying to make him as uncomfortable as possible at the crease, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, but he's still there on 89. It's Harry Brook back on strike on 55. Gloucestershire are 261 for 5 against Kent, Somerset 167 for 8 against Surrey, and Warwickshire are 182 for 5 against Lancashire. All those games you can hear live commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and that's pushed away on the leg side. This time it's a short delivery to Harry Brook, and there is no leg slip there. Well, in fact, what you'd call a leg gully. There's nobody in that area because James Vince is more a leg slip, but that was in the air. It was, and obviously James Fuller's generating some decent pace, it looks like it, and angling that ball into those rib cages, and it's uncomfortable, like we said, for anyone. No one likes it around that area, so so far so good, and I guess it's more or less trying to find a way to get that wicket and try and put some sort of pressure somehow. Hill's back on strike. Here's Fuller again round the wicket, and that's pulled away. It's a top edge, and it's in the air, and it's just short of Brad Will, who in the end just had to wait for it to bounce, and there was a bit of spin on it, so he did well. Fuller's fallen over, but a pull shot there, which was the most definite top edge, and the ball hung in the air, but not long enough for Will to come round and take a catch. 193 for 2. He does look a different player, doesn't he, when it's a short ball?
He does, yeah, and yeah, it's been really good actually from James Fuller, making things happen, and it's so funny how when all of a sudden you go through to that short length and the pace is high, and all of a sudden things start to happen. The pitch doesn't look as true as it did, and all of a sudden you're thinking, what have we got? But yeah, it looks like it's going to be James Fuller and Ian Holland coming in from this end, from the hotel end, to try and then tie things up and make some sort of pressure and continue the good work that he's done before lunch. As he comes in, Ian Holland, back of a length, and well played there by George Hill again, or sorry, should I say Harry Brook, right in behind that.
So we've got one bowler that's going to pitch it up from one end and one bowler that's going to bowl it short from the other, and I think Hampshire have to be mindful that even though maybe George Hill doesn't play the short ball quite as well as he has been playing throughout his innings, that Fuller is still going for nearly 5 and over.
Yeah.
So in allowing Fuller to bowl, you need to keep it tight the other end.
Yeah, as Ian Holland comes in, slightly leg side, a bit of a shout, but that looks like the ball was going down leg side and cleaned up by Felix Organ towards mid-wicket. But this will be probably a little bit more comfortable for George Hill as he enters into those 90s. This is more, I guess, what he's more comfortable with. The ball sort of line and length, and he's played this quite well all day. So yeah. As Ian Holland comes in again, back of a length, and just played into the offside by George Hill.
I suppose the next thing we've got to look for, Stanley, is the second new ball, which at the end of this over is 14 overs away. I mean, it's still a fair way away, isn't it? I mean, that's a good hour. So
yeah,
we'll keep mindful, keep watching that.
Yeah, and I think as a bowling unit, you almost set that as a milestone, but you need to make sure that in your attempt to get to that second new ball, you keep things tight enough. Ian Holland comes in. Oh, again, slightly outside off stump, and George Hill slightly pokes at that and runs that off the face of the bat to James Vince in the gully. So Ian Holland continuing with that good line and length that he's been pretty much, I guess, the pick of the bowlers for Hampshire today. So yeah, really good from him again.
Certainly the most miserly of the bowlers, just conceded 15 off his near 12 overs to date.
Ian Holland comes in again. Driven slightly uppish again from George Hill, just into Felix Organ again. Does the fielding at mid-wicket. Be a bit of a tricky time now as George Hill, obviously he's batted so well throughout the day, but whoever you are, as soon as you get into those 90s, you start to have one eye on that scoreboard and one eye thinking, oh yeah, we're getting closer, so you might tense up and something might happen.
Already got 100 this year.
Ian Holland again, nice and solid again. That's the end of that over. A nice tidy over there actually from Ian Holland. Another maiden, I think it would be.
Yep.
His 7th of the day actually, and with his figures now, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 15. So really good stuff from him. And I guess more or less his role in this side and trying to have that control for James Vince, which has been really good. And obviously without Mo Abbas, who's normally quite good in terms of keeping that economy down, Ian Holland's done a really good job for that.
Just lose the sun for momentarily, while one of the white fluffy clouds goes above us, but it won't be too long before it's back out. It won't be too long before it starts shining into our commentary area at the top of the hotel here at the Ageas. Here's James Fuller then, he's round the wicket to Harry Brook this time, still the leg slipping. As Brook drives, lovely shot up the ground, and that's 4 runs. Past a diving Fuller who's flung himself across the pitch there to try and stop it, but he was always second best. That's a lovely shot on the front foot there, Harry Brook. No doubt about that, was it? No,
nothing. I mean, just the sound of that ball coming off the bat, it's almost like a shotgun. Yeah, it's really good. He's just punched that down the ground, and picked himself up another boundary. And like we've said all along, it's been really pleasing to watch the Yorkshire batsmen. Anything that's slightly loose or slightly full, they've pounced on it and driven really well down the ground.
None better than this man facing Fuller. That's shortish, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. There is a slip, and a sort of a very fine leg slip for Harry Brook, which is a slightly different field than for George Hill. There's the short leg when he's facing, but there's still a man out deep at deep square leg. Still Brad Wheel down at fine leg. I think Fuller will still test Brook with a short one somewhere in this over, but he certainly won't bowl as many in the over as he has been doing at George Hill. I wouldn't have thought so anyway. Comes in again. Bowls to Brook. Length ball, short of a length ball. Brook does well, keeps it down. It goes out towards Gully. Hill calls him through. Nick Gubbins fields, throws it at the keeper's end, misses, and he brings Hill back on strike. I'm quite enjoying this duel.
Yeah,
between these two now.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is the matchup that everyone's kind of watching at the moment. And again, in fairness to George Hill, he's faced a couple of tricky spells. He had that spell from Keith Barker after lunch where the ball was sort of swinging into his pads, and now he's obviously got this testing spell from James Fuller. But he's still there. He's 90 not out, and pretty much held the innings together.
Yeah, he's come through both. Here we go then, is Fuller. It's short of a length, and Hill's on the back foot, steers that out to point, fielded by Felix Organ, who had just the one over of his spin before tea, which cost 3. No spin for him. The 3 overs of Liam Dawson, no spin for him. One of his overs went for 17. As both Brook and George Hill hit him over the top for 6s down this end of the ground. Both nice clean strikes. Just shows that the batters, as well as intent on building a decent and sizable first innings score, are also happy at any opportunity to go looking for runs as well. Here's Fuller. Comes in again. Bowls to Hill. Short of a length. And Hill plays that quite easily off the back foot back to the bowler. Every now and then one just pings off the surface a little quicker than the others, but sometimes when Fuller's bowl short, hasn't really come off with any real pace, is it? No,
it's quite a tough ask as well, to ask your big seam bowler to run in and bowl, bumper after bumper. It does sort of take it out of you, and I'm not sure if we are sort of seeing him towards the back end of this spell, and it might be I guess maybe time for a change of tactic, I guess.
Maybe. Mind you, we are, as I say, getting closer to the new ball. That short one, he's trying to cut that one and misses, and it goes through to Ben Brown. Well, he is trying to make things happen here, Fuller, and he is making things happen. It's just not happening for him at the moment, but he's definitely broken up the rhythm of George Hill. No doubt about that, either side of tee. Hill's playing slightly differently. Doesn't look as
assured.
Assured. That is the word I was looking for, Stanley. He doesn't look quite assured. He's making mistakes, but he's still there, to his credit. 199 for 2.
He is. And Harry Brook is now going to face up to Ian Holland, who's going to continue to try and create any sort of issues, any sort of uncertainty outside the off stump. But I guess the question is that probably Hampshire are asking, and I guess most counties have asked this season, is how do we get Harry Brook out?
It's a problem. It's a problem.
Ian Holland comes in, back of a length, and just plonked into the offside there, and a quick single taken. Actually really good running, and 200 up for Yorkshire. That's a good milestone for them. They've taken 67 overs to get to that 200, but a really good platform, 200 for 2, and a really good position for them to actually kick on and try and get a big first innings total, put that pressure straight on Hampshire.
First bonus point on the board as well.
Ian Holland comes in. Oh, close, inside edge. Slightly squirts away down to Kyle Abbott, a long leg, who does the cleaning up. And again, good areas from Ian Holland, but not as much zip as there was earlier. So you can see that ball is getting slightly older, Kev.
Yeah, I just submit back a fraction there on Hill. Yes, it's not quite happening for Hampshire at all, but credit to the Yorkshire batters. Credit.
Ian Holland comes in again, slightly outside off stump, and just nudged in through to Felix Organ looks like he is down at the deep cover boundary, who does the cleaning up. And again, Harry Brook, it just seems like throughout his innings he hasn't, you know, what Hampshire haven't been able to do is, I guess, put him under enough pressure and dot balls, and he doesn't look like the sort of batsman that you can dot up quite easily, so he just moves and he's always looking to score, which is really difficult.
He looks as though he picks the length of the ball up very quickly, doesn't he?
Definitely. So Ian Holland comes in from the hotel end, flicked away to the leg side by George Hill as he moves on to 92, 8 away from what would be a extremely good first class 100. He's batted really well and probably deserves to get there, doesn't he, Kev?
Yeah, I think on balance, I mean, I think he's certainly experienced a few things during this innings already, isn't he, really? I mean, he does look a good player, there's no doubt about it. We love the way he plays it late. But against the short ball, he has looked a little different.
Yeah, there has been a question around that, no doubt, and like we say, it's always uncomfortable for most batsmen, but I guess, yeah, he's gone through that test and he's still here as Ian Holland comes in. Wow, cracking shot that is from Harry Brook. Slight hint of width, but he's come down the wicket and he's absolutely nailed that through the covers, and that's gone like a tracer bullet to the boundary. Wow.
I mean, there's putting the ball away and putting the ball away, and if you actually look on the live picture feed, his front foot is not that close to the ball, but he still played it in a way that there never looked any element of risk.
No, none at all. None at all. And there was slight shades of Kevin Peterson in that last shot. He's just danced down the wicket and just slapped it through the covers. Ian Holland comes in again. This time flicking Harry Brook over the top towards the leg side. 4 more. Really good pressure that he's putting on here and asking a lot of questions from the Hampshire captain and really putting that pressure straight back onto James Vince, and that's the end of the over. 211 for 2. Harry Brook 71, George Hill 92 not out.
Yes, these two came together when the score was on 81. That was around 2 o'clock this afternoon, so they are most definitely giving James Vince something to think about. I guess all the time he'll be thinking, surely James Fuller is going to pick up a wicket somewhere, but it hasn't happened as yet, and he's bowled 10 overs now, gone for 48 runs in the hope that somebody, mainly George Hill, is going to flick one up in the air to shortboard it, but it hasn't happened quite yet, and when it has, it hasn't gone to hand. But all the time, Yorkshire are still building up a really solid base. So James Vince has got plenty to think about. There's still 12 overs to go until the second new ball. I guess he's deliberately saving Abbott and Barker for that, as Fuller comes in again, and he bowls shortish but doesn't really get up, and he'll flicks that away easily down towards fine leg, and he moves on to 93. 7 more runs for a second 100.
Yeah, he's edging ever closer, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Brook on 71, that's come off just 83 deliveries. Has looked a very class player indeed out there, as I'm sure Yorkshire fans have heard that many times said by Jonathan Doidge throughout the summer. Just continuing. And his form keeps going. That's short, and he's pulling at that one and he misses. James Vince is appealing, but this time it's Harry Brook who's played a false shot there to a short delivery. Quite high.
Yeah, it looked like it got up a bit. That was quite good, and it's kind of the line that you want to just slightly over that left shoulder, so you want to tuck him up a little bit, and I guess with that height that James Fuller's managed to get, if he does hit that, it could go anywhere, couldn't it, really? So still trying to create.
Yeah, he's got one inside the line there. I think if he had got hold of it, I think he would have kept going.
Yeah,
I think actually, I don't think anybody would have caught that. It would have been helped for 6. Down the leg side, tries to flick that one away, misses, goes through to Ben Brown. Gets one inside the line there, doesn't he? That wasn't quite as short as the ball before.
No. It's a risky shot though, isn't it? It's such a fine line, because you know what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that ball into that gap, but with the keeper and the leg slip, if it goes too fine, you're all of a sudden in all sorts of trouble.
Fuller still, well, in fact, he doesn't have a slip now. It's more of a gully. In fact, Vince is closer to the slip on the leg side. That's way down the leg side, a leg ball, which is well taken by Ben Brown. Not quite sure what Fuller was doing there. That was just an ill-directed delivery in terms of line. He's worked hard here, James Fuller, for no reward at the moment.
Yes.
He's been persisting with a short delivery for a few overs now, either side of tee. Hasn't brought him anything yet. Brook on 71 faces the next delivery. Comes in short, and Brook just ducks underneath that one. In fact, just sways inside the line. That was quite high. Decided against hooking that.
Yeah, he stayed away. That was, yeah, slightly too high for him. He's just sort of ducked under that and let it go through to Ben Brown, who's kept quite well actually, hasn't he?
Tidy.
Yeah, very tidy behind the stumps, and a lot of short balls to deal with, a lot of leg side balls to deal with. It can't be that easy as well for a keeper when a bowler does come around the wicket, because that changes all the angles that you're used to as well. So he's been really good.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll see he's almost standing equivalently off a cut strip on the offside. He's almost standing at where you would expect first slip. That's turned away on the leg side to a length ball by Brook. That'll just jog through for a single, although he'll look like he was going to have two wheel fields. And that's the end of Fuller's 11th over, none for 50 for James Fuller. Hollander's 13 overs, 1 for 27. They're the two bowlers operating at the moment. Will James Vince keep this combination going? He's already, well, he's down having a word with Ian Holland. 213 for 2 then at Yorkshire, with 93 to George Hill and 72 to Harry Brook. And these two have now put on, I knew I shouldn't have said that, 81 they came together, so that is 140. Gosh, let me work it out on a calculator. I knew I shouldn't have gone down that route. Stupid. I should know better.
130 odd. 133.
Yeah, sounds about right, isn't it? It's close enough. 213. 132. Yeah.
132. Yeah, really good, and yeah, really good partnership, and they've batted really well, and they're going to look to press on. I think as we head towards the second new ball, it's a good time to, as a batting side, to try and put more pressure. As Ian Holland comes in down the leg side and clipped away by Harry Brook. Fine, and 4 more. Slightly wayward from Ian Holland, and he's just played it, glanced it really fine. Lovely touch there from Harry Brook.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Ian Holland was mindful of the ball in the previous over, which Brook smashed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wide, through covers for 4, and he hit it brilliantly. So in his mind, he's thinking, I must bowl tight, just overdid it.
Yeah,
overdid the line.
Definitely, and it's going to be a tricky time, actually, these, like I said, these sort of next few overs towards that new ball for Hampshire, as Ian Holland comes in again, back of a length, and just dotted down into the covers where James Vince himself does the cleaning up.
A tough old time in the field here, especially with all those T20s the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Prospect of a day and a bit in the field.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. It really is. As Ian Holland comes in again. Slightly fine again, just towards the leg side. Ben Brown cleans up and no run. But I guess, Kevin, this is that sort of time where, as a bowling side, you almost want to have that spinning option that can actually maybe tie down an end. And unfortunately, obviously, Liam Dawson came into the attack, and I think the Yorkshire batsman realised at that point that if we hit him out the attack, it gives James Vince something else to think about.
Yeah.
So Ian Holland comes in wide again and just cut away to Nye Donald in the gully.
Yes, well they did, didn't they? Each of them helped themselves to 6s down the ground. You have to take him out the attack after 17 in 1 over. Can't really, well, I suppose you could have kept him on and see what happened, but there were 2 good shots, weren't there? There was no risk in those.
No, none at all, and it looked like they were just comfortable against that slow option, so it didn't really leave James Vince with much. As again, just tucked away into the leg side, no run, back of a length. So I guess for Hampshire, it's now a question of what do you do as you know, tactically. Do you try and maybe have some sort of damage limitation towards that new ball and expect that to make the difference, or do you try and take some wickets now initially? And it's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it?
I was hoping for a mistake now.
Yeah. Ian Holland comes in again, driven down the ground by Harry Brook, and that that will be the end of the over. Again, another one from Ian Holland. Tidy again, just that initial boundary at the beginning of the over, and 217 for 2 Yorkshire.
We'll double change here. Thank you, Stanley, Marissa, and myself will be back with you in half an hour's time, taking our places. In a moment, you'll hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor, but the next voice you'll hear after mine, which I'm sure most people will prefer, is from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, Jonathan Doidge.
Hey up. So 217 for 2, Harry Brook and George Hill. 130 plus between the pair of them. And Fuller bowls short and is pulled by George Hill in front of square. Now that is the short ball that he does play well. Just a little bit more time. It's probably around about off stump, possibly even slightly outside, and not quite at the body. But as everybody else on the comms team has been observing this on this day, without much of a history of seeing George Hill bat, if there is an issue, then it's that short ball, the one that often gets other players, good players, in trouble as well. Sort of rib cage area. There's a short leg sitting and waiting for an opportunity to catch him. If Fuller can get it right, he goes short again, but Hill up on his toes drops it into the offside. And there is no run. Charlotte is back on her chair, on her perch. Oh, always good to put the mic on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not. Well, I missed the pull shot because I was too busy
low.
getting on my chair. So I missed that. Disappointing. Such a nice evening here, getting into the evening.
Very nice. Been a lovely day. As Fuller comes in again. Right arm round the wicket, goes short once more. Hill, plenty of time to see it. Ducks beneath. He's on 97 after that boundary.
You can almost set up for the short ball here, can't he? Knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Just sits back waiting for that.
They're not hiding it.
No, not at all.
Not frightened to bang it in. All the possible traps are set. The top edges, the balloons up in the air, the leg slip, short leg and deep backward square, and he goes short of length again and punched back to the bowler, who fumbles in his follow through, and Hill takes on Barker and wins to move on to 98. Harry Brook back on strike. Just reading that stat that the Yorkshire Cricket Twitter account has put up. When we had the tea break in 2021, Tom Haynes of Sussex and Matt Critchley of Derbyshire reached at least 50 9 times in the county championships, 14-game season. That was the most in the country, and Harry Brook matched that tally in only his 7th game of 2022, and he has now gone caught down the leg side, a little bit of a strangle, and Fuller, having tried to work George Hill over and get his wicket by bowling something of that ilk, has got that of Harry Brook for 76, his 95th delivery out there. Just going to catch that again on the replay in a moment, but he didn't appear to have a problem with it.
No, he absolutely flew. The ball absolutely flew to James Venter. Took a great catch to his right hand side. It went quickly. I don't know if we're going to get a replay or not now. Possibly not.
76 off 95 and 222 for 3. And they're back in the game, Hampshire.
Yeah, Fuller's got something there, and his body's been working towards another short delivery, and it's done the business, as it were, and brings a new batter to the crease, and that's exactly what Hampshire want to see. A few more quick wickets here, and they'll be very happy if they can get them.
So Matthew Waite coming out to bat. Big moment for him as far as this season's concerned. His first class Yorkshire appearance. And well, Harry's human after all.
After all. And there is a way to get him out. Strangle him down the leg side. Apparently it's the only option. He was brilliant though, wasn't he? Scored his runs quickly, put real pressure on Hampshire bowling attack. Did his job well, accelerated the innings nicely and put Yorkshire in a fantastic position at 222 for 3.
Yeah, so the wicket taken, what, ball number 5 of the 71st over. I'd like to make a note of these things.
That's okay.
And in he comes to bowl to Matthew Waite, who, well, with the trap still set down the leg side, has flicked it beyond leg slip this time and will get off the mark, a bit like George Hill did earlier. First ball with a 4.
Yeah, it was brilliantly timed, wasn't it? Flew quickly to the boundary and picks up 4 and gets off the mark first ball. A strike rate of 400.
Yeah. Yeah, stick that one in the locker now and
yeah. Take a photo of that. Don't need to see anything else.
Undefeated. Let's have a look.
Similar delivery to the same one that got Harry Brook. Just not quite to the same avail. Very well played by Waite all the way along the floor on that occasion. Ian Holland's going to continue from the hotel end here at the Ageas Bowl to bowl over number 72. A smooth action comes over the wicket, and Hill is right in behind that one. He's 98 from 218 balls, the nervous 90s. Haven't been in that position too often, but batting at number 11.
So Holland to Hill, who steps back, cuts, and will get to those 3 figures with a glorious cut shot. He's played plenty of glorious shots on the day. He's had 1 or 2 issues with the short ball, but he is a very good young player, and that is his 2nd first-class century to go with the 151 he made at Northampton earlier in the campaign. 220 balls, 288 minutes, 17 fours, and a 6, an innings of patience. And generally speaking, when George Hill is at the crease, is a feeling of serenity about what's going on out there.
That was a fantastic innings, wasn't it? And it's not over, obviously, but it's a fantastic innings, and he's played brilliantly here, hit the ball hard, and really deserved that. Holland comes into him again, and he's solid in defence once more. That's a fantastic innings. It's just what Yorkshire needed. It's just what we talk about when we talk about the England cricket team, is that opening, you know, who's that opener that can go on and score big runs, and could this be a name for the future? George Hill. Who knows? Over the wicket, Holland again. Rising delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Hill. We've seen good carry and good bounce throughout the day here on day 1. Ian Holland, he's bowled 7 maidens today. He's bowled brilliantly. Can he get another breakthrough here in this final session? He's in behind that one again. Hill on the front foot, defending. There's a bit of noise from the fielders, the Hampshire fielders. They want to get 1 or 2 more here before the end of play today. 24 overs remaining in the day. And Holland bowls full again. In defence is Hill, and that's another good over from Holland. 1 boundary coming from it. That to bring up George Hill's 100. And Yorkshire 230 for 3 after 72 overs. Holland's bowled 15 of them, and he's 1 for 35.
So Matthew Waite, I was talking about him, lack of first-class action for Yorkshire in recent seasons. He played 1 first-class game in his short spell down at Worcester. 13 not out he got with the bat, plus 6 wickets across the 2 innings, 6 for 50 in fact. Other than that, List A or T20 cricket.
How does he play the short ball, Jonathan, do you know?
Wouldn't have seen
too much
loads
of
of that
Yeah.
in the time I've been doing the job, really.
We're about to find out, I think, maybe.
Yeah, because here's Fuller bowling a little full up, and Waite just pushing into the offside. And there's no run. Keith Barker doing the fielding, but they've still got much of that trap set. There's a long leg, deep backward square leg, 2 slips in place now. Leg slip has moved across James Vince into first. Still a short leg. Mid
Might
on.
be the surprise delivery, or the change up, the shorter one, rather than a full-blown attack.
1 for 59 Fuller, over the wicket now. Full toss this time, and Waite gets a good contact on it. The deep backward square is round to do the fielding there, Felix Organ.
He's quick across the ground, Felix Organ, gets the throw in quickly and restricts them to any 1 run.
So Waite on to 5. Hill back on strike, 102.
I've been so impressed with George Hill today. He's batted brilliantly and barely put a foot wrong in this whole innings, and he's earned all 102 of those runs.
Back round the wicket, the bowler goes short again, but Hill right over the top of this, drops it into the offside. A little jog round to do the fielding by 31, not appearing on my team sheet.
Gubbins, Nick Gubbins.
Ah, that's because I've written down 26 twice. So James Vince back in at leg slip. Matthew Waite back on strike, and just 1 orthodox slip. Liam Dawson, who's quite wide, probably at about more like a 3rd slip position, and a really short delivery at Matthew Waite. We are, of course, counting down the overs to the new ball here. Another 7 overs and 2 deliveries left.
That might be the change that Hampshire need. Fuller's changed his tactics. He's going to come round the wicket and position with this short ball plan to Waite as well as Hill.
In comes Fuller again, and again attacking that leg stump area around about hip height. Run down to fine leg where Brad Wheel does the fielding. Single to Matthew Waite. Let's just catch up on a bit of correspondence while we can. And Bill Kelso giving us some scores from the test match, but that was a while ago. Things will have changed. Good afternoon to you though, Bill. Short ball here, and lovely little cut shot by George Hill again. We saw it to good effect with the boundary from the other end that took him to his 100, but this time couldn't get it past the infield. John Logan says, hi JD, enjoying the cricket commentary on the usage of correspondence English words, especially as I teach English. Regarding your pronunciation of the word used to describe a snicket, stroke, passageway, etc. In South Yorkshire, we spell and pronounce it differently to West Yorkshire. You said ginnel, G-I-N-N-E-L, with a hard G sound, as in the word golf. In South Yorkshire, it's pronounced with a soft G sound, as in the word general, and spelt gentle. Interesting.
Gentle.
I wasn't aware of that either.
Well, there we go. You've learnt something about.
He goes on, I won't debate which word is correct, as it depends on regionality and dialects, but the South Yorkshire word follows the pronunciation rules of English, as a soft G sound precedes the letters I, E and Y.
Well, there we go. Change of bowling at this end. Liam Dawson's into the attack. Straight delivery to Matthew Waite, and he's in behind that one, and there is no run.
And a hard G sound precedes the letters A, O and U. For example, how do you pronounce gin and tonic?
Well, there we go. Back of a length from Dawson this time, worked into the onside, no run.
After a few of them, I probably pronounce it gin and tonic.
Yeah, I was just going to say something similar, actually. When you can't pronounce anything at all, and that's when you know you've had too many. Round the wicket is Dawson. Just onto the hip of Matthew Waite, works it into the vacant square leg region, and they pick up one more. He moves to 7, and Yorkshire 234 for 3, and there are 3 balls remaining in this over.
Of course, none of your BBC commentary teams around the nation partake of alcohol.
Absolutely
not.
Not.
At all.
No, never.
Not before lunch.
And definitely not before a stint on the commentary.
Before
all
lunch.
day, absolutely. Dawson Fuller in length, that delivery. Hill defending to Keith Barker at point. He's got an extra cover on the drive and a wider cover also very close on the drive as well. Liam Dawson. Down the wicket this time is Hill and knocks that into that extra cover fielder. Not quite there to hit, so just defends it back. They did look to target Dawson earlier on. He's gone at 7s, which is quite expensive. They've now just pushed mid-off back, 3/4 of the way back. He's come down the track and he's hit it flat for 6 over wide long on. There was nobody there, and they're targeting Dawson again here where Hill is, like he did earlier. He's hit that very hard and very flat, and he's moved to 109.
Yeah, good use of feet. That we're talking about earlier, playing the ball late and under his eye line, George Hill. But then we also talked about how batsmen or batters want to get that bat, play the ball out in front of them when they're trying to loft it, and he did just that. Used his feet, lofted it over the top. Probably not the best contact he's got all day, which I think is why it went a bit flatter. I would have thought that the way he seemed to go through the shot, he could have timed it a little bit better, but hitting against the spin, of course, as you mentioned in the build-up to that delivery, mid-off being dropped out that little bit deeper, and so he chose to come down, hit it over the top against the spin, and as long as he could clear the field, he was always going to find a little bit of joy.
Indeed.
So Brad Wheel coming back on at the pavilion end. 7 to Matthew Waite, 109 to George Hill with that 6. And it's going to be Waite on strike. And still 22 overs remaining in the day, 5 minutes before 5 o'clock. Been a super day in terms of the weather. We had a bit of cloud early doors, but largely unbroken sunshine for the vast majority, and there's a pretty stiff breeze looking at the trees away at the far end of the ground. Here's Wheel then, bowling to Waite, who turns that square on the leg side. There's a sweeper out there, and they'll stroll through for a single. No real change in the field, no change at all in the field here. When Waite was on strike, George Hill, they'll stay in the same place. Will they? No, in fact, third man has now been sent on his way down to our right. And in comes Wheel again, right arm over. Hill gets the ball short of length and punches it into the gap through mid-wicket for another easy single.
They'll be waiting for the new ball, won't they, Hampshire? 5 overs remaining after this until it arrives.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit careful, I suppose, that in doing so they don't gift a few easy runs.
Yeah.
If they can take a wicket with them beforehand, they'll be delighted with that, of course.
And if that could be of George Hill, even better.
It's Waite on strike, solidly behind it, pushing into the onside no run. Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you, says what a fantastic way to spend Sunday afternoon watching the 3 best county batters, 2 from Yorkshire and 1 from the Vatican. I assume he means Pope. Yorkshire pride of place on the telly with excellent commentary. Silent test match on tablet. Good on you, Martin.
And Joe Root doesn't even make the cut.
Way to go. No. Wheel to Waite. Appeal for LBW. Waite appeared to get a good stride in. It was stifled, the appeal as well. Mighty Mariners says afternoon all. Hope it's not another draw and Yorkshire can go on and win. We'll A long way from that at the moment, but they're trying to set things up. England 384 for 4, by the way. They've avoided the follow-on. Give me some scores from elsewhere as well. Somerset 180 all out against Surrey down at Taunton, so terrible start at Hyderabad. Brad Wheel is in and pushed back to him by weight, no run. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire, 226 for 6. They've got a bit of work to do if they're going to make a meaningful game of that one, you would have thought, with the Lancashire batting firepower. 230 for 6 now. And Gloucestershire 283 for 5, doing a little better against Kent, who put them into bat. Wheel in, and Waite takes on Barker with the push to the man who's out there at extra cover, and they get a single. In Division 2, the wilderness of Division 2, Kev leaving me to do the scores from there. Durham 291 for 3, taking on Worcestershire. It was the home side who won the toss and chose to bat, and making a good fist of that. At Chesterfield, Middlesex 214 for 7 against Derbyshire. Sussex Glamorgan at Cardiff, Sussex 199 for 6, also in a bit of strife, but it's difficult at Cardiff, as we alluded to earlier on, so actually 199 is not a desperately poor total there.
And Dawson starts a new over from this hotel end. Back of a length delivery, and Matthew Waite just pushes that back to him.
And then Leicestershire 283 for 4 against Nottinghamshire, who put them in at Grace Road. That's your score. Roundup completed for now.
Brilliant roundup. Leg stump line from Dawson. It's just helped round the corner. They're going to pick up 1 as Vince scampers round from slip to do the fielding. It's a leg bye. Thought it came off the face of the bat, but it's a leg bye. Score moves to 244 for 3 Yorkshire. For Hill, they're going to have a change in field, so both long, there's a long off and long on in place for him, as he chose to use his feet in the last over. That's back of a length, a short delivery, and they pick up 1 to that long on fielder. An easy single for Hill. He moves to 111, and the field, those 2 fielders come up for Matthew Waite. Fuller deliveries on the drive, straight at Donald. That extra cover, hit hard. Threatens to throw at the stumps, but keeps it in his hand. Dawson containing this over so far. Fuller in delivery, great bit of fielding at the cover in the ring by Nick Gubbins. Well applauded by the keeper Ben Brownie, like that, diving to his left. Dawson approaches saying tight to the stumps. It's cut to Keith Barger, another great bit of fielding by the Hampshire fielders. He's down the big man to his left. So that cut shot's a good over from Liam Dawson. 1 off the bat and 1 leg by coming from it. Yorkshire 245 for 3 here.
Yep, and yeah, some good fielding in the over. Some whooping and a hollering from the
support like that,
down to our right. They enjoyed that, yeah. Kept him entertained. Bowling to his field, I suppose you'd have to say, for Liam Dawson, who's now got 5 overs, no maidens, none for 35 to his name. As Charlotte mentioned, targeted earlier on by both Harry Brook and George Hill, so it didn't last too long. He's back for a second look. But Brad Wheel has the ball in his hand and is running towards our commentary position then, with George Hill, a tall figure of George Hill, high backlift on strike, and punches this one out square on the offside where Nick Gubbins does the fielding. They get a single. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge or at BBC, not at, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
There we go. I don't actually
You don't want any correspondence. No, you do
I'm
right.
not generally. I did have it once, actually. Let me just see if I can find it.
Wheel again, and that's dropped into the leg side by Waite, who was keen for the one, but George Hill not so at the other end. They're going to get together and have a quick chat about that. What were you doing? Not sure. What about you? Well, I fancied a single. Well, I didn't. Okay.
End of conversation. It's solentcricket@gmail.com.
Okay. Or you could send in your postcards to the Ageas Hilton, addressed for Charlotte, and she'll
and I'll
probably
pick
read
them
them
from reception
next week or something like that. First class stamps, though, a bit difficult to afford these days, aren't they? The prices. Here's Whelan again, and that's pushed into the offside by Waite.
A luxury.
I went into the supermarket the other week. I said, can I have a book of stamps, please? First or second? I said, how much are first? And when she told me, I said,
second then.
I'll walk it.
Do you have a third?
Deliver it beyond.
Yeah.
So 246 for 3. Waite not out on 9. Wheel in, and Matthew Waite pushes solidly up to mid-on. He's faced that 20 deliveries that they talk about, to have a look at it.
Yeah.
Get an appreciation for what, if anything, is happening off the pitch and the pace of the pitch. Very good batting conditions, you'd say, at the moment. A good time, Matthew Waite, to go in the sense that he's had a look at it now with the second new ball looming. Short ball here by Wheel, and Waite comfortably underneath that.
Yeah, well directed short ball, but he picked it up early and ducked nicely out underneath it.
He's not small, Matthew Waite, but he's shorter than George Hill, and so far he's been just choosing to duck underneath the odd delivery that's been bowled at him that has been short of length.
Yep, gets nicely underneath it.
Here he is, high back lift. Oh, a good delivery this time by Wheel. There's an appeal for LBW. The ball squirts out into the gully region. But
Initially looked too high.
Yeah, and Matthew Waite did move his thigh pad afterwards.
And sliding, I think, as well. Going on with the angle.
I think looking at the way he's just sort of half limped towards George Hill, it might have caught him in that area between, right at the bottom of the thigh pad, where the pad flaps come forward and you don't get a lot of protection.
No, and it can be quite nasty, quite painful.
Could have a bit of one of those bruises that this time next week will still be yellow,
yeah,
with a circle on the thigh.
It'll just change colour over a few days. Liam Dawson's going to continue from this hotel end to George Hill. He's got that long on in place as well, but that's a back of a length delivery, and he does the fielding off his own bowling. Just trying to gain a bit of control here, Liam Dawson. As said before, George Hill has favoured him and looked to target him a little bit. So just want to be keeping quiet here, and if he can, get him out. He's brought him forward in defence. No gap between bat and pad, played nicely down, and there is no run. We've got the one over warning sign again.
Yeah,
it was more like a flight attendant.
We've got the tap on the shoulder,
telling you where the exits are. That's what more would it look like. A full delivery from Dawson, and Hill's played that nicely up to long off. Felix Organ does the fielding, and they pick up one more.
I thought he was going to ask you to dance for a moment then. But
well, I thought he was actually dancing, and then there was sort of some choreography potentially about to happen, or some sort of dance troupe.
Strictly JMO.
I'm sure I'll be happy with that. Another full delivery from Dawson. Played into the offside again. And Aaron Donald in there. He's got a deep cover as well, Liam Dawson. Brad Wheel out there. Another full delivery. No gap between bat and pad again from Hill. Very solid in defence. Happy to just pat it back. And this could be a first maiden for Liam Dawson if he can finish it off. Round the wicket he comes. Nope, he can't. That's played out to deep cover. A little bit of width on offer, and Hill picks up one. He's going to keep the strike. Yorkshire 246 for 3. He moves to 113, waits on 9, and I've got to go.
And Brad Wheel 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. 6 overs for 36 for Liam Dawson now. So he's brought it back down to 6 and over. 1 a ball, having received a bit of tap in the early moments of his bowling today. Very pleasant evening, and the pleasant fella that is Kevin James returns to the mic. Seamless.
You old softy, you. So we are 2 overs away from the second new ball. Thank you, Jonathan. Be back in about half an hour or so. Stanley Marissa will come in alongside me. As, that's a length ball there from Brad Wheel that's played out on the onside by Waite, and he remains on 10. And George Hill, who's been there since the start of the day, 113 not out, 235 deliveries, 248 for 3. Yorkshire 2 away from another bonus point. And I'm sure in a couple of overs' time, Hampshire will grab that second new ball and hope for that something will happen. Here comes Wheel again from that pavilion end, and that's worked away on the onside by Waite. And he moves on to 11. Welcome back, Stanley Marissa. Oh, turn you on there.
Oh, sorry, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, big wicket that of Harry Brook, wasn't it? Kind of stemmed the flow of runs, I guess, and sort of gave James Vincent a chance to get some control back in and try and get that, obviously, that run rate back to well, it was going north, so yeah, they've done well.
Scoring at just over 3 and over currently in the innings. As Wheel comes in short, and it's well played by George Hill, who just sways inside the line. Yeah, I think it's. I think we would have lost money on who out of Brook and George Hill would have got out to the shorter delivery.
Yeah, yeah.
Lost some quids there.
I think it just seemed like that line was, I guess, if we were to work it out, it was just the most well, it looked like the most obvious way that we're going to get a wicket, because so much was happening from that angle.
Yeah. It was out called leg slip of Fuller for 76. That's pulled away by Hill. That's a nice shot. Goes out along the ground quickly to James Fuller. And Hill moves on to 114 now. And it's 249 for 3. And listen, yeah, congratulations, George Hill. Second 100 in his career, second 100 this season. There is an applause there for what I have absolutely no idea. I mean, it wasn't a bad piece of fielding, but oh, it's a 250 up. Oh, the scoreboard's one behind. So that the crowd, you see, the crowd are good. They're on it. The crowd, scoreboard one behind, and that's pushed up to mid-on to a length ball from Brad Wheel, 250 for 3.
Yeah, George Hill's been really good and been the mainstay of this innings, really. And I think, you know, as soon as if you're a batting side and one of your top 3 bat long and get that big 100, it's quite nice, and you can actually almost bat around that. And yeah, he's been really solid, and yeah, been a pleasing innings, I guess.
I think it's fair to say that his first 75 runs were a lot easier than his last 25 to his 100. He was given the short ball treatment a little bit by Fuller. Great stop in the covers for Waite to end that over. There's noticeable in the last 10 or 15 minutes, isn't it? We noticed it, Stanley, and I'm sure Jonathan and Charlotte did as well. But the fielders are giving each other an extravagant G-up out there in the middle. It's if you get to a point in the day where you haven't taken too many wickets, which they haven't, and you sort of give each other an extra shout out and applause and almost over the top, just to keep each other going. Yeah,
definitely. It looks like Nick Gubbins might have been sort of tasked with that role, or he might have just taken it up on himself, and yeah, just sort of be that guy that G's the team up and keeps that, you know, sort of momentum going and that energy, and which is such a big part of fielding, you know. And yeah, he's been really good actually. The ground fielding's been really impressive. As Liam Dawson looks to bowl this, I guess, last over just before that new ball, as he comes in down the wicket. Lovely shot again, that by George Hill. Really good shot. He's just opened his body up and just lofted him over extra cover. Sumptuous shot. That's really good, and that's a sign of a man that's actually in really good touch when you see people playing in that area, don't you, Kevin?
Yeah.
It's really nice shot.
It was, yeah. As you said, opening the body up there was quite deliberate to hit it wide of mid-off. He was going aerial, but it was a quite deliberate shot into the vacant deep extra cover.
Very good.
Yeah, very good shot.
Dawson comes in again. slightly back of a length. Just nudged towards James Fuller at mid-wicket, no run. So
Sorry, go on.
No, what are your thoughts in terms of this new ball then? You think they'll go straight into it?
Oh, I would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
There's no point in hanging around.
No. As Dawson comes in, nice length, brings him forward and just slightly skews off the outside edge to Keith Barker at short third man.
Yeah, neither Barker nor Abbott have bowled since tea.
No. Yeah. It's going to be a big session, big final session, a big final push for these two. As Dawson comes in, punched down the ground again by George Hill for a single to Ian Holland at deep long on.
In fact, Barker's bowled in the afternoon session. Barker bowled 7 overs. Abbott bowled 5. That's all they've bowled since lunch.
Yeah. As Dawson comes in, full and punched down the ground by Matthew Waite, down to long off for another single. Guess what they've done well as well when things have been slightly quieter, they've rotated that strike and they've never really been bogged down too much, and they've really put themselves in a really good position to hopefully press on for a good first innings total.
Yeah.
Liam Dawson comes in, back of a length, big shout. Looked like there might have been an inside edge on that, Kev.
Yeah.
Looked pretty straight, but not too much going on from Liam Dawson himself. That ends the over. 256 for 3, but yeah, slightly tricky moment that for George Hill.
I just wondering, I mean, it might have been an attempted arm ball there from Liam Dawson, which, I mean, didn't really go, but it certainly didn't sort of stand up there and sort of just holding the turf a bit and maybe straighten a fraction, which he's not even really doing that, and I think he just got tucked up. It looks like the second new ball is ready to go. So at 256 for 3 off 80 overs. I would say we are certainly going to get a bit of Barker at the pavilion end, and we will get a bit of Kyle Abbott at this commentary end. And yes, it is Keith Barker warming up, and rather unusual for Keith Barker, having bowled 16 overs. He is still wicketless. And we did see him give George Hill a little tricky few overs, didn't he, with him over the wicket, just swinging back in a fraction, and Hill just playing a little bit too much across the line, was getting wrapped on the pad, and the line from Barker was just a fraction too straight, wasn't it? It just needed to be another inch or two further over, and the ball would have probably pitched on the stumps and just straightened. It was doing that, but it was just from a little too leg stumpish. And the umpire was asked the question a few times about LBWs, and quite rightly, I think, wasn't able to say yes. It's going to be Waite then to face the first ball of this second new ball. He's round the wicket, is Barker, and that is a length ball which is played quietly out on the offside. So Matthew Waite, I think Jonathan Doyle says, playing his first game in the first team this year, and his 10th only first class match, 26 years of age, career average in this form of the game of just 17.
Yeah, it'll be a big test for him at this last 10 overs before the end of the day.
Yeah, Jonathan's saying he's a better player. I'm sure he is. A chance to increase that as Barker bowls. Oh my word, that's a good leave, with Ben Brown diving to his left to take that. That I don't think that's very far away from the off stump.
It's really close.
It
looked like it tailed back in, and that new ball straight away, that's the sort of movement that they've been waiting to see pretty much all day. So yeah, it's going to be a really tricky session for Matthew Waite, but I guess you can say it's a good leave, because it hasn't hit
his
the
off stump still there. That's right. I just noticed the two batters just had a word there between balls. Here's Barker bowls, and that's a little wider of the off stump. A good leave at this stage. I don't know whether Waite just went up and said, how close really was that, because you can never tell with the fielders, can they, because they're all going all the time, and you're never quite sure which is close to the off stump and which isn't. I'm sure George Hill probably said to him, yeah, don't leave too many of those.
Just keep watching it. Watch for the one that tails back in.
Yeah. 256 for 3. 15 overs to do in the day after this as Barker from the pavilion end round the wicket. Again, that's a good leave. Again, it's outside off stump. It's a good line, but it's a line that if Waite doesn't want to play at it, he doesn't have to.
Yeah, it's comfortable outside that off stump for him. Yeah. But yeah, it will be tricky. So he's got to have his wits about him for these last 15, and I guess for a perfect scenario is for them to go in for the last 15 without any wickets to fall, but yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it really will be a good day if that happens for Yorkshire. Barker again bowls, it's Fuller, and it's driven up to mid-off, but there is no run. 2 slips and a galley for Keith Barker here. Vincent Dawson 1 and 2, that's usually pretty standard. Holland in at 4th slip, there's a gap between 2 and 4. Sunshine bright this evening here on just outside Southampton, West End. 2:56 for 3 as Barker comes in again. There was a man on the drive on the leg side as well. It's down the leg side. Obviously flicked the pad because it was not Ben Brown, it wasn't Keith Barker, it was more Vincent Dawson at slip appealing for that one, which probably gives you an idea about how close that wasn't. 17 overs, none for 43 for Keith Barker at the end of that first over of the second new ball.
Yeah, a little bit going on there with that new ball, a little bit of shape, which you'd naturally expect with the way Keith Barker does bowl, and with a brand new ball in his hand, yeah, you're going to expect some sort of shape. Maybe didn't hit his areas as well as he would like, but yeah, lots to work with, and that new ball will be shared with Kyle Abbott, who probably hasn't bowled as well as he would have liked today. 14 overs, none for 33. Economy is good, but probably not the same sort of penetration that we're used to seeing from him. So he'll be looking to make amends in this last session and try and do something big for the side. I think, yeah, you almost just need someone just to try and get things going and have a big impact and a couple of wickets, and Hampshire are right back into this game as he comes in from this hotel inn. Kyle Abbott slightly outside of stump, good channel, left alone by George Hill, almost with his hands underneath the ball, and just goes through to Ben Brown.
The ginnel of uncertainty, just to bring that word back from this morning.
Yep.
The channel. Oh, is it a channel? It's not ginnel. So what are you talking about?
Well, we've managed to put it into the words at some point as well. So as Kyle Abbott comes in, again, really good area, slightly outside of stump, beats the bat and through to Ben Brown. It looked like it just tailed away slightly. So yeah, these first 2 balls, really encouraging signs from Kyle Abbott.
So apparently they say it a different way in North Yorkshire as they do to South Yorkshire, which I'm sure is very, very interesting fact if you live up that way. If you live on the south coast, I should think like us, you absolutely couldn't care less.
As Abbott comes in, running in strong towards the crease. Slightly leg side and clipped away and into the leg side to Felix Organ at mid-wicket, who does good piece of timing again, actually, that by George Hill. I think it's been a feature of his innings, actually, how well he's timed the ball down the ground, and every time he's actually played any sort of shot with some sort of aggression, he seems to have timed it and punched very well.
Yes, he has. A good model of concentration, George Hill.
Definitely. As Kyle Abbott comes in, 3 balls remaining. Nice channel, slightly outside off stump, defended into the covers by George Hill. Yeah, he's been really good though, hasn't he, Kevin? Obviously, a young lad, and come in and against this quality attack and held his own, and yeah, he's been rewarded with 119 runs, and he's been pretty solid all day.
21 years of age. I mean, that's a great. I'm sure I read something actually leading up to this game where apparently his one claim to fame before this season was, did he run out to supply the replacement bat for Ben Stokes when he got all those runs at Headingley? I think that was his.
Kyle Abbott comes in, defended out again to the into the offside.
Which is a
this
bizarre
true,
claim to fame. Yeah, Jonathan's nodding. Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been that Test match, of course, where Ben Stokes smashed the Aussies.
Yep. He'd have been a young lad then, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it would have been 18.
Yeah.
Amazing claim to fame that. I was the man that ran out with the replacement bat for Ben Stokes.
Some innings that was. And yeah. Seems to be going all right in the Test match. Ben Stokes again.
He's out, actually.
Oh, is he out
now?
Yeah. Kyle Abbott comes in. Oh, playing a miss outside that off stump. Probably one of the loosest shots that he's played. Probably a lapse in concentration and just slightly flashed outside off stump, and probably should be leaving that. Yeah. But it ends that over. Not a bad over from Kyle Abbott. 256 for 3.
I got a question here from Lily, silentcricket@gmail.com. She's emailed. Here's a quiz question for you. Which 2 Yorkshire players playing in this game were not born in Yorkshire? I'll give you all 30 minutes to answer it. To be honest, Lily, I could do it in 5 seconds. Then I'll send you the answer. Lily, I don't really want to steal your thunder, but I can tell you the 2 players are Dominic Drakes and Bess. So there you go.
That was easy.
So sorry, Lily. I kind of sort of ruined that for you and for everybody else who was probably thinking about it. Here comes. How have I done that? Here's Barker, and that's driven into the ground by Waite, and there's no run. I think as you get towards the end of the day, you think, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to go for it. Did
she give us half an hour to get that? Or
half an hour? Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's it. To be honest, I had it before I'd even read out the whole email. About 2 lines into the email, I thought, I know who those are. Sorry, Lily. Apparently she's going to be at Scarborough when Hampshire are there, and she's going to come and say hello, so I'll apologise to you in person then. That's a nice drive through extra cover. Beautiful shot, Matthew Waite. Slightly over pitched there from Barker, but it just lent into that nicely, didn't it?
Yeah, very
Pinged
good.
Off the bat.
Yeah, really good. And again, we've spoken about it at length, and it's been a feature of the Yorkshire batting today, is that any time that Hampshire have earned that length and got it slightly fuller, they've pounced on it and driven well, and that's another really good stroke to keep that scoreboard ticking, really.
Yeah. It's always nice with a harder ball. It does tend to ping off the bat a little more. Might come off the surface a little quicker, but equally so off the middle of the bat. Here's Barker staying round the wicket. Bowls. Length ball gets wrapped on the pad as it comes back to him, but sort of a stunted appeal there. Score remains on 260 for 3. Waite 16 and Hill is on 119. 13 and a bit overs to do in the day.
Definitely pulled the length back on that, and there was probably a little bit more behind that. No big fast bowler likes being driven like that down the ground.
No medium pace that does either, I don't think. Not many do. It was a beautiful shot. Here's Barker. Bowls, and that's worked just wide of mid-wicket, up to wide mid-on, and between the 2, well, they're going to get a single, actually. I think in the end it was decided that Kyle Abbott had a little bit too much to do up at mid-on, and it was almost as if the single was an afterthought.
Yeah. Oh, they looked at it and they thought about it a couple of times, didn't they?
They did.
Saw him go to ground and thought, yeah, we can sneak in.
Surely there's a single there.
Big fast bowler's not going to get that quick, is he?
261 for 3, and all 3 wickets that have fallen, there's been 1 in each session. And Adam Lyth caught in the gully off Holland for 19 this morning. Will Frayne ran out at the bowler's end for 20, and Harry Brook for 76. Shortest delivery from Fuller, that's outside the off stump and left alone by Hill. Shortest delivery from Fuller, which he just turned around the corner, and there was James Vince to take a smart catch at leg slip. He went for 76. 51, 81, 222, the 3 wickets that have fallen today. And it's been hard going for Hampshire, and Yorkshire have certainly sold their wickets dearly, even though they've been a little unlucky, and I think certainly in Will Frayne's case. But it's been, even though there was a little bit of help this morning from the Hampshire bowlers, and only a little bit, just enough. It's guided, I think, just about by George Hill. Opened the face of the bat. Not sure he did quite mean to hit that as fine down to third man as he did, but it's 4 runs anyway, all along the floor to end that Barker's over, and there was 9 runs off that. 123 for Hill, 265 for 3 Yorkshire.
Yeah, George Hill moves to 123, getting himself into a really good position to make a big score here, actually.
Yeah, isn't he?
I guess that's the danger with that new ball, isn't it? As much as it's an opportunity to try and make inroads, it does also start to ping off the bat, and it could potentially leak a few runs towards the end of the day, and the bowlers might be slightly tired, so it's always a big moment. I know everyone builds up to that moment, but sometimes you've got to really be on it. So
you have. Yeah.
Let's see if Kyle Abbott can do anything and spark some sort of energy into his day as he runs in from the hotel end on the leg stump and just flicked for a couple. Oh, they come back for 2. Felix Organ does the cleaning up just behind square, and a couple of runs there for Matthew Waite.
Yeah, even with the new ball, batting looks still pretty straightforward, doesn't it, really? You're going to expect the odd one just to nip a fraction. I'm not sure we've seen that much, actually, from this second new ball as yet. It's into its 4th over.
No.
Probably seen it come through a little quicker, but other than that, probably batters prefer that.
Definitely. As Kyle Abbott comes in. Outside of stump. Hits him on the pad. Big shout. Big shout. And umpire says no. Looked like it might have been slightly outside the line. There was a big shout from the bowler. Yeah. Looks like from our replay, Ben Brown and the slips did go up, but potentially looking at where Ben Brown is, he looks like he was actually like leaning towards slightly outside the line. So yeah, good decision from the umpire, but not a bad delivery.
No, good shout, Stanley. I think that's the first one we've seen with the second new ball from Kyle Abbott that's nipped back. A ball that he bowls, you know, is his pretty sort of standard ball normally. First time we've seen it go.
Here he comes, Kyle Abbott. Straighter. Big shout again, stifled. Maybe an inside or slightly going down the leg side. But yeah, not too bad from him these first 2 overs, asking questions and running in hard, and I guess that's all you can ask as a captain.
Yeah, sometimes when the batters are in, it's doesn't look as though the nip backer can be that effective, but if you get a couple of new batters in, all of a sudden it's quite different. But 2 new batters at this stage doesn't look as though that's going to happen.
No. Abbott runs in. Outside off stump, beats him outside the off stump. Really good stuff again. Outside that channel. Seems to have found a good spot actually, and he's causing a few problems for George Hill outside the off stump. That's probably his 2nd player miss.
Yeah. Well, you got the nip backer, and then of course you got the one that goes on with the arm,
yeah.
And that line just outside off stump then becomes an important line for the batters. Where do they play? Do they not play? Is it going to nip back? Isn't it going to nip back?
Yeah. Abbott runs in. A couple of balls remaining in this over. Good channel. In there, slightly upish towards the leg side, clipped by George Hill. And it's 4 down towards deep backward square leg. It looks like he flicked that off just slightly. Yeah, that was slightly towards the leg side, and he's continued to cash in. It's a good shot.
50 partnership between these two for the 4th wicket. That's come off just 78 deliveries. That's been one of the quicker 50 partnerships we've seen so far.
And it's again another feature of Yorkshire's innings today. There've been a lot of partnerships, and that always really helps if you have people contributing from both ends. As Abbott, big outside edge again from George Hill. It looks like it might run down the hill, and that's 4 more back-to-back boundaries to end that over. 272 for 3. George Hill moves to 127. Matthew Waite, 19 not out.
That's good over for Yorkshire, that one. Abbott's now 0 for 43 from 16. Yeah, the biggest partnership so far in this innings was one for the 3rd wicket between Brooke and Hill. They put on 141 before Brooke went for 76. So runs coming a little easier. Sometimes see that with a second new ball, don't you? Sort of pings off the bat a little quicker.
Yeah, you do, because at the same time you want to put your fielders in those catching positions. So what that does is it opens up the gaps, but you want them to be sort of playing aggressively as well. So it's risk and reward, isn't it?
So 2 of Hampshire's top 3 wicket takers in the championship this season are so far wicketless. There's Barker, none for 52 from 18 goals. And that's a nice drive up towards mid-wicket, but straight at the fielder. And there is no run. Mohammed Abbas not playing this game. He has 26 so far this season, 27 for Barker, 19 for Kyle Abbott. They've been the trio of seam bowlers that have strangled oppositions at times this year and almost beaten them into submission, and when they've tried to not hit out, but try to play more positively, that's when they've perished. Oh, he's almost played onto his stumps there, Wait, just trying to give himself some room, cut away on the offside ball, just followed him on the angle, bounces wide of the stumps.
Yeah, very risky shot that is with Keith Barker coming round the wicket with that left arm angle and probably looking to swing the ball in. I think probably the cut shot is the one shot you might want to try and avoid.
Has there been much swing for him so far in the second new ball? I'm not sure there has really, is it? At the angle, certainly.
Yeah, not a great deal.
Well, there hasn't really, is there? And I think there was a bit more like this in the first innings, wasn't it? In the first innings with the first new ball. So that's turned away square on the leg side. It seemed to just take a little while maybe for that lacquer to come off, and then he certainly got the ball to swing a little bit in about his second and third spells.
Yeah, we definitely saw that. Yeah, it took a little while for the ball to actually stop properly swinging, and it didn't really swing for too long after that, didn't it? It just sort of swung for a bit, and then
That was it. That was it. So 256 for 3 when the second new ball was taken. It's 276 for 3 now as Barker comes in the game and bowls. Just wrapped on the pad there, Matthew Waite, but that's going down the leg side. I think we can see that even on our angle. We are probably about 5 pitches to the left of the pitch they're playing on. They are probably 3 pitches to the right of centre-ish, to the west side of the ground, where, well, there's a few less spectators now. There's obviously a few disappeared. Obviously got something to do tonight. It's not been a bad Championship Days crowd. 1,000 maybe at most, at its best. Maybe slightly less than that, actually, probably 800 or so, as that's pushed on the onside and there's no runs. A few less than that now, but most of them to the right-hand side of the ground, of course, slightly nearer the action.
I think Hampshire will be, I guess, obviously haven't taken the wickets, but they'll be relatively pleased with the way they've stuck at it. I think it's been, yeah, obviously not the wickets that they would have liked, but I think it's been pretty good areas, and they've, yeah, stuck at the task and made it quite difficult for them.
Yeah, trying as hard as they could, isn't it? It doesn't help when one guy's batting all the way through, does it? Because they can almost keep the scoring rate ticking along. That's come back in as well, a thick inside edge onto the pad as it rolls out on the leg side. Accurate over there from Keith Barker, because that was a maiden. 276 for 3 then Yorkshire. We've got 11 overs left in the day, and I think we'll do another over here, Stanley, and then it'll be Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off spinner, back in alongside Jonathan Doidge from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. That sounds quite an important title, that, doesn't it?
Does.
I'm just Radio Solent. I'm just representing one station. Jonathan's representing about 6.
He's doing it very well by the sounds.
He does it very well.
Kyle
He
Abbott
makes it
comes
look
in.
easy. Is it me or you?
It's me. It's
It
me.
is you.
It's me. Yeah, yeah. Kyle Abbott to George Hill, who just pushes it down the ground to mid-on, with Keith Barker. Works on that ball, trying to generate some sort of swing, some sort of lacquer, trying to get that something going with this second new ball. Trying to G up the side, but it's been hard work for Hampshire today, but they've really stuck at their task, and hopefully they might be able to end the day with a couple of wickets. Kyle Abbott comes in, George Hill pushes down to James Fuller at mid-off.
If we can see a bit of James Fuller again before the end of the day.
It could be worth having a look at him, you know, with that, obviously that short sort of method that they went with, and with a harder ball, it might be he could get that ball, and yeah, could get that ball rising up a bit higher and creating a few more issues for the batsman. So Kyle Abbott comes in to George Hill, who defends well into the offside, to Nick Gubbins at cover.
Lily's back on the emails, obviously very annoyed at the fact that I gave those answers out so quick. So she goes, now 2 quiz questions for you. solentcricket@gmail.com. Which 2 players in the Yorkshire team were born in the 80s? And which 3 players in the Yorkshire team were born in the 2000s? And Jonathan's not allowed to answer, apparently. She's going to send us the answers before the close of play. I think I could work that out as well, actually. It might take me a few seconds longer.
Yeah, I'd definitely say as Kyle Abbott comes in. Bowled him! He has breached the defence of George Hill. Finally brought this mammoth innings to an end. It's got that nip backer that you're talking about, Kev. It's gone straight through bat and pad, and that's a big, big, big wicket. But it has been a fantastic innings from George Hill. Really good, 131 off 256 balls. Really put his side into such a good position, and he's going to have rapturous applause and really deserves what he's getting, because it has been a fantastic innings.
It's taken a decent ball to get rid of him, isn't it?
It really has.
yeah, fantastic concentration from the 21-year-old who has kind of played in a way that sort of belies his years, really.
He really has, and that was some ball from Kyle Abbott. Nipped back and went straight through that gap between bat and pad. And just that's the breakthrough that Hampshire were looking for, and now hopefully they can try and kick on and put some pressure on this lower or middle to lower order and try and see if they can pick up maybe 1 or 2 more before the end of the day.
Yeah, second new ball's only into its 6th over, so you would hope that there's still a little bit more seam movement left in it. 51 partnership between George Hill and Matthew Waite broken. Lily Inston, I think I've got the answer. So Adam Lythe and Stephen Patterson in the 80s.
Definitely.
And the ones in the 2000s, I'm guessing Matthew Revis, George Hill.
I'd say George Hill if he's only 21.
And Harry Duke.
Are they 3?
Yeah, 3.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Lily, I hope I haven't ruined that for you either.
I think that was a tougher, slightly tougher question.
It was a slightly tougher. It took a few seconds longer.
Took you 2 minutes to select.
2 minutes and 2 seconds. And Duke it is. The keeper.
Yeah, he's in, Harry Duke. Tricky time again for him too. With Kyle Abbott's got his tail up and he's bowled a couple of good overs here with the second new ball. Oh! That is...
What's that hit?
Nip back, that looks like it's got the inside edge actually, and flown for runs, 4 runs. He's got that ball coming back in. Oh, goodness me. That was close. That's some ball to get first up, isn't it, Kev?
That is, yeah. I know. You need the bat and pad close together there. That's a wicked nip backer. Wow. He got everything right there, Abbott. Wow. He probably thought that had got through. I think, I'm not sure about you, but I thought I did initially. He's got the nip backer going here, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, he really has. It's impressive stuff.
This may just be a tricky last few overs here for the away side.
As Abbott comes in for the last ball of this over. Can he do something? Harry Duke right in behind that one and plays that to Nick Gubbins in cover. But another really good over. Really good over with good applause. And Kyle Abbott got something going on for his team here, and hopefully maybe another couple of wickets that could be picked up by Hampshire tonight.
Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you, Kev.
Stanley Marissa, great stuff from him. He hasn't been doing commentary very long, you would not know. So he's off, I'm off. And to take our places will be, the next voice you will hear will be Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. Always have to get that right. And alongside him will be Charlotte Taylor, Southern Vipers off-spinner.
Hi, thank you. Thank you once again, thank you. Thank you very much. Keith Barker bowling from the pavilion end to Matthew Waite, who pushes out into the offside, and that is no run. Unfortunate, the loss of George Hill from Yorkshire's point of view, but excellent knock from him again. 2 sizable hundreds in 2022. There are those who don't think that opening the batting will eventually be his better position for the team, but he's certainly showing all the attributes of an opening batsman in the sense that he can play the long game. Powers of concentration are good. Matthew Waite's just played a push into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Charlotte back alongside.
It's been lovely, isn't it? Lovely to watch. Good cricket, good contest. It was a great couple of balls from Abbott to dismiss George Hill. And then the second one that I'm not quite sure how it got through.
Barker, Waite with a solid push into the offside this time. Can't get it past extra cover. And if there was a feeling of serenity, as I described it, about what's going on in the middle when George Hill's batting, everything measured and smooth for the most part. Maybe the little bit of feathers been ruffled by the short ball. There's much more of a feeling of frenzy about the thing when Harry Duke is out there. Here's Barker in, that's wrapped Waite maybe inside edge onto pad. There's a stifled appeal, but There's no run. Harry Duke already at it, bat twiddling backwards and forwards at the non-striking end.
He's a fidgeter, is he?
Very much so. He almost runs out to the middle.
Eager to get going.
Yeah, itchy feet, as they call it.
Yeah. That's the phrase I was trying to think of, and I couldn't quite get it.
Barker around the wicket. Wait, he's beaten this time, just having a flick at one that is angled in towards him and then holds its line off the pitch. Good delivery by Barker.
And they pose a big threat, these two. Barker from round the wicket's the right-hander, angling in and then taking the ball away as it passes the bat. And Abbott with his nip backers from this end. Good period of play coming up for both sides.
Barker turns and comes in once again then. He's up there to drive, and invitation accepted by Waite, but he can't get it past mid-off this time. Or complete. It's a bit murky as the thick glass away to our right here, and there's two panes of it to try and see through, so when they have the small print on the board, it's not always the easiest. Barker completes his 20th over, 8 maidens, none for 52. So Yorkshire have done well to keep him at bay today, because he's bowled pretty well. And 280 for 4 off 87, so 9 overs remaining on day 1.
It's been a great day's played cricket at the Ageas Bowl. Kyle Abbott's going to continue. See if he can probe that line, those nip backers off a good length. He's in now to Harry Duke. Full delivery, worked in square of the wicket on the leg side. They've run the first one hard and they're going to come back for a easy second. That's good running from Harry Duke. Pick up 2 more. He goes to 6. Yorkshire 282 for 4.
Got 100 at Leicestershire in a white ball game last year in the RL50, Harry Duke. He's had a few half centuries in red ball cricket now.
And how old is he? Out of
Have to
interest.
check on that.
You can come back to me on that one.
20.
20. Kyle Abbott this time wide of off stump. Goes straight through to Brendan Brown. Good rising delivery. Good pace. We said earlier he hasn't bowled too many overs in this afternoon session in general since lunch. But he feels like he's got his tail up here. He got the big wicket of George Hill in the previous over. And he's looking for at least one or two more here now. As he's in again over the wicket. Fuller delivery. Harry Duke in behind it. Pushed up to James Fuller at mid-off, and there is no run. He does the fielding quite comfortably. Good looking shot.
Joe Root not out 134 up at Trent Bridge in the test match. I think Kev mentioned Ben Stokes had gone for 46. Ollie Pope made 145 earlier. The 424 for 5. Still 129 behind, but follow on very safely avoided in the end.
Shed load of runs at Trent Bridge. Abbott again. Fuller gets a 1. Does Harry Duke into the onside? Well played. I see what you mean by he looks busy, doesn't he? Scattering around a little bit and likes to get off strike. 7 from 6 years, but looks like that's the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, he's just got to the non-striking end and fidgeted with his helmet and then walked off in the general direction of the west. He's now having a chat with the umpire.
And that's not a nervous thing, it's just generally his personality.
Yep, just his way.
Kyle Abbott this time, back of a length. Too close to cut, but gets it to cover that's in the ring.
You can just imagine him as a child, can't you? You know, Mum, can we do that? Dad, can we?
Yeah, can't sit still.
Yeah. Probably needed to be entertained, I would think.
And I think I was a little bit like that as well. Always wanted to do something, out and about. Don't like sitting still even now. Not a fan of that.
Finger in the plug socket, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's not really a bit of me. Generally. Dangerous. Kyle Abbott this time. into Matthew Waite, who pushes that into the offside. That concludes that over from Kyle Abbott. It's a good one. He's 1 for 50 off his 18 overs. Yorkshire 283 for 4. 8 overs remaining in the day.
Back with the England thing, Ollie Pope obviously batting at 3. There were lots of eyebrows raised at that when he got the job, but I guess getting 145 proved that he can bat at number 3. He batted 239 balls. Johnny Bairstow, one of the few players, he and Zach Crawley so far, have not made it into double figures. Wouldn't there be an irony about it if Harry Brook eventually gets in at number 5 and it's at the expense of Johnny? It looks like there's going to be a way off for that yet, given that they haven't played Harry so far. Keith Barker, meanwhile, here at the Ageas Bowl, round the wicket to Harry Duke, who shoulders arms. Harry Duke, for those who are not aware of his style, apart from being a little bit of a fidget out there in the middle, well, quite a lot of a fidget actually, his strong areas for scoring tend to be square of the wicket both sides.
Pounces on anything short.
Yeah, plays well off his legs and cuts nicely. Here's Barker. It's up in the air off probably towards the inside edge of Harry Duke's bat, just ballooned up towards the man in front of square on the leg side.
I think both Donald and Fuller were interested for a minute, and it just sort of plopped in between them. James Fuller's tapped with his foot where the ball landed, as if to say, Skip, shall I go and stand there? But he's been sent back to regulation square leg next to the umpire.
Here's Barker again, and pushed nicely by Duke into the offside. Not a lot of power about it. Doesn't tend to play power shots, Harry Duke. He's much more of the nudge and nurdle about it, as he got a single for that.
And Bradwell does some interesting fielding, just dives on it on his bottom almost.
Barker again, turning and making his way in, and bowling once more to Matthew Waite, who's opened the face nicely, run it out into the covers, and good piece of chasing down and fielding has kept them to 1.
Yep, good teamwork there by the two fielders, one being Nick Gubbins and the other one being Felix Organ.
Yorkshire won the toss, of course, and decided to have first go on this pitch, and have made a good fist of it so far. 285 for 4 as Barker's in again to Duke, who pushes more firmly than we often see, but can't get it past cover. Good diving stop.
That's Nick Gubbins
oh,
there.
Nick Gubbins.
Yeah,
31.
fantastic in the ring there.
I saw the 3, but didn't see the 1 at the other side.
And I realised that ball before actually wasn't fielded by Organ, because he's down here at long leg. It was Ian Holland, so that's why I was getting confused.
I know how you feel. Barker in, and Duke running it down into the gully region where Holland is round to field. That will complete Barker's over for the concession of 2. He's now gone for 54 off 21. 7 overs remaining on day 1. Yorkshire with Waite on 20 and Duke on 8, at 285 for 4.
Yeah, it's well placed, isn't it? Yorkshire 285 for 4. They'll be wanting to get a few more before the end of the day here. And they're going to stick with Kyle Abbott, and got the wicket a couple of overs ago. The big wicket of George Hill. And they'll be looking to do something similar here now. Keith Barker just like he's about to leave the field for some reason. Unsure what that is. As Abbott comes in, that's a straight delivery. It's brilliantly clipped off his legs. Well in front of mid-wicket. And it's gone all the way for 4. And that's a brilliant shot by Matthew Waite. He goes to 24, sorry. and Yorkshire 289 for 4. It's a lovely shot, Jonathan.
Yeah, just going to see it again on the replay. Easy, isn't it, to just lose your balance and fall over and maybe flick that aerial to mid-wicket, but he waited again. We talked about other players playing it late, and he took it pretty late there and found the gap nicely.
He did indeed, all the way along the floor. Abbott this time straighter, and in defence is Matthew Waite. There is no run. I think it's probably one of my favourite shots in cricket, is just sort of the, you know, right under your eyes, clip off the legs through, you know, well in front of square, and times it all the way, and the fielder just almost gives up chase before it's even started because he just knows it's been timed so well.
Yeah, one of the more difficult strokes in cricket to execute well.
And looks so classy when you get it right. Kyle Abbott again here, and in defence again is Waite.
Lily's messaged in on Twitter. You can do the same at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. She says a very good 131 by George Hill. He batted well and patiently, and she's hoping Matthew Waite and Harry Duke can stay until the end of play. Yeah, I'm sure that view is shared by Yorkshire supporters. I've got to say, it's very good indeed to see Matthew Waite back in first class action for Yorkshire after such a long gap.
And he'd be wanting to make a serious impression here as he gets a full delivery. He's driven that on the up through the covers. It's 4 more. It's a good little period here from Yorkshire. It's a brilliant shot. Abbott offering a little bit of width, and Matthew Waite nicely gets his hands through that, and it's raced all the way to the cover boundary for 4. He moves to 28. Yorkshire 293 for 4, and he's definitely making an impression.
Yeah, super shot. Again, just waited that split second longer before he took it, middled it, punched it away, and it's a long boundary out there, but it raced away.
Another
Lovely
really
shot.
good looking cricket shot.
28 or 63 for him now.
Yeah, he looks lovely out there in this very, very warm Sunday evening. Straighter is Abbott this time, turned into the onside, but there'll be no run.
Yeah, a bit of gardening from Matthew Waite. He'll know clearly that there's 37 deliveries left in the day, that his job now is obviously pick him up while he can runs wise. It's a new ball that doesn't feel like it did as much as this morning's new ball did. Maybe that's more about the pitch getting warmer and drying out.
Yeah, we wanted a red inker by the end of the day. A little bit of movement for an Abbott, but in defence again is Matthew Waite, and there'll be no run. 8 from that one. 6 overs left in the day. 293 for 4 Yorkshire.
And when I say it's great to see Matthew Waite back, you just feel for players who have such bad luck with injuries. That freak injury he suffered on the eve of the first match of 2020 when they were netting the day before the game up at Chesterley Street, and that ended that shortened campaign. If you remember, that was only a 2-month season. He was gone for that, and then more issues since then. He did carry an ankle injury for quite some time that he couldn't shake off, and so to only have played into double figures in terms of first class matches for the age he is amazing really when you think about it, and the fact that he was given an opportunity when he was pretty young. Brad Wheel back into the attack now, taking over from Keith Barker at the pavilion end, and that is played nicely by Harry Duke, given a bit of width by Wheel first up. He opened the face and he's run it wide of gully and picked up 4 through the inevitably vacant third man. Yorkshire 3 runs shy of a third batting point, and they've got just under 20 overs remaining to accumulate some more, so you would think that they're on course unless there's a collapse for a 4th one.
Yeah.
Who knows whether a 5th is possible, as that's worked into the leg side, and Harry Duke quickly off the mark himself, as well as good support by Matthew Waite. And they're going to get back for 3.
That's good running. Lovely shot. Just worked nicely to mid-wicket. 300 runs come up for Yorkshire. It's taken 90, just over 90 overs to get there. But they've batted nicely. What a great day to win the toss and bat first for Yorkshire.
Yeah, super stuff. 3 batting points.
And a great whoop from the crowd.
Well, there have been plenty of criticism over the last few seasons that they haven't got enough first innings or enough batting points. Obviously only scored in the first innings. As Waite, now that he turns this one backward of square leg, and a fiery throw coming in from long leg. Good speed as well to get in there and get that in and keep them to 1.
Well, for a minute then I thought that Mr. Waite was going to come back, but he decided to wait and didn't do that in the end.
And here is Wheel again, and Duke pushes that into the follow through of the bowler, and there's no run. So Yorkshire 49 runs away from, it's a maximum of 4 batting bonus points anyway, isn't it? I think I said something about 5 then a minute ago, but it's a maximum of 4, so you can forget the 5th.
Unless they want to magic it.
They'll be happy to get there.
Yeah.
Not that often in recent times that they've picked up the full 4. Wheel in, nicely played off his legs, this by Harry Duke. That's a lovely shot. It's a long way down to that boundary, but he's got the legs and more. Kicks over the boundary rope and into the hover cover.
Yeah, it's too straight from Brad Wheel, unfortunately, just into the pads of Harry Duke. And it's a lovely shot again off his legs, picks up 4 more, and he's played that shot a couple of times now between these two, and same result. Brad Wheel going the distance this over a little bit.
Yeah, going for a few, having seen the change made, and Duke flicks it nicely off his legs this time. Probably not quite going to get a boundary out of this, but there's a lengthy chase on, and a good piece of fielding in the end by Fuller. And they've got through 4-3, so 4-3-1, 4-3 in the over. I'll make that 15.
Yep.
Expensive over by Brad Wheel, who's gone for 44 in 15 now, and Yorkshire 308 for 4 with just 5 overs left on day 1.
Yeah, he's just leaked a few too many runs in that over, really. Hampshire would like to keep applying the pressure. Keith Barker finished his spell, then left the field, and Brad Wheel took his place and leaked a few, unfortunately, and wasn't able to sustain that pressure. And there'll be a change from this, the hotel end as well. So Carl Abbott makes way for Ian Holland, who's going to have a little dart from this end with 5 overs to go. Can Hampshire grab one or at least 1 more, maybe 2, however many they want to try and get late in the day here? Anything to break these partnerships that Yorkshire are forming very well throughout their innings here. Ian Holland to Harry Duke then. Outside the off stump, left alone, quite wide. And Ian Holland knows that that probably wasn't the best ball to bowl, didn't challenge the batter in any way. And turns around and goes straight back to his mark, and he will try again here.
Other things that come into play possibly, I suppose, here, given that both these sides still will be fancying the chances of pushing for the title. Yorkshire starving Hampshire of more bowling bonus points.
Absolutely, that's beating the outside edge of Harry Duke. He's brought him forward, has Ian Holland, and it's a very, very good delivery. A bit of away movement, and a bit too good that one, but great movement. Away from the right-hander, sort of angled in and then took the ball away. Straight through to Ben Brown. One of the rarities that we've seen the ball beat the bat in recent hours. Hasn't happened too often this afternoon, but that was a good one. He'll be hoping to replicate that now. Ian Holland wider on the crease this time, and again beats the outside edge a little bit wider. And I think Harry Duke, yeah, probably should have left that alone, but safe enough. Good 2 or 3 inches away from the bat in the end.
And he's off on a walk again. somewhere out around Hampshire.
Hopefully he comes back. Maybe just to have a little word. Don't need to play at that this late in the day. Just let it go through. It was wide enough outside the off stump that he could have just left it alone. As he faces up again to Holland here again, and that's straighter in line, and he pushes that back to the bowler.
Yeah, just see it out to the end. If you get any loose stuff, you can put it away, but give away nothing in these last 4 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, exactly. Take what's on offer and go back in overnight and start again tomorrow morning will be the plan for these two. Holland drifting onto the pads of Duke, tucks that down to long leg and we'll get 1. Moves to 23. Yorkshire 309 for 4.
The final wicket tweets, a good day to win the toss and bat. Hope you enjoy the 4 days with us down south. Looks like this may well go the distance. Well, yeah, did last year, didn't it, as well?
Always a good contest between these two sides, 2 top quality sides. There'll always be good battles. As Holland wraps weight on the pads. And it's too high, and they get no run. It's a good over by Holland. And there's 4 left in the day.
Andy Walker tweets, Yorkshire have played with great patience today. It's really great to see the youngsters in the runs. Lovely day of cricket. Thanks for your positives on the comms front, Andy. It's at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Malcolm Palmer says, hi JD, ask John Logan how he explains jail, if I've pronounced that correctly, G-A-O-L. English just doesn't follow rules, unlike Spanish and German.
No, it doesn't follow any rules whatsoever.
Stuart McArdle sent a tweet in at the point that both Hill and Root were 127 not out. Because the George has gone since then. 131 bowled by Kyle Abbott, the most recent wicket to fall. Brad Wheel's first delivery of this over is pushed into the offside by Harry Duke. And they stay put. There's a bit of cotton wool going on skyward.
Yep, a few scattering of clouds. Lovely Sunday evening. Some fans look like they're just leaving for the day. 6 o'clock on a Sunday evening.
Yeah, back for the gong. The Sunday dinner is that's pushed out into the offside by Duke. There's no run.
You missing out on a Sunday roast today?
No.
Neither am I. Don't tend to eat them in the summer, really. I suppose Sunday's always been a traditional day for women's cricket, the club cricket in years gone by. Now we obviously play more on Saturdays.
Missing out on a Sunday roast might imply that I'd received an invite from somewhere and I'd had to say apologies, I can't because I'm commentating on cricket, but no such invitation. But this invitation, a short ball by Brad Wheel, has been gratefully accepted by Harry Duke. I told you he could play on the leg side, on both sides of the wicket square. There was a case in point because he's pulled that one just backward of square for a nicely timed 4.
Yeah, again, Brad Wheel losing his line. Didn't have enough pace to trouble him with the short ball, and he's conceded 4 more, and he's gone for 19 in 9 balls, and that runs per over, that economy rate's creeping up for him, and he's not applying the pressure that Hampshire would want at the minute.
Here he comes again to Duke, who drives this time to Barker at mid-off, no run, and the actual run rate per se, 3.4, is good, isn't it?
Yeah, very good.
If you're going to move a game on, if you're going to set things up, then ideally you don't want to be taking too long about scoring those runs. If possible, you've got to take into account the potential for good bowling, etc. But they've scored at a decent rate for red ball cricket as Duke's solidly behind this final ball. Not the final ball of the over, the penultimate ball of the over. No run, 27 to him. So he's scored quickly. He's going at more than 1 a ball. And that 350 already. within sight at 3:13 for 4. Fourth batting point should be achieved.
From here, I'd like to think so.
Wheel again, goes short, and Duke fends at this one. There is no man in at short leg as there was earlier for quite some time, and he gets away with that. So end of the over now, just the 4 from it this time from Wheel, who has figures of 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 48 to his name, and with Waite 29 and Duke 27, and 3 overs remaining today, Yorkshire are 313 for 4.
And a little bit of pressure need to be applied by Hampshire with only those 3 overs remaining. Keith Barker's back on the field. And Ian Holland's going to continue from this end. He's got over figures of 16 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 36. So he's bowled brilliantly, and he beat the outside edge in his last over. Can he do it again here? That's straighter in line. It's worked off the hip of Matthew Waite, and he's got 1 run out to deep square. He moves to 30. Yorkshire 314 for 4. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place, and he'll be looking to replicate those couple of plays and misses by the batters in the last over, and see if he can take one through and get that outside edge. He comes wider, and he does it because he's got an edge, and it's taken by Liam Dawson, I think. Or he might have bowled him, actually. Well, this bails off.
Yeah, bowled him, and he caught it at second slip with one hand off the bail, off the.
That's a brilliant delivery, top of off, perfect from Ian Holland. He's done exactly what he wanted to do. He's dismissed Harry Duke for 27 from 28 balls. He played nicely, looked to score, looked to be busy at the crease, but he's gone now, and that's the perfect delivery, isn't it? Top of off. He came wider in his run up, angled the ball in, and then it swung away and hit the top of off. And Liam Dawson caught then the ball with his left hand, and that caused me to think that he might have nicked it, but that was completely incorrect. And Yorkshire now 314 for 5, and Holland's got 2 for. He's bowled brilliantly.
He's bowled very well today, hasn't he? Pressure on this morning, which I think helped him get that first wicket of Adam Lyth, and he's certainly out of anybody nipped the ball about, and here we are. We've been saying that there's been less movement with the second new ball than there felt like there was this morning with the first, maybe on account of the obvious moisture you get first thing in the morning might have just helped. It's been a lovely dry day, and so more difficult to get it to move off the straight, but he angled that one in, and it just held its line, didn't it, off the seam. Super stuff. If you could, again, we talked about textbook shots from some of the batsmen. If you could put down textbook medium pace bowling,
that's the one.
And that's, you know, something of that ilk by Ian Holland. Certainly not a fast bowler by any stretch of the imagination, but it just shows you don't need pace if you can do that little bit with it, and you ask questions, you put pressure on. So Waite on 30, and Don Best, the new man at the crease, and Harry Duke's stay not that long, 28 deliveries, but he did contribute a useful 27.
And he just looked to be busy, didn't he? As you said, just always moving around the crease, moving around his, moving his body around, and looked to be busy, and a valuable 27 runs. And he's got a face up to Ian Holland now as Don Bess for his first delivery, 2 slips and a gully. And the pressure on him now. And he's worked that off his hip, and he goes down to long leg for 1 run. He's off the mark straight away. 315 for 5 Yorkshire. 2.5 overs left to go of the day.
Yeah, very handy player to have coming in down in the lower middle, Dominic Bess. He has for a Test half century to his name, a first-class century.
He'll be wanting to put that into action here. It's back of a length, 2 wide from Holland, and he's going to get punished. It's gone, well, very far behind point, and he's going to pick up 4. Great shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. I've liked his approach Matthew Waite. He's not been interested in the short ball. He's been the one who's been just swaying out of the way, letting those go by. You want to waste some energy on me, that's fine. And then when he's been given opportunities, he's taken the vast majority of them. And it's just been a very nicely built 34 off 69 deliveries, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. And he moves to 34. As he's facing up to Holland this time, that's straighter. He looks to run a single to mid-on, but they don't take it. And there is no run. Better line from Ian Holland. From that line is, well, probably actually a bit more towards off stump than that line, but a similar delivery to that took the off stump of Harry Duke a couple of balls previous. You're going to hear one more ball from me. And then Kevin James is back in. That's wide, it's cut, it's 4. Through third man, Kevin James is not happy. It's a loose one. And Matthew Waite goes to 38. Yorkshire are now 323 for 5. And thank you very much for your company, Jonathan. It's been great today. I've enjoyed it very much.
Thank you too, Charlotte. It's been a pleasure. So we have just the 2 overs remaining of the day. Yorkshire trying to see those off without further loss. They would have liked to have seen them off without the loss of Harry Duke. But if you look down the 5 wickets that Yorkshire have lost during the day, Adam Lyth, it was good stuff from Ian Holland to put him under some pressure. He got what he thought was a loose ball, and he was probably there to play out, but just didn't execute it as well as he might have done. So batsman error with the first wicket. Will Frayne unluckily run out backing up. Second wicket, and then the last 3. I don't think you'd criticise Harry Brook for his dismissal. It wasn't a rash shot. It was Fuller bowling to his field really and getting it right, and congratulating the bowler on that one, as Wheel is in for the first ball of the penultimate over of the day, and Don Bess shoulders arms. And again, you wouldn't knock either George Hill or Harry Duke for the way they were dismissed, both being got out by good deliveries. And I think supporters of any team, Kev, when they look down the wickets column and they see 4 or 5 players giving it away, that's when they get frustrated, isn't it? But probably only one today where you'd have said execution, could have been better. If you've been really, really harsh, of course, as Bess pushes one back to the bowler, then any wicket you can say execution could have been better because they were got out. But you know what I'm saying?
I do.
They weren't silly shots.
No, Yorkshire have made Hampshire work very hard today. Very hard. It's been a good exhibition, really, of how to try and build a decent first innings total when the ball is giving the bowlers a little bit of help this morning.
Wheel again, and a little bit of width offered to Bess. He plays well through point, although this one's gone down towards third man. Picks up a single. And not only that, but just saying to Charlotte, at the rate as well, 3.4 is a useful rate, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they've done very well. There's no doubt about it. They've worked hard to get into this position. Hampshire have had to work very hard today. Even to take 5. They've been helped with that Will Frayne run out, that's for sure. I mean, that's unlucky from his point of view, and it's a bonus wicket on any day. But they've worked hard for what both teams have worked hard today for what they've got.
And Waite has a big waft at this one. It was wide of off stump. There is a yawning gap between Keith Barker at mid-off and whichever man it is at cover. Nick Gubbins, it is.
Yeah.
And there must be 30 yards or so between the pair. Matthew Waite will have seen that, and he was trying to hit the gap. It wasn't that far off nicking it in the ginnel of uncertainty. As Wheel is in again, and that's pushed back to the bowler, and he's followed through this time by Waite. No run. Just got 7 balls to survive. Might only have 1 ball to survive Matthew Waite. Depends how Dominic Bess plays the final over. But it's been a good return to first class cricket in Yorkshire colours, as it were, or whites for Matthew Waite. He drops it into the pitch, back to Wheel to complete the penultimate over of the day with Yorkshire on 324 for 5.
Yes, it's I guess it's important for him, isn't it, to score some runs, and he'll, as long as somebody and people stay with him, then I think he's got a fair chunk of tomorrow if Yorkshire can drag their first innings out as long as they'd like. I don't think they want to lose another wicket too quickly either tonight or tomorrow morning, because I think that'll just halt things up a little bit. But I think this has been a good day's cricket today, from both sides. Hampshire, definitely could, if you're being really honest, could have done with Abbas. I think they would have kept it a fractionally tighter than they have. But even so, I think all round, I think they put in a good effort. And as I say, I think the Yorkshire batters have put in a pretty good, solid performance as well. Holland, first ball on a length, best forward, back to the bowler. Yeah, I don't think, both sets of coaches will look at areas and say, well, we could have done this slightly better. But I think overall, this has been a day. It was billed as second versus third, and I think that's what we've got.
Yep, I think it's been, it's been a really good, even-paced pitch.
Yep.
As well, which has helped.
Holland runs away from us and bowls, and Best playing a missing outside the off stump. Just straightened on him a fraction. Don't think he's playing inside the line like George Hill does.
Nothing worse is that some of those early season slow pitches. I mean, at Northamptonshire, it was a good pitch, but it was very slow.
Yeah.
The longer the game went on, the slower it seemed to get. So difficult to take wickets and make an interesting game out of it, and Yorkshire nearly managed to force a result.
Yeah. There's been a few draws, hasn't there, for you guys so far? Length ball, which Bess is forward, plays it back to the bowler once more. I can't remember the last time we played a championship game up there. It was quite a while ago, but I do remember it being an absolute ball draw.
Yep.
With a capital B. So I'm not surprised that you guys have found that as well. We're playing them down here, actually. We're not going up there this year. Here comes Holland. Bowls to Bess. And slightly fuller this time, and Bess drives up to mid-on. And there's no run, and we have one ball left in day one. I have to say, the last sort of 10, 15 overs have actually taken a lot longer than I thought they might. I think it's one ball left, or is it two? Scoreboard showing 2. Apologies, everybody. If you were thinking, great, as soon as the commentary finishes, I can switch off my tablet or phone or whatever it is that your listeners buy us by, or of course, on the live feed. That's a nice drive by Bess up to mid-off, but he finds Barker this time, and there will be one more ball left. But yeah, it's been hard cricket today, and both these sides will have to put in an equal hard effort over these next few days if they are to get ahead, because the situation these two are in at the table, they'll want to keep going. They won't want to let up on any grounds in any stage of the game. Here's Holland bowls, and Bess is forward, and he pushes that one up to mid-off, and that is the end of day one. 324 for 5 Yorkshire at the end of 96 overs, with Dominic Bess 2 not out, and Matthew Waite with 38 not out, and Ian Holland, Hampshire's most successful bowler, finishing with 2 for 46.
Yep, I think you'd have to say Yorkshire's day overall, given that they've got those 324 on the board, the 3 batting bonus points, and just the 1 point thus far for Hampshire. And of course, they're running out of a little bit of time. They've got to just take one more wicket in the next 14 overs of play to pick up a second bowling bonus point. And who knows, if they have a good morning tomorrow, they might be able to wrap up Yorkshire quickly. But if Yorkshire play with good sense and a little bit of caution early doors, then they should be able to resume, quite nicely. And with Matthew Waite out there, still Dominic Bess who can play, still Matthew Revis to come in, who's a good player, then they've still got an opportunity of putting on, and Jordan Thompson of course as well, of putting on a sizable score first up and really trying to crank up some pressure on Hampshire, which they have done in the last 2 visits down here.
They have, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a different bowling attack from for Yorkshire in this particular match. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But first and foremost, set things up, give yourself an opportunity, and they're on the way towards doing that at the end of day one.
So 2 for Holland, a wicket for Abbott, and also for James Fuller, the Yorkshire batting today, dominated by George Hill with 131, and that stand that he put on for the third wicket with Harry Brook, who made 76 at 141. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary today. Thank you to Stanley Marissa, thank you to Charlotte Taylor, thank you also to Jonathan Deutsch, who will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, and join us again at 11 o'clock.